At the gathering where the idea of an open-air festival was first mooted, after we'd resolved we'd attempt to do this thing, someone asked the first and most obvious question. So what, right at this moment, are our collective resources? A fast audit revealed that our assets totaled a half-finished bottle of vodka, an almost untouched quid deal and 2 and 9 pence in cash. Is that enough to launch a rock festival? We all looked at each other and shrugged. No one had told us it wasn't, so what the hell? Hoppy had launched the Technicolor dream without too much more going for him and, like Hoppy, we had a newspaper and its resources pretty much at our disposal. I'm a little hazy about who exactly was at that first meeting. I know Gaz was there. He'd been a regular visitor since he'd come into my life and brought Ingrid with him, and seemed eager to get in on whatever the next scheme might be. I know Edward Barker was there, and may well have been scribbling the first sketches for the festival logo even as we talked. Edward and I had pretty much hit it off since we first met, and had become drinking partners well before we got into anything more serious. Sue Small and Steve Mann were definitely present. Sue and I had made the transition from friends and comrades to lovers, and back again, with none of the formally expected weeping, recrimination or gnashing of teeth. Not even a diatribe in an underground newspaper. In the best possible terms, Sue was a highly progressive woman. I think the only key figure absent was Boss Goodman, off on the road with the newly formed Pink Fairies, who were attempting to take up where the Deviants had left off. After the first crystallization of the idea and intent, the next move was to go into IT and sell the idea to Dave Hall. I think by that point the name Fun City had been moved, and Edward had created a logo, a naked dancing cartoon figure with an expression of demented gullibility that seemed to symbolize our hopes and aspirations. It had also been agreed that we would make the event an IT benefit, all profits going to pay the fines and legal expenses for the bust. Dave, who was nothing if not shrewd and totally versed in the devious wiles of freakhood, knew what we were up to straight away. He recognized that our most pressing desire was simply to have the biggest and most subversive party possible, somewhere in an English meadow. I just don't want you lot taking the paper down with you. But we're going to make a profit. We can't fail. The blind optimism was, of course, a put-on. Both Dave and I knew that a project of this kind could end in total financial disaster, and he wanted the paper buffered from liability for any Fun City debts. I believe he also figured that letting me run Fun City out of the IT office in Indell Street was a handy way of having me where he could keep an eye on me. I think Dave realized that I was an ideal figure for all those who didn't like the current direction of the paper to rally behind, and if I was seriously motivated, I could take over the running of IT any time I wanted. Fun City was something to keep me busy, and I was happy to be busy. A novelty always gets my attention. After very little discussion, a deal was made. A separate limited liability company, Fun City Ltd., would be formed as a firewall, but, until I could generate my own finances, I'd be paid a modest salary out of IT funds, as some kind of special projects editor. Obviously the first thing we had to do was to rent a field. Without a field to call our own, all else would be fantasy. Fortunately I had a card up my sleeve. I had spent my teenage years living down the way I was raised in the woods, but finally it was proving an asset. The woods in question were owned by an impoverished aristocrat who had inherited vast unproductive acres, and even vaster debts. The rumor in the village was he'd do pretty much anything for hard cash, and I got my field for £1,500 off the books, with funds for a 50% down payment raised from a consortium of London herbalists. With the field in hand, I realized that I was acting out a piece of psychedelic revenge for my childhood. I was depositing a rock festival little more than a mile from the village where I grew up. I would be confirming the worst expectations of the yokels who had once mocked me, the junior beatnik, wandering lonely as a cloud. Nothing like a few thousand hippies to put Dan Archer in his miserable Thomas Hardy place. For a while, all seemed to run according to plan. We raised more money by selling the catering and other concessions. Posters and flyers began to be printed and Edward's naked dancing guy was all over the place. Getting contracts on the best of the touring bands proved to be no great difficulty. Guys with inflatable domes and other art exhibits pledged to be there. We knew we were out of the music business running for any big international acts, like the Grateful Dead, but I did want to put on one band with a chance of ensuring that the name Fun City might live in infamy. The MC5 had carved themselves a niche as the house band of the revolution with their live album Kick Out the Jams, and as the only band that actually played at the riots at the Chicago Democratic Convention. Their manager, John Sinclair, had been handed 10 years of Michigan jail time for a couple of joints and, all in all, they had such a rep as radical troublemakers that it was unlikely they'd ever make it to Europe, unless someone like me brought them over for something like Fun City. A dialogue was started with Detroit that revealed the MC5 as both ready and willing to play Fun City as the centerpiece of a UK mini-tour that would cover their expenses. Back in the USA, the band was having its problems. They'd been bounced off Elektra Records, home of the Doors, for being too loud and political. Although quickly signed by Atlantic, their troubles were by no means over. They'd been blacklisted by rock impresario Bill Graham after a group called the Motherfuckers, the New York equivalent of the London Street Commune, had trashed the Fillmore East while the Five were attempting to play a benefit for them. After a massive initial promotion, Rolling Stone seemed to have turned on them, and rumors of first-phase destructive drug use were spreading. Okay, so we had the MC5 as the capstone of what was rapidly growing into the alternative rock festival, but unfortunately around that time we ran out of money, and the prospects of getting any more was rendered hard, going on impossible, when the West Sussex County Council and Constabulary obtained a court order against us. All I remember was riding a shrieking telephone, but the facts are succinctly laid out in Roger Hutchinson's High 60s. On July 17, lawyers acting for West Sussex County Council sought an injunction to prevent the festival taking place. On the following day its financial backers pulled out. On the day after that the injunction was withdrawn. A New York City hashish dealer, with extensive contacts in pre-Soviet Afghanistan, donated enough money to keep us in a holding pattern and I went to see our last hope, Ronan O'Rahilly. The legend was that Ronan's father was the O'Rahilly, a hero of the battle at the Dublin Post Office in 1916. This gave Ronan a lot to live up to and, both to fill a need in the marketplace and thumb his nose at the English, he conceived Radio Caroline, the great pirate radio station of the early 60s that broadcast from an old trawler parked in the North Sea. By the time of our Fun City discussions, the Marine Offences Act had long since killed pirate radio. Ronan was now involved in a maniacal scheme to buy an old Lockheed Constellation that would circle the sky above London, landing only to refuel and broadcasting pirate TV. I was never sure whether this was for real or just a work of magnificent blarney, but either way the concept was one of grandly abstruse madness. The real financial hope to make Fun City all it could be was to sell the film rights. To that end, Giz and I had trolled up and down Wardour Street meeting the proprietors of horror and soft porn sweatshops at one end and David Hemmings at the other. We even talked to the Italians and the French. A couple of live ones were about to bite the bait, but then the WSCC injunction scared them shitless and they vanished. Early in the game, Ronan had told me that, if all else failed, I should come and talk to him. After 48 hours of legal drama, I had to face the fact that all else had definitely failed. Thus I called Ronan and took myself off to his Muse house in Mayfair, with the cherry Harley-Davidson Electroglide that Marianne Faithfull had ridden in Girl on a Motorcycle parked outside. Ronan had produced the trash classic and was justifiably proud. He was a master of indecision and procrastination. He hummed, he hawed, he told irrelevant anecdotes, he phoned the MC5 in Detroit and checked that all was well with them, while all the time his huge bodyguard, Big Jimmy Houlihan, lurked in the background. We went down the pub for a Guinness and came back again. I sweated. Gaz, Mac, and Boss were already at the site waiting to build a rock festival. A full 2 days of nail-biting and hanging in passed before Ronan finally called the travel agent for the MC5's tickets and began to write checks. As he spent money, he winked at me. "We're flying here, boy. We're really flying." Ronan had one stipulation. It should be a free festival. He not only wanted to maximize the crowd, but he had spotted the fatal flaw in our figures. As Ronan read it, security would cost us £1 to collect £1.30 from the paying customers. If you protected your site with something as formidable as the Berlin Wall, the cost curve might level out at the high end, but you needed to pull in about 1 million people to make the mathematics happen. I suspected that was what Ricky Farr was planning to do down at the Isle of Wight later in the summer. Okay, it was a free festival, and that was better than nothing, but I was being forced to abandon the original purpose of raising money for the IT bust. Before setting off for Sussex, I had personally to break the bad news to Dave Hall. As it turned out, it may have been honorable, but hardly necessary. "Don't worry about it. I figured this might happen." Dave was hip. He wished me luck and told me he'd see me down there. We were off to Fun City to have ourselves a rock festival. On the way down, I was torn between relief and the feeling I'd personally fucked up. I'd failed with the original objective, and I also realized the festival had now taken on a life of its own. Fortunately, I was able to bounce back and, halfway through the 2-hour drive, I was already preparing my address to the Boggies. The Chronicle of Fun City is so replete with family legends that it's hard to know which to include. Certainly the tale of Boss Goodman and how the stage was moved manually in the manner of building the Great Pyramid has been told before, but it still deserves pride of place. My greatest regret is that I wasn't there to witness it. As the large scaffolding stage was almost complete, Boss noticed an overhead high-tension cable, running between 2 national grid pylons, right above the structure. It would be fucking dumb to have a whopping Great PA directly below the main electric cables, especially if it rained. The only and unavoidable answer was to move the stage. This little guy who had put the stage together couldn't believe it. The thought of dismantling it all. But I said, "No, man, we'll carry it." "Impossible." "Rubbish, we'll get the hippies out of the woods and we'll go 1, 2, 3 and lift, and we'll carry the fucker over there." "Go on then, fucking do it." So I got my gang and we went into the woods where about 500 hippies were camped out. "Can you do us a favor?" "What?" "The stage has been put in the wrong place and we've got to move it." "Let's go." 1, 2, 3. And the fucking hippies lift the stage and carry it 100 yards across the field. I also won't forget 2 chilly Hells Angels and 2 Worthing coppers swapping woodbines and tea from a thermos, at the top end of the field by the vehicle entrance, each pair keeping to their own side of the demarcation line, like guards on a Cold War frontier. Neither will I forget the shit squad, the crew of the strange and psychotic who had volunteered to empty the chemical toilets for free, provided they were equipped with wellies and yellow rubber gloves, and navy overalls emblazoned with shit squad in yellow biker-style script across their backs. By far the most awkward moment came on Saturday afternoon when I had to explain to the MC5 how things at the festival weren't exactly as they had first been pitched to them. Fortunately the blow had been softened, first by Ronan having taken excellent care of them, right down to hiring Howard Parker to do the hands-on babysitting. In addition, we had a cat called Mitchell Rothberg, a passing-through American, a friend of John Sinclair and with the most impeccable of international radical underground connections, to vouch for at least our good intentions. The 5 were far from stranded. They had return air tickets and other gigs were in place to pay their way, but they were silent at first, their faces a combination of disappointment and resignation. They'd seen this shit 100 times before. A bunch of freaks sitting on a situation that hadn't come out totally as planned. Guitarist Fred Smith finally turned to guitarist Wayne Kramer. "Let's take a look at the equipment." I knew I was off the hook. At Fun City the gear was perfect, Boss had seen to that. The matched high watt stacks came directly from a stage plan used by The Who, plus provision had been made for an extra guitar player. Absolutely nothing could be complained about. It took until Saturday night, after sunset, for everything to start to make sense. I suddenly became aware I had nothing more to worry about. Whatever had happened, and what was going to happen would run its course without any help or intervention. The bands had all done their part, although for me they tended to blur. The pretty things had delivered the goods. The Pink Fairies and the Edgar Broughton Band had engaged in a joust similar to the one in Hyde Park in which the Deviants had engaged a year earlier. Despite the Fairies' two drummers, Edgar gained a riotous sing-along edge with the perennial "Out Demons, out," but then said drummers trumped Edgar's ace when Twink and Russell stripped and cavorted naked and homoerotic, while Rudolph and Sandy did a fair impersonation of the Solar Wind on guitar and bass. If my recollection is correct, a relatively unknown and just up from the country Hawkwind first came to public attention at Fun City, but I'm afraid we old lags from London treated them with unconscionable city slicker condescension. Fun City also saw the debut of the Blackheath Foot and Death Men, an atavistically violent, six-man team of Morris dancers, composed of 3 Hells Angels, 2 massive sociopathic roadies and Pete Curry, our driver. Eschewing the polite ribbons and garland poles of conventional folk dance troupes, they stomped their engineer boots and knocked 9 bells out of each other with full-sized Friar Tuck quarter staves, totally vindicating the ethnomusicologists who claim that Morris dancing originated as a drunken rehearsal for Saxon shield wall combat. Later in their career the Blackheath Foot and Death Men would open for Motorhead at the Marquee. Enough of my mission had been accomplished for me to be happy that I'd accepted it, and it hadn't self-destruct after 15 seconds. I walked onto the stage, into the full glare of the lighting setup. I think I was about to introduce the MC5, but was greeted with a standing ovation that I figured was merited. The MC5 were about to come on. Out there somewhere in the darkness, William Burroughs stalked the night in his FBI man's hat and raincoat, requiring hippies to talk into his portable tape machine while he baffled them with instant cut UPS. Ronan had brought an entire British Lion outside broadcast unit, plus a mobile home for himself, like a villa on wheels, all under the command of Tom Keelock, the Stones' old minder, and the formidable Big Jimmy Houlihan. The flare of the lights, and the big cumbersome OB cameras flanking the stage, lent an impressive, if probably spurious, media importance. The gang and I had thrown one hell of a party. Give the lads a big hand. On the light tower, the light show guys, not wanting to be outdone by the British Lion, plugged in everything they had and pointed their full battery of slides, loops, and blob shows at anything that would carry an image. The large inflatable dome pulsed with light from within, like a huge narcotist alien blob, while the canvas of tents became cinema screens and the field itself undulated. The MC5 were the icing on the cake and I believe we got to them in the nick of time. We witnessed one of the very last shows that offered the original majesty, before the road and the bullshit took their toll. With Rob Tyner on his knees offering the testimonial, Wayne Kramer spitting a stream of Johnny Walker Red with great accuracy into the lens of a camera, and Fred Smith tumbling back over a bent double boss, as our yeoman stage manager attempted to rescue a fallen mic stand with roadie panache. What more did I want? My cup ranneth over. Then, after the 5 had climaxed, encored, and exited, I was taken on a conducted tour of Narnia by night, and moved from campfire to campfire and from habitation to habitation until I was as ripped as Crazy Horse. All of this put me in such a good mood that I didn't even get irritated with Took constantly pestering me as to when his new band, Shagrat, featuring Larry Wallace on guitar, would get on stage. I simply referred him to Boss, who was much sterner in these things and took no guff from bleeding artistes. Sunday at Fun City was enough to convince me that the tradition of the damp and doomed English Sunday went back to prehistory, and came from deep within the Mother Earth of Albion. A light drizzle and, even in a field of freaks, you can't escape an English Bloody Sunday. The ground was wet and the crowd had dwindled. In Narnia many had decided to sleep late. Some snored and others had sex, only minimally disguised by the less than complete walls of their Yuak bivouacs. Others cooked breakfast with a 5th century ad domesticity, while on the stage Sonia Christina charmed everyone with gentle acoustics. Pastoral but wet. Sunday was also the time for taking stock. Item 1, the bar tent had been looted by the Hells Angels. The bar tent was organized by the Marquee Club. By a loophole of licensing laws designed for gymkhanas, it had to be that way, and the word was that their prices had been less than humane. One of the bartenders had been left to guard the liquor through the night, but the Angels neutralized him by getting him comatose, then made off with all they could carry. When the Marquee guys came to the operations tent to complain they'd been robbed, Gaz, Edward and I had difficulty keeping straight faces as we promised to conduct a full investigation, while standing up to our ankles in empty Carling Black Label cans, representing our cut of the heist. Item 2, a reporter from the People, who'd arrived to do a sex and drugs shock expose, had been dosed with acid and had decided to give it all up to become a nomad. Item 3, the talk in Narnia was that they had a good thing going, so why not camp where they were, at least until preparations for the massive Isle of Wight festival got underway. They were all for setting up a free state in the few acres of woodland, encouraged by the presence of a pub called the Fox less than 500 yards away. Item 4, a large contingent of dope dealers had somewhat overestimated the size of the crowd and were now conducting a mass going out of business sale, and a haze of hashish smoke flavored the mist. When a squad of pathetically disguised undercover drug squad officers made their way through the haze, they were surrounded, publicly ridiculed, and forced to flee. Later in the evening, after a stomping, revival meeting set from Mungo Jerry, the entire cast of hundreds climbed on the stage to take a bow, and the stage slowly and majestically collapsed, finally succumbing to the torque it had endured while being carried 100 yards by straining bogies. After that absolutely nothing was left to say, and I went back to our rented farmhouse to sleep for maybe 12 hours. I was shaken awake with the information that we were under no circumstances to go back to the field. The constabulary had arrived loaded for bear and were making busts right, left and center, while also ripping up Narnia by the roots. They had freaked out a couple of Worthing councillors who had come to inspect the squalor, but had actually been rather charmed and were just taking tea with some hobbits when the coppers crashed in. Don't even think about it. Just get the fuck out of town. It was the best advice I could have been given. Any grand gestures could only result in go directly to jail, and I had no get out of jail free cards. I'd had another of those glimpses of how it could be if the system was subservient to us, rather than us being subservient to the system. Or, on a less grandiose scale, as Hawkwind manager Doug Smith put it, it was exactly what would happen if you let Boss and Mick put on a festival. Twilight of the Gods. All the way from London to Southampton we had worked hard on becoming increasingly intoxicated. Rock and roll class action couldn't have been further from our minds. As far as the IT crew was concerned, the necessary subversion had already taken place and we were on holiday. By the time we drove aboard the ferry to the Isle of Wight we were roaring, but not so drunk that we didn't square away the needs of narcotic security before disembarkation. This was fortunate, because almost as soon as the wheels of the truck touched dry land, the drug squad took us apart. They turned us upside down, inside out, and sideways, but they never found the dope. Our elation at having bested the law lasted all the way to the festival site, the unrecognizable Worthy Farm, but our first sight of the chaos was enough to slow us down. We arrived in gathering twilight in a place of complete confusion. People and vehicles milled about and, as the country darkness grew more total, no overall impression of the place was possible, except the tiny pinpoints of campfires that went on and on. At Fun City we'd been big on lights, but of course Fun City was less than 1/20th of the size. This festival's night was dark shadows, and a certain thrill of fear. I've always imagined the chaos of the prelude to a battle as being similar, the night before Waterloo, Agincourt, or Marathon, or perhaps that was merely my own mindset. The blanket-swathed hippies could easily have carried pikes or muskets. We were, of course, in one sense, entering the compound of the enemy, and I knew that the chaos we were driving into was some of my own doing. What I didn't know was that I'd also get the blame for chaos I hadn't instigated. For a while, certain lace-curtain hippie factions treated me like the most hated man in the counterculture. Run a rock festival, then wreck a rock festival. Examine the phenomena from both sides and test the concept to destruction. It wasn't really like that, but to this day people still refuse to believe otherwise. I wish Carl Jung had lived long enough to take a good look at a rock festival. To put 250,000 or so people in an open field is a logistical nightmare, but psychologically it exceeds the boundaries of conception. The audience at a giant rock fest spends by the far the majority of its time being bored. It is expected to sit on either hard and dusty ground or in a sea of cloying mud, in various types and stages of intoxication, watching roadies break down the equipment of the band that has just played and re-rigging for the next. I'm sure Jung would have noticed that a multitude of this size develops a collective consciousness, sluggish at first, but picking up speed as it adopts a fantasy specific to the event. At Woodstock, the fantasy had been one of striving and prevailing. The person next to you is your sister or your brother. The myth was that united hippiedom could survive storm and stardom. With an almost predictable swing of the pendulum, Altamont had become the great convocation of imagined and symbolic evil under a winter sun, a visitation of angels from hell and sympathizers for the devil, with violence and death perceived as the only possible outcome. The previous Isle of Wight festival, which I hadn't attended, seemed to have pulled through on the lone charisma of Bob Dylan. Now the attitude was rapidly turning into a confrontation between us and them, albeit with a large degree of confusion as to who was us and who was them. When I first became concerned about what might be going on down at the Isle of Wight, I was thinking economy rather than psychology or mass fantasy. At Fun City I'd clearly observed the counterculture's disposable income already reduced almost to nothing, and the average freak so distanced from the macroeconomy that he or she didn't have the pot of proverb in which to piss. I could see the IOW event being close to a death blow. Acting like some giant Hoover, it would suck up every last quid, and recycle only peanuts back into the culture it purported to represent. Promoters Ricky Farr and the Falks brothers were staging an upheaval of money that might push the cash flow of dozens of underground enterprises clear into the toilet. At Fun City we'd given up on the impossible cost of actually collecting the money and made it a free festival. Fiery Creations, the company through which Farr and the Falks were running the event, was plainly on a diametrically opposed course. With a £1 million roster of talent, including The Who, The Doors, Jimi Hendrix, Joni Mitchell, Sly and the Family Stone and Jethro Tull, it was obviously going need to push the cash collection equation to the crest of the curve. I couldn't see how it could so much as break even without the most horrendous security measures, and I couldn't come up with an image of any possible site that didn't look like a prison camp. As it turned out, even my imaginings were completely outstripped by reality. As an IT journalist, Gaz talked the Fiery Creations publicists into letting a group of us take a tour of the site, about 10 days before the bank holiday weekend when the 5-day fest was scheduled. We recruited Pete Curry and the Mercedes staff car yet again and headed down to see what was what. As we drove into Worthy Farm, we could plainly see that Fiery Creations were protecting their box office with every security device short of a minefield, and appeared to be deploying the ambience of the East German frontier. Double walls of scaffolding and corrugated iron, with what looked uncomfortably like a free fire zone between them, were patrolled by security men in shabby, badgeless, ill-fitting coppers' uniforms, accompanied by equally ill-trained and tense-looking Alsatian dogs. To make matters worse, the area in front of the stage, the main viewing arena, had recently been undercrop and was a mess of broken earth and hard spiky stubble, which would be turned into a swamp by even a minor shower. Dearie me, thought Edward, Pete, Gaz, and I quite independently of each other, this is really not on. As we strolled around the festival under construction, it also appeared that all available capital had gone into these formidable defenses, and that nothing had been allotted to peripheral diversions. Where was the helter-skelter from the Technicolor dream, the inflatable domes, the counterculture sideshows, or any of the other fun of the fair stuff that could transform the event from Dachau with bands into a mighty gathering of the tribes. Before we'd left London, Gaz had done a bit of checking. The franchise fees for catering and the other sales operations were quite high enough to exclude all the small-time merchants who wanted to sell electric yo-yos, solar-powered beanie hats or bootleg Bob Dylan records. Commercial overkill was being taken to mammoth proportions. Something needs to be done, we resolved. At that point we spotted the hill. As far as we could tell on first observation, the whole enclosed festival site was overlooked by the shallow side of a massive grassy escarpment with the Solent lurking behind it. Nonchalantly, and not wanting to appear overly interested, I hailed a passing guard. "That hill, is it part of the site?" The guard shook his head. "No, and it's going to be a right fucking headache." "It is. We're supposed to keep it free of gatecrashers. I think they call it the defining moment." I stared at the guard and his human and canine colleagues, their bits and pieces of ill-matched uniforms, and found that they suddenly and forcibly reminded me of the Black and Tans, the paramilitary bastards who had brutally stuck it to the Irish in the bloody aftermath of the 1916 uprising. Once the image had presented itself, I couldn't shake it loose. This IOW bash was going to be a black hole of decidedly negative energy, and it was time to salvage whatever we could before we were buried under overpriced hot dogs. This is a job for the White Panther Party. At the time, the British White Panther Party was a very secret society. The primary secret being that it didn't exist at all. Driving back, Edward, Gaz, Pete and I agreed that we could only call it as we saw it. We'd seen the IOW under construction, and it wasn't good. We needed to put the word out, but at the same time we weren't completely and suicidally altruistic. If we were going to put the fiery creation's feet to their own fire, and wring some humanizing concessions from them, we'd be daft to use IT as a spearhead. We needed some generic organization that could appear out of nowhere and then vanish again. The organizational equivalent of Zorro, the Masked Avenger. This is definitely a job for the White Panther Party. Accordingly we photocopied a few thousand copies of a single sheet leaflet and put it out on the usual underground networks. For a first attempt, I thought the Red Guard, Newspeak prose style was suitably streamlined. White Panther Ministry of Information. Bulletin on the Isle of Wight Festival. The Isle of Wight Festival is an obvious example of capitalist interests seeking to exploit the energy of the people's music. They have erected 10-foot double corrugated iron fences around the main arena and manned it with dogs and guards to enforce this exploitation. The festival site has weaknesses. A. The fencing would not withstand a well-organized attack by the people. B. The arena is overlooked by a large hill from which the bands can be seen in comfort and for free. The Panthers, together with the Pink Fairies and other groups, will be running a free festival on land adjoining the official site. It will attempt to provide information, free music, and free food. Take part. Power to the people. We also called Jolie, the badge man, and distinctive white-on-purple White Panther Party badges were on Portobello and moving outward within a matter of hours. Although I didn't know it at the time, Jungian psychology was coming into play. Even before the festival started, I had seemingly kindled the sparks of a collective fantasy, anticipating a mood whose time had come, and I'd also projected it into an area devoid of too much other Jungian magic. Not a great deal of magic is derived from the unilateral ambition to make a lot of money, for the romance of a fiscal killing is monochrome and very limited. Even the faux flamboyance of a faux revolution will outshine it like a rainbow every time. Of course, it wasn't just us. Anarchists in Paris, provos in Holland, God knows what in West Berlin, and probably malcontents all the way from Stockholm to Tangier, not to mention a couple of 100,000 domestic boggies, bikers, acid heads, university students, rock fans and pop kids, plus half the dealers in Europe, were planning to converge on what was now building to be the last of the truly enormous rock festivals. And the huge gathering would attract, both on and off stage, a great many individuals with fuses ready to blow. Ricky Farr soused out who was behind the White Panther Party in less than 12 hours and was on the phone to me at IT. At first he threatened, then he attempted to convince me that he was part of the revolution, too. He seemed most concerned that I'd revealed that one could see from the hill for free, as though a bloody great hill was something that could be kept a secret. Finally he demanded to know what we wanted. Basically all I could tell him was to let in the counterculture, provide facilities for the macrobiotic caterers, the underground service organizations, the underground press, theater groups, street performers, and give the local street bands a stage on the campsite. Ricky defended his participation in the community. Release is already putting in a bad trip's tent. Release always puts in a bad trip's tent. I was thinking more of the proactive, rather than the reactive. Ricky wanted to know what he'd be getting in return if he waxed proactive. My answer was not what he wanted to hear. You'll be getting a very much more enjoyable and manageable festival. He seemed to think we were still negotiating. If he agreed to my demands, I'd essentially call off the troops. Right? That was where the philosophical chasm suddenly yawned. All I had was a few leaflets and some badges. Everything else was an illusion. No troops to call off, and no control or even influence over the crowds who were already setting up camp on the hill. No one was leading the charge, but no one could sound the retreat, either. In no way could Ricky embrace the lesson I'd learned at Fun City. Appear to give them what they want, because if you don't, they will take it anyway. A few concessions were made, but on the Wednesday night Fiery Creations made their fatal tactical blunder. With what must have been the tacit approval of the local police, they sent in their black and tans to clear the hill. They attempted to rout the hippies with dogs and batons, but the hippies weren't about to go. The black and tans skirmished with Brit bikers and 68 riot-hardened Parisians, plus a lot of youth who'd been pushed around just too often. The die was cast and grudges were set. From there it went off on its own parabola of confusion, chaos, violence, and disorder. French anarchists, British trots and Hell's Angels had a whale of a time pulling down sections of fence and mixing it up with the BNTS, while I mediated dozens of pointless arguments between opposing factions of troublemakers, alternately calming them down and winding them up as the increasingly deranged humor took hold. I'd stumble into the FREEK press tent, which stank of sex, sweat and patchouli, and where Richard Neville was playing newsman with a Gestetner machine, and dictate hideously grandiose, Red Guard communiques, royally pissing off Richard with Dadaist radical shtick way beyond his Australian sense of humor. I recall the ticket-holding punters being quite upset when the rebels got in for free, and I remember walking slowly down the Desolation Row encampment, reflecting on its post-nuclear refugee squalor. So Small earned everyone's admiration by inventing an exchange system for backstage passes, because the backstage bar was the only place one could get an acceptable cocktail. Unfortunately I had constantly to dodge Ricky Farr whenever I dropped in for a quick gin and tonic. As we foraged away from the site for whiskey, cigarettes and other essentials, the locals bad-vibed us like a loathsome army of occupation as we roared around in Pete Kay's Jeep. The Who were magnificent. Jim Morrison looked desperate. Sly Stone blew the roof off the sky. And Jimmy was disturbing, like a man on a mission but without a map. As the situation worsened, Charlie Murray thought it was the end of the dream and maybe the end of the world. Young liberals took over direct negotiations with Fiery Creations. A crew of trots running the food refrigeration trucks threatened to shut down the freezers unless retail food prices came down. The Angels seemed to be conducting an internal purge. Things burned. Smoke markers normally used by yachtsmen were regularly being detonated, creating thick billows of multicolored smoke. A flare hit the stage while Hendrix was playing and set fire to the canopy. I was blamed. I didn't bother to explain that any freak could buy flares and smoke markers at any of the dozens of marine chandlers on the island. The organizers appealed for peace, love, and good vibes, and even sent Joni Mitchell out to do their dirty work for them, calling for docile passivity from those who were no longer either stardust or golden. I'm recorded as responding, rocks becoming an opiate designed to create docile consumers. Even Richard Neville, who, I was coming to suspect, really didn't like me at all, had to grudgingly admit that I was not only right on, but right. My most vivid memory came sometime on Sunday afternoon when I stepped through an iron fence that was twisted into a tortured sculpture. Ricky was on the stage, barking crazy and abusing the crowd for having thrown beer cans at the local vicar. A hot dog stand was burning and part of the stage was also charred from the flare of the previous night. Helicopters circled overhead, while at ground level blanket-wrapped figures, and others in togas of plastic sheeting, wandered around aimlessly. I was looking at a Class 1 rock apocalypse, and filing away the visuals. Mad Max had arrived a decade before they ever made the movie. And I wasn't the only one taking pleasure in all of this. As far as I could tell, everyone, each in his or her own perverse way, had a jolly good time. Wasn't it a little silly to be mourning some burst balloons? Another party was over, and yes, maybe a certain part of the 60s was over, too. Lou Reed was starting to make a lot of sense. What costume would we wear for all tomorrow's parties? Chapter 8. Screwing causes clap. The moment was one of inspiration and giant letraset. For a number of weeks the first statistical proof that cigarette smoking causes lung cancer had been made public, as if anyone but a few self-hypnotized admen had entertained any doubts in the first place. A phony media furor dragged on, while the medical profession stated the obvious and the tobacco industry blew smoke. I think Steve Abrams suggested in the Times that maybe marijuana should be substituted for tobacco, but was largely ignored. A parody of the whole spurious debate seemed in order, and almost like automatic spirit writing, the huge headline stared back at me from the camera-ready art for the front page. Screwing causes clap. Official. In 2-inch sans serif type, just like the New York Post or the old Brooklyn Eagle, it stated the crudely obvious as though it was the bombing of Pearl Harbor. I had always admired the worst kind of banner tabloid, at times to the point of fetish, and it was one of the games Edward and I agreed we'd play directly I took over the running of IT again. I can't pretend that moving back to IT wasn't inevitable. At the risk of sounding coldly Darwinian, I was on the loose, I knew how to do the job, I had some things I wanted to try and the old guard were close to burned out. I also can't pretend that my assuming control was exactly a smooth and rationally conducted transfer of power, or that it was achieved without major personality clashes and some legal sleight of hand. A couple of major rows did blow up, as Chris Rowley recounts. Mickey went in there and fought with Dave Hall. This was serious baboon stuff. He turns up and starts yelling at Dave that Dave had to go. He just couldn't do this. This was corruption and this was the nadir of it all. They yelled and had fights and tantrums and threw things, and eventually Dave got up and left, the old buck had been pushed to one side. Now at this stage Mickey was in his prime. He had a deadly rap, he'd get hold of this liberal, some hapless reporter from The Guardian or The Observer, and just start on them. Start soft and gentle and then gradually build up to this cascading crescendo of vehemence. I guess you can't always do the right thing and come out smelling like Mary Poppins. As both a salve to my conscience and an extra motivation, I had another and more altruistic motive for moving in on IT. If it hadn't been me, it might well have been Richard Neville. The grapevine had informed me that, not content with being the recognized editor and publisher of Oz, he was now dallying with the fantasy of carving out an underground media empire. Aside from the maxim we would learn in the 80s, beware of Australians with publishing empires, I had always found Richard extremely contradictory. I couldn't do otherwise than admire the courage he exhibited when the Skookids Oz bust came along. I freely admit that I would never have had either the style or the balls to show up at a court hearing in a gym slip. But even with this degree of respect, I could never figure out his real motives. The first issues of Oz were little more than sophomoric Kangaroo Valley versions of Private Eye, with a decidedly anti-freak bent. I can fully accept that Richard may have had his psychedelic road to Damascus, but after the world in which the original Oz apparently desired to function, that of Private Eye and the New Statesman, closed ranks against it, I always wondered if his sudden conversion to the hipster cause contained some element of following a market trend. A part of him gave the impression that he would have been perfectly happy with a TV talk show, like a velvet and less bestial Clive James. He affected the pose of the languid faux Oxbridge wit, yet also worked in harness with Felix Dennis, who had all the finesse and room-devouring energy of Tasmanian Devil from the Bugs Bunny cartoons. In retrospect, I have to wonder if Felix really didn't get the credit he was due for the courage and innovation at Oz. As many have learned to their cost, it's a cardinal mistake ever to dismiss Felix Dennis as nothing more than a money maker. I probably wouldn't be discussing Neville if I hadn't been hearing from Australia that he's been recanting for more than a decade now, and if I hadn't been so irritated by his 1995 memoir of the 60s, Hippie Hippie Shake. In his lamentable book Richard pictures me as a thug with hopeless pretensions. At the same time he exhibits a deeply bizarre fascination with my footwear. I suppose I should have had an inkling of this one night in the early 70s when he and his girlfriend Louise Ferrier came to dinner with Ingrid and me. He lingered over shelves of books that included Che, Mao, Fanon, and Debray along with Robert Heinlein, Iceberg Slim and Marshall McLuhan. Have you read all these? The question was fatuous. What was my response supposed to be? No, Richard, I just ran out and bought them to impress you with my radical chic. Hippie Hippie Shake was silly, but I'd liked Richard and I always assumed he'd at least had a degree of respect for me. After discovering otherwise, I called Chris Rowley, who knew us both equally well. Have you read this book of Neville's? Chris laughed. Yes. What the fuck? Forget about it? He resented you. You were the real thing. I sighed and shrugged, but after decades I was reminded of my trepidation at the idea of Richard being in control of both IT and Oz. Mercifully I also heard that Felix quickly vetoed the scheme, not only convincing Richard it would just mean more debts and hungry printers to feed, but reminding him he was a lazy son of a bitch when it came down to the routine grind. Oz might be able to meander out when it was good and ready, but IT was a bi-weekly newspaper. It came out on time, and was dependent on its dateline. At the time Edward and I went into gross tabloid mode, we were aware that Neville shared our enthusiasm for 144-point bold headlines. Australia, even more than the USA, is the spiritual home of the shrieking press. By going down that route we could not only get our graphic rocks off, but rub his nose in it at the same time. And, for the first time ever, IT had to survive completely on its own merits. No UFO Club or Nigel Samuel to subsidize it anymore, and the laundering of herb money was a thing of the past. Without the gay ads, revenues had dropped and the circulation figures had fallen. With Friends, Rolling Stone, Gay News, and a growing number of monthly hippie rock mags coming onto the market, the competition for advertising was more intense than it had ever been. I'd also happily agreed that we'd drop the haphazard What's Happening section, which no one liked compiling or designing, so that Tony Elliott could get his London listings magazine Time Out underway. That left us without even a service function in the capital city. We had no intention of abandoning the bedrock principles of agitation and aggression, but the fact was that we had to break even or die. We had to work according to a page budget dictated by advertising, and profile a target reader. As it turned out, the target reader was primarily male, an upmarket bogey with a disgruntled anger, a healthy dose of paranoia, a juvenile delinquent obsession with sex, drugs, rock and roll, comic books, and a tolerance for up-against-the-wall motherfucker polemics. This long-haired demographic was as much justification as Edward and I needed to conduct our first tabloid experiments. And it wasn't just a matter of large and loud schoolboy jape headlines. We balanced the features with a great deal of short, easy-read items in a form that greatly resembled the format USA Today believes it pioneered. Without fail, we ran a full 2-page comic section, just like in the New York Daily News. The old guard at IT had sporadically published Gilbert Shelton's Furry Freak Brothers, but the readers within our sites wanted the strip every week, complete with Fat Freddy's cat, easily found in every issue, and no excuses. We even had the equivalent of sports pages in our recreational drug coverage. As far as features went, we flung a wide net over the popular preoccupations. We covered animal rights and alchemy, the environment and assassination theories, mysticism and Marxism, mass murder and the atrocities of the Central Intelligence Agency. Heaven knows we had enough to write about. Nixon's new drug war, Henry Kissinger's geopolitics, the Manson family trial, the overthrow of Salvador Allende, the deteriorating situation in Iran and the heroin it brought with it, civil war in Belfast and Derry, John Lennon's green card, the extermination of the Black Panthers and the suicidal tendencies of the Weather Underground were all consistently reported. We sought the thoughts of Pete Townsend, Allen Ginsberg, Bobby Seale, and guys doing 30 years in a Turkish jail. The perennial William Burroughs clued us in on the alien conspiracy long before the majestic 12 documents were found, and, since Monty Python was now among us, all was presented with a noticeable sense of the absurd. Newspaper production is a tactile experience. You break open the first bundle of papers and pull out copies of a new issue, ink comes off on your hands as you flick through the pages. No matter the politics, in that moment every publisher is Charles Foster Kane. It may end up lining a rubbish bin, but a new edition of a paper is a tangible object, a new creation, words, images, and ideas given physical solidity. We had set up a new corporate structure and even moved offices to a second and third floor above a Pakistani fabric shop right in the heart of Soho's Barrack Street Market, with no fewer than 5 pubs in a 100-yard radius. The Screwing Causes Clap headline, which was one of our first, and maybe our finest, pieces of tabloid dumb insolence, also proved that, in a weird way, we were in the business of street theater. On publication day that cover was visible over and over again, thousands of times, on newsstands and in paper shops, in head shops and hippie emporia all over the country. Just to take a cab down Oxford Street was to see the headline, like an impish brandished fist, a dozen or more times. I must also give special credit to the London news vendors for putting it on display as usual, between Exchange and Mart and the Sporting Life, and not far from the New Musical Express and Melody Maker. What's more, it moved like a motherfucker. The carriage trade just couldn't resist its sheer stupidity, and picked up a copy as a gag along with the Evening Standard. For the 2 weeks the issue was on sale I couldn't have been happier. Compared with the hectic times preceding them, the 3 years in the early 70s that I spent at IT settled into an intense but manageable routine. To put it bluntly, Edward and I lounged around for 1 week, annoying the daytime staff, making phone calls, having meetings, taking care of business, thinking a lot and frequently going down the pub. As the second week began, we girded ourselves to put a paper together and pretty much did that between the Tuesday and the Friday, with maybe 1 break for sleep. It took between 50 and 60 hours to put an issue of IT together, and amphetamines and alcohol once more came into play. Paul Lewis, the editor, would sit down on the first floor, sorting and marking up copy, while up in the second floor art room Caroline McKechnie and Shirley Divers hammered raw print, ready for pasting, from a pair of IBM typesetting machines. Edward and I were the conclusion of the process. Smelling of beer and cow gum, we actually laid out the finished artwork, while Gus shuttled from floor to floor, keeping the printer apprised of our progress and running out for sandwiches, fish and chips and Chinese takeaways. This Ford-like production line was considerably humanized by the people who dropped in. Some, like photographers and freelance illustrators, knew they had a better chance of getting their work published if they could hand something to either Edward or me that was instantly suitable to fill a space. Cartoons and line drawings might be executed right on the spot. Each visitation provided the excuse to stop work, roll a joint and, if the visitor was a special favorite, like George Snow, who brought us his pre-computer graphics, or Joe Captain Snap Stevens, who was our virtual house photographer when not getting himself thrown into jail while doing a friend's photo essay on the provisional IRA, we'd even stop work and head for the pub. Not all the visitors to the IT offices were so benign. An underground newspaper is a magnet for all varieties of hustlers, psychos, panhandlers, seekers after truth, undercover policemen and extreme theorists who'd stopped taking the Thorazine. The panhandlers were no problem. We only handed out cash to a couple of indigenous, old-time Soho drunks. The hippie beggars could have a bunch of papers on credit and go out and sell them, but we didn't have any bread to hand out, man. Among the real malcontents, we developed quite a reputation for throwing people down the steep flight of stairs that led to Barrack Street. Sadly, we couldn't eject all the delegations from underground special interests from whom we regularly took flack. We had to sit and hear them out, as when we ran a cartoon satire about Bob Dylan's lust for fame, and John Wilcox, the father of the underground press, denounced us as anti-Semitic. On another occasion the radical feminists, a gang of angry, unshaven drag queens in clown makeup and heels, decided we were homophobic, trashed the art room and tore down our poster of a naked young woman on a Harley, a gift from Crazy Charlie of the Hells Angels. They also stole a prized item that was known as the Pig Book, a collection of photographs of a Danish performance artist who copulated with pigs. Never rivaled in her field, she totally eclipsed Karen Findlay, the New York performance artist who courted fame by introducing assorted fruit and veg into various bodily orifices, and we mourned its loss. When overly distressed or beleaguered, we would threaten to flame out in kamikaze splendor by printing a double-spread excerpt from the Pig Book, but now our ultimate weapon was gone. When Edward and I unearthed a cache of early 60s, U.S. trailer trash girly mags, and Irving Klaw-style absurdist bondage pictures, and started scattering them liberally through the paper, we innocently believed it would be treated as post-Warhol pop art. I know now that we were catching the same bus as Vivienne Westwood and Susie Sue, but we'd hopped on a couple of stops early. The full assault of the Attitude Squad descended on us, proclaiming us the worst counter-revolutionary, sexist thought criminals this side of Russ Meyer. We were lectured for hours by women who'd later bond with the Angry Brigade, but, in just 4 years, the same images would be emblazoned on the sweaty t-shirts in the Roxy in London and CBGB's in New York. Almost as soon as we stopped placating our enemies on the left, we'd get hit from the other side by the police, most notably in the case of Nasty Tales. Gaz, Edward, and I had cooked up the idea of the comic book Nasty Tales as a master plan to ease our finances. Our grand money-making scheme was to put out a regular anthology of the top underground comics, both US and domestic. Nasty Tales would feature Robert Crumb, Gilbert Sheldon, Greg Irons, Spain Rodriguez, and Rick Griffin, along with our own Chris Welch, Brian Boland, and Edward, in the proper DC/Marvel format of a glossy color cover and newsprint interior. It was an innocent little earner and, apart from the need to find top-flight material, should have all but run itself. It was a project that Edward and I could put together at our leisure and, like Oz, publish when we were good and ready. Instead, a completely unexpected criminal prosecution fell on us out of a cloudless Hiroshima sky, and the nagging possibility of jail time became a resident mental background clutter for the next 2 years. Harry Palmer with a warrant. No one wanted to be the first to mention the eerie feeling that Sunday night. It was somehow too strong to be comfortably discussed. If no one else shared it, I might be losing my mind again, and if that was the case, I'd rather keep it quiet for as long as possible, thank you very much. That boss was not only looking remote and preoccupied, but was quietly tidying away drugs into their hiding places and generally securing his room, caused me to break the as yet unspoken code of silence. Not wanting to alarm Ingrid, who was reading a book and seemingly unaware of any portents, I waylaid boss on the stairs to the kitchen in the split-level flat. This may sound weird. You don't have to say it. Are we nuts, or what? At approximately 6:45 the next morning the special branch walked in. Neither grim and judgmental like the obscene publications boys, nor spivish, like the Jack the Lad drug squad. These were men of the hardest aura, and visibly carried 9mm Remingtons under their Crombie overcoats. The heavy mob. Remember a long-gone TV show called Callan that starred Edward Woodward? Or Michael Caine as Harry Palmer? These guys coming through our door were cut from the same cloth, only they were the real thing. As trouble went, we'd hit the big time, and it was not an occasion for humor. Just look as frightened as you actually are. I suspect what Boss and I had credited to supernatural premonition was really a subconscious awareness that, for some days, our home in Clifton Gardens had been under surveillance. Not only by the Special Branch, but also, we discovered later, by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Narcotics. Our friend the international hashish smuggler had passed through London a few days earlier and spent a couple of nights with us. What he didn't tell us was that he was riding herd on a large shipment of Afghan hash destined for New York City, and what he didn't know was that the deal was blown and federal narcs had been following him halfway from Kabul. Throughout the previous few days, law enforcement agents from two countries had been all but tripping over each other outside the house. The situation at Clifton Gardens had changed slightly. I think Caroline was living at Felix's place, while Boss and Paul Rudolph bunked in her room so that we could all make the rent and thrive in a modicum of style. The Special Branch hit Boss and Rudolph first and then moved on to Ingrid and me. While we sat glumly in separate rooms, they turned the place upside down with great efficiency and minimal mess, but all they came up with was Boss's Chairman Mao button, most of our drugs and reams of mildly subversive literature and documentation. Our understandable first reaction was that we were being raided for drugs, but we very quickly discovered that the warrant was for bomb-making equipment or evidence of a terrorist conspiracy. It was the period when a gang of urban guerrillas calling themselves the Angry Brigade had commenced a Looney Tune terror bombing campaign by leaving an infernal device on the doorstep of Robert Carr, a cabinet minister, and Special Branch were under the misapprehension that we might be them. Clearly disappointed with their haul of non-evidence, they served me with a second warrant for the IT offices. Before they took me away, I needed to piss and a detective came with me and watched. I tentatively asked what would happen next. About what? Well, about the drugs, for one thing. You think we're interested in drugs, son? No, but we wouldn't give those drug squad slags the time of day. With which he handed me the house collection of hash and pills. Flush. I dropped the dope into the bowl and flushed, then we went off to IT in an unmarked car. The production cycle had just finished and the place was a pigsty. Plainly the office was exactly what it claimed to be. A wretched hippie newspaper without a hope in hell of blowing up cabinet ministers. Harry Palmer was again disappointed, and he and his mates sat me down. The Angry Brigade? I honestly don't have a clue. It was the truth, and I think Harry Palmer realized it. My instincts told me that the group doing the bombing was very isolated and out there, probably a political commune gone Manson family, but in a reptilian, Bader-Meinhof manner. Out on the mutant fringes of the counterculture, craziness was close to endemic. One thing I knew for sure, however, was that it had nothing to do with any of the old lags in my life. A few degrees of separation lay between us and the authors of these explosions. All we knew was that their communiques had been left anonymously in the downstairs hallway at IT, just inside the street door. As Steve Mann would point out, when he was picked up a couple of days later, the likes of us were too stoned and disorganized to be blowing up the homes of cabinet ministers. Disrupting the David Frost show had been about our speed. Unfortunately, Special Branch was pretty much as clueless as we were, and they had to start somewhere. Personally, I found the Angry Brigade a total pain in the arse. I suppose they had as much of an effect on the early 70s as a marginally significant rock album, but it was an album I didn't like. I was also puzzled by their long-term strategy. Did they have a 5-year plan? Would they escalate to bigger and bigger explosions, and then take to the Scottish Highlands and fight a guerrilla war with the SAS? Their wildest dream could only be a 5-minute workers' uprising, and, After it was ruthlessly crushed, fascism would get its 3 wishes, and start building the camps. After the brigade's first detonation, my friends and I found ourselves with the heavy-duty security services of the nation running all over our creaking little alternative society in their size 13s, learning far more than they needed to know. We were virtually compelled to offer the angries a public right-on, as long as no one was actually dead, but my private and heartfelt wish was that they'd either blow themselves up or give themselves up. If these morons actually did kill someone, all hell was going to break loose and workers would be lynching hippies while onlookers cheered. How they eventually gave themselves away and went to jail has been told many times. I recount this segment only because, mercifully, one didn't have special branch swarming over one's flat every day of the week, even in the early 70s. Mists of Avalon. 2 thick-set, burly, roadie-like long hairs stood beneath the pyramid stage looking at a length of thick steel chain. One end was wrapped around a pointed iron stake, while the other was attached to a horizontal scaffolding pole at the very center of the base of the pyramid stage. One of the long hairs was holding a formidable sledgehammer and clearly intended to drive the spike into the ground, like he was electrically earthing the large, complex structure. The other seemed intent on stopping him. I'm telling you, man. You disrupt the ley line, and you could split the fucking planet in half. The one with the hammer shook his head. Not a chance. The stage at Glastonbury Fair was a work of grandeur, a massive and precisely formed pyramid, constructed from scaffolding and transparent plastic sheeting that glowed silver in the night, from interior batteries of lights. It had been built according to the most sophisticated architectural plans, and some hoped it could be seen from space. I never knew if these 2 mystic yeomen were part of the master plan, or just independent theorists adding what they supposed was an extra cosmic boost to the already energized mix. The one without the hammer was having serious second thoughts. You shouldn't risk it, man. I mean, the one with the hammer was probably a Taurus. I've done my calculations. You're taking some fucking risk, man. It'll complete a circuit connecting the power of the sounds with the power of the earth. And suppose you're wrong? Suppose you fucked up the cosines or something. Hammer was exasperated. These are ley lines, man. Not fucking long division. No, Hammer wasn't convinced. I don't know. Hammer hefted his sledge. You don't trust me? No, Hammer backed off a little. No, man, I didn't say that. Well, I still don't know. Hammer positioned the stake. No, Hammer continued to look distraught, but his innate passivity prevented him from actually doing anything. The hammer swung and I must confess that for an instant I held my breath. It struck, and the head of the stake was 8 inches lower. The hammer swung again and the stake went deeper into the ground. No cataclysm occurred, and both men looked extremely relieved. No, Hammer made a drawn-out deflating sound of some profundity. Schiayayain. Hammer was a little more cocky than he really needed to be. You should have trusted me, man. No, Hammer shook his head. I still think you're fucking lucky. Hammer became at least a little defensive. I knew what I was doing. No, Hammer saw his chance to wax portentous. There are powers down there we can't even imagine. The exchange was a dumbly weird, psychedelic echo of the conversation Robert Oppenheimer reportedly had with his colleagues on the Manhattan Project. Just prior to the test of the very first atomic bomb, the fear had been expressed that the bomb might trigger a nitrogen chain reaction and entirely burn off the Earth's atmosphere. Although I don't equate the crude paranormal engineering of Hammer and No Hammer with the technology behind the A-bomb, it was interesting to watch someone go ahead with an action even after the suggestion had been made that it might destroy the planet. Scenes like I'd just witnessed were due in no small part to the fact that Glastonbury Fair was held on one of the most myth-steeped pieces of geography in all England. The tents, wiki-ups, crawls, hooches, and pavilions swept down a grassy incline to the unbelievable pyramid stage, beyond which was a view of the Vale of Avalon where the 6th century wizards of paganism made their last stand in the face of the drably determined monks of Christianity. This was Merlin's turf. The great earthwork of Glastonbury Tor reared up less than a mile away, the towering and ancient man-made pyramid with its allegedly psychotropic spiral path to the summit, and the bizarre Christian chapel perched on the top, clear indication of how the monks feared the power of that mound, be it the burial place of Arthur or a landing marker for mother ships. The first night of the festival, when the underground press convoy arrived in its truck and Land Rover, Camelot was drenched by torrential rain, but by morning the skies had cleared for a full week of uninterrupted sunshine. We had churned up enough mud, however, trying to drive through the site and pitch tents in the downpour that, come the sun, everything was covered in a layer of red dust, which made it all too easy to imagine oneself in a very benign spaghetti western, or maybe one of the more relaxed and amusing bits of the Third Crusade. The combined underground press had a large military tent with a Soviet naval flag flying above it. Our next-door neighbors were Hawkwind, in a massive teepee of psychedelic tarpaulin supported on a conical cluster of scaffolding poles. Our crew, which included the pink fairies and other wastrels of the parish, drank, drugged, made music and fell where we lay. We ate custard pies from the bakers in the village. We took LSD from strangers and swilled it down with the local scrumpy which had the taste and potency of gasoline and crushed apples. I became an absolute obsessive about building fires at night. After sundown, to have the biggest and most roaring orange blaze in your section of the landscape was akin to declaring that the pub was open. Strange hippies appeared out of the darkness offering up what they had to the circle around the fire, rum, kif, magic mushrooms or an opium pipe. We might as well have been in the 6th or even the 26th century as we told tall travelers tales of intoxication, of outwitting the law, of the lights in the sky, lost continents, the lies of governments, collective triumphs and personal moments of gross stupidity, while the music of past, present and future roared from the pyramid stage. On that same stage Hawkwind hammered out their legend, and David Bowie, in a dress and still with his Veronica Lake hairstyle, played a magical set in the dawn. And we all got along so fucking well, the elves and the Blade Runners, the druids and the gunslingers, the earth goddesses and the suspected aliens. No one to shock and nothing with which to shock them. The only flurry of authoritarianism came when an eco-attitude squad descended on us, wanting to know where we were finding all our firewood. They feared we were hacking down trees and burning them. Mac, John Manley and I, the trio of fire panthers responsible for all this pagan flame and jollity, responded irately. Had we not driven all the way to a local sawmill in the mighty Land Rover and filled it with a few hundredweight of offcuts and trim? And we would probably do the same again on the morrow. Regretfully, the Glastonbury Fair constituted a last meeting of many tribes, a final potlatch before we all took our separate paths into a future few of us believed would be anything but inescapably darker. It was symbolic that we should come to this place, this land of our once and future king. I really hoped Hammer had tapped us into the power of the Lees, because, whether you believed in the myths of Avalon or not, we'd soon need all the help we could get. Our own hard times kicked in faster than I'd imagined. We were still at Glastonbury, communing with the tribes, when we learned we'd been busted. A messenger came hot food from the farmhouse to tell Edward, Giz, and me that Joy, who had no empathy for fields and was holding the fort in London, had phoned from the IT office. The Metropolitan Police Obscene Publications Squad had visited with a warrant and seized all the copies of nasty tales they could find. Our first response was to break camp and hightail it to London, but Joy made clear the pointlessness of rushing back like headless chickens. It was unlikely we'd be charged with anything for at least a month, so we might as well stay and enjoy ourselves while the Director of Public Prosecutions considered our fate. We did our best, but in the time left to us in Camelot, we switched from psychedelics to the local cider and firewater whiskey purchased in the villages of men. A nasty ball. Each of the pink fairies arrived bearing the head of a dead pig on a pole. Although we assumed they had obtained them from a pork butcher rather than mounting their own hog hunt, It set the tone. Lord of the Flies meets Monster Mash. The preparations for a legal engagement, particularly one that might cost us our freedom, took some diverse forms. To hold a series of what we called nasty balls was one of the more obvious and enjoyable ideas. We needed to raise money, and organizing a string of fairly outrageous parties took our minds off our troubles. I was reading everything I could get my hands on about obscenity, jurisprudence, and erotica, and I needed a break. We had found a down-on-its-luck disco called Bumpers in Piccadilly, on the site of what had once been a Lion's Corner house, and the owner offered us a very tempting deal for an evening's event. One factor that especially endeared itself to Edward and me was a central plexiglass DJ booth that lit up and flashed like a flying saucer going into warp drive. Cool, we muttered as the owner turned it on for a demonstration. And just to prove that wonders sometimes did never cease, the place also had a late-night liquor license. We had finally caught ourselves a break, and it was about time. Matters had not been going well up to that point. Not only had the Director of Public Prosecutions brought charges against Nasty Tales, and its editors and publishers, but, in a 10-minute hearing, a magistrate rubber-stamped them and we'd been committed for trial. We were also discovering that the earlier Oz obscenity circus was a hard act to follow. The underground and its sympathizers were suffering from prosecution fatigue. Felix, Jim, and Richard had just about done it all, from showing up at Marylebone Magistrates Court dressed as schoolgirls, to proving themselves lucid and eloquent at their trial at the Old Bailey. They had thrown some splendid parties, and John Lennon had cut a benefit single, but, like Mick and Keith before them, they'd been found guilty and freed only after protests ranging from editorials in the quality papers to a free-form demonstration that meandered around the West End, with John and Yoko in the vanguard. The same funfair and day at the races could not be repeated. About the only option open to Nasty Tales was to win. I was pretty damned sure that, if convicted, Edward and I at least would do some time. No editorials, no demos, and definitely no deal. The primary task in front of us was to convince a jury that cartoons of anthropomorphic dogs having sex might not be to their taste, but posed no threat to society. The riff had been played over and over, from Henry Miller to Lenny Bruce, to poor Jim Morrison, who might have been doing time right then, if he hadn't taken the poet's way out and fled to Paris to die. Wasn't it finally time the general public accepted that judicial censorship was a dead issue? Our tales might be nasty, but surely not a crime. My reading of the situation told me that winning was crucial not only to keep us out of durance vile, but also because scoring ourselves a not guilty verdict might actually put an end to this nonsense. If the DPP failed to get a conviction, that might actually act as a deterrent to future busts of the same kind, and those in power would have to use something other than the criminal law as a means to censor print. 4 of us had actually been charged, Edward, Paul Lewis, Joy, and myself as the directors of the parent company, and then Edward and I were double-dipped as the actual editors of the offending publication. Our only fallback, should our fortunes turn ugly, was that Edward and I would attempt to distance ourselves from Joy and Paul and absorb the worst of the heat. If there was to be a rap, Edward and I, as gentlemen, would attempt to take it, but winning always remained the goal. To achieve this, we first avoided all the usual liberal lawyers and went to a well-known criminal law practice, defenders of the craze and other villains, and presented them with our problem. Far from telling us to piss off and not bother them with our hippie nonsense, the senior partners were amused by the challenge. It would be a diversion for some of the younger chaps, a wit-sharpening change from routine fraud, armed robbery, and GBH. We made it clear that we wanted to win, and they agreed that they did, too. When we added that we wanted to win, but we weren't going to grovel merely to stay out of jail, they stayed with us. They pointed out, though, that to use the technicalities of the law in our own defense should not be considered dishonorable, and they reserved the right to dive into any loophole that might present itself. They conceded that, in return for not ideologically tying their hands, I could conduct my own defense, enabling me to rant when I felt the need. Our barristers had defended enough gangsters to know the thin line between the law and show business. Joy, Paul, and Edward had a barrister apiece, plus an extra one representing the company. That gave us 4 barristers and me arrayed against the prosecution. We could but hope. Nasty Tales itself proved to be one of our greatest sources of income, and we put out new issues as fast as Edward and I could commission and gather material. To do otherwise would have been an admission of guilt, and we figured the Dirty Book Squad wouldn't be back until the ongoing case was concluded. Bust us again and our lawyers would be screaming harassment. To our great delight, these new issues sold like hotcakes, I think to pessimistic collectors who wanted copies before they were all consigned to the incinerator. The only compromise, after issue number 2, was the words adults only printed boldly on the cover. The core of the prosecution case was that comics, by definition, are for the young, and thus, once again, we were sinister tot corruptors, only one step from actual molesters. We entered a time of hyperactivity, with that unique energy generated by fear. IT came out, on the deadline, and in our spare time we decided to raise some small debauchery before we found ourselves carted off to the scrubs, or, in Joy's case, Holloway. Hence the nasty balls at bumpers, with the flying saucer DJ booth ready to count down, and booze till 3 a.m. Although this prosecution was part of the running fight that started with the first raid on IT in 1967, it was now being conducted against the background of a city, from its sleazy heart outward, in the throes of profound change. Something hummed, same instrument, but with a new and different note. Hardening times were bringing back decadence, if only as a shelter from the storm. Kurzweil was chic all over again, as was a brief vogue for swing bands played at Dance Mix Volume. The radical femmes were on the loose and still never found time to shave before putting on their makeup. The ladies of the canyons had also pretty much had it with dressing like Chairman Mao, and embraced a Rita Hayworth retro vogue for pearlised metal flakes link, feather boas and rising platforms, the second-hand store version of what, in modernized and mass-produced form, would appear in Kensington Market and the King's Road within about a year. David Bowie, laughing gnome that he was, would start looking like Katharine Hepburn, and where were the spiders from Mars? The spiders were still waiting in the wings when Iggy, Lou Reed, and Bowie were conducting their pre-Ziggy Gavotte, which would yield raw power and transformer. Colored girls were definitely going dupe-de-dupe someplace not too far away. Bowie had formed an alliance with the 2 refugees from the 60s underground who, in his opinion, had the best chances of survival. And I would never in a million years have disagreed with him. At that moment in time, Bowie's sense of wind direction was Darwinian in its accuracy. The early 70s were so philosophically lean that I knew they were ready for cannibal pop messiah take step down the food chain. I received reports from the neofoge labyrinth that seemed to be centered on the Sombrero Club. They came mainly via my friend Gwen, late of the Exploding Galaxy psychedelic dance troupe. After doing some time in the Cook County Jail for a bit of ill-conceived hash-muling into Chicago's O'Hare Airport, Gwen, who had flaming red hair and freckles, but otherwise looked a lot like Sophia Loren on amphetamine, had become what is now known as a lipstick lesbian and, while still dallying with the boys, had formed a fairly violent relationship with a female Swiss stormtrooper whom we nicknamed Madame Charles. She cursed like a stevedore and could be counted on to pursue Gwen publicly across town by phone and furious cab on nights when Gwen's heterosexuality reasserted itself. As if in confirmation of Bowie's confidence, Lou and Iggy had done a killer show at the King's Cross Cinema, at which Lou had looked a little portly in his black velvet, but Iggy stripped to his narcissistic waist in silver leather jeans and did everything for which he was famous, except throwing peanut butter and walking on the crowd. I was gratified that Iggy showed up at the first nasty ball in the same silver jeans, proving that he was doing the ultra-degenerate Morrison trick of wearing them all the time. This is not to say that the other old lags were lagging, hopelessly mired in flower power, or about to make their exits. Hawkwind played at the nasty balls, as did the MC4, singer Rob Tyner having fallen out with his bandmates and winged it back to Motown, but, like I said earlier, the pink fairies showed up with pigs' heads on poles. Such an act would have been unthinkable a couple of years earlier, and even then it was still fairly outrageous. Grinning and grisly, those pigs' heads were definitely a summation of the times and the attitude. Alternative society had given way to a surly fuck you. We'd lost this round of the Cultural Revolution, and losers should expect payback. This new attitude, however, wasn't wholly negative. Aside from the triumvirate of Iggy, Bowie, and Lou, Alice Cooper was among us, and very shortly the New York Dolls would come to town. They were being brought over for an incredibly implausible benefit at Wembley Pool that featured them, the Pink Fairies and the Faces. The Fairies played one of the most god-awful sets of their entire career. Paul Rudolph had left the band to play with Sparks, and Brian Eno and Russell and Sandy were discovering that new guitarist Mick Wayne was not the boy for them. The Dolls set was interesting insofar as bass player Arthur Kane was dressed as a ballerina, but they had very obviously never played to an audience of more than 300 and were lost in front of 13,000 Faces fans in the cavernous and echoing auditorium. The Dolls made a great deal more sense a few days later amid the elitist Art Deco of the Rainbow Room at the top of Biba's new department store on Kensington High Street. On this closer inspection their supposed androgyny, with the possible exception of Arthur, was revealed as a cultivated pose, but they'd learned to cultivate it from the best, Jackie Curtis, Hollywood Lawn, Candy Darling, and all the other legendary denizens of Max's Kansas City. Even though the women of the Angry Brigade had, I believe, at one point plotted to blow up Biba as a gross example of counter-revolutionary consumerism, most of the old underground and the new glitterati turned out to see them. Many were dismissive, discounting the Dolls as nothing more than an absurdist parody of some of the worst aspects of the Rolling Stones, but at Biba they made me very happy. They had clearly returned to the deviance ethic that rock and roll should not be the exclusive preserve of virtuoso players. David Johansen told the old tale. We were very raw, we were into confronting the audience. People who saw the Dolls said, hell, anyone can do this. Basically we were these kids from New York who would spit and fart in public. It was just so obvious what we were doing in rock and roll, we were bringing it back to the street. Backstage with the booze, I discovered the New York Dolls were less of an art school project than either the Deviants or the Stooges. There wasn't a lot of intellectualizing going on when we started the New York Dolls. Dumb was also coming back. I liked that. To say that our humble nasty balls played any part in this process of evolution from the old and strange to the new and strange would be an inaccurate conceit, but they were where I was able to witness it going on, from the supreme vantage point of host and momentary center of attention. We had expected events to be a little out of the ordinary, but the reality was considerably more bizarre than we dared hope. We found ourselves presiding over a disco-lit, near-pagan debauch featuring leftover drag queens from the Roundhouse production of Andy Warhol's Pork Cheek by Jowl with the local Hells Angels, Iggy Pop getting stoned with Wayne Kramer, and Magic Michael, an aggressively bisexual singer-songwriter and possible psychopath, who would perform backed by future pub rockers Brinsley Schwartz, to the amusement of some and the consternation of many. Most of the chemically enhanced from the West End and Ladbroke Grove, not to mention points north and south, turned up both to demonstrate their solidarity and to interface with the first scattering of embryonic glitterites of the new decadence. In Days in the Life Jonathan Green recalls. Buttons is sitting there, legs spread, a dyed blonde head bobbing up and down over his cock. He sees me, grasps this hapless head and drags the girl off his cock. Hey, man, want some of this? Great moments in underground etiquette. Do I join Buttons and this not wholly appetizing mama, or do I reveal my utter wimpishness, not to mention that my girlfriend is standing 10 yards away and staring? Fortunately my savior arrives. William Bloom, the publisher, appears, says he has some cocaine and suggests we vanish into the toilets to consume it. Not everyone was so discreet. As the night wore on, lines were being razored out on tables with no attempt at concealment and joints were openly smoked. Dealers suddenly became magnanimous, and strange women who had spent too long maintaining the cat's cradle equilibrium of coke, vodka, and Mandy's gave up the effort and collapsed in corners. If Edward and I did end the movie on our way to jail, at least we'd conjured up a few shining memories to sustain us. We fought the law and, for once, we won. It was the morning of January 25, 1973, the day when, if everything went according to plan, we would hear the verdict, but the subject under discussion was the Ali/Foreman heavyweight title fight. The Jamaican minicab driver, Edward, and I were of one uniform opinion. George Foreman was a huge pig-ignorant slugger with nothing going for him but brute brawn and a long reach. Ali would blind him with science, finesse, and tactics, and that would be all she wrote. The routine was to ride to court talking about anything but the trial. This major disruption of our life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness intruded on most of the rest of our waking hours, and invaded at least my sleep as anxiety nightmares, so we used the 40 minutes it took to get from Ladbroke Grove to the Old Bailey to sham apparent normality. This particular morning it was more of a pretense than usual. That we wouldn't come home that night loomed large in our fearful imaginations. The previous evening had been a quiet horror of preparation for the worst. In the final weeks before the trial, Edward and I were drinking a lot. The previous night, though, I'd stuck to beer and, while the telly prattled on banal and incongruous, I'd signed a whole bookful of checks for various eventualities. I'd squared away all that could be squared. With preparations for the worst-case scenario complete, Ingrid and I tried for some sleep before the cab came to get us. I recall lying awake as the pendulum swung from anxiety to total fucking unreality that this shit was happening to me. For the duration of the trial we'd traveled to court in a car from the same minicab firm. In a flash of inspiration, Edward had opened an account that wouldn't be presented for payment until after the trial. I found this an old-world criminal fraternity trust that could almost move me to tears when the night and the Jamesons grew late. Everyone in the minicab depot on All Saints Road, from the dispatcher down, knew that we were going to court every day. The minicab world was populated by aspiring quasi-gangsters, and its business methods leaned to the rough and ready. The penalty for non-payment could be a medium duffing over rather than any protracted legal process, and yet, here they were trusting us with credit, when gamblers' logic dictated that we might not be paying them for a couple of years or more. Asking later, when we settled up, yielded nothing. Just a wink and a grin. We knew you'd get off. I still like to think the blind eye credit with the cab company amounted to a potential gift to those who faced being banged up. Go in peace, lads, and be lucky. We bless you with untroubled transportation, and we'll sort it out later. The absolute unreality of getting out of a minicab in front of the Central Criminal Court at the Old Bailey every morning at 9:30, as if I was going to work, with my briefcase stuffed with legal papers like Horace Bloody Rumpole, is actually too extreme to describe. Sartorially we'd gone for Mick Jagger at a business meeting, but we still stood out in the august building's cathedral corridors, like whores in a nunnery. It's the Old Bailey, goddammit. It was real, and I suppose it had to be a kind of career high point. Above us was that dome we'd seen in so many movies, with its dominating golden statue of blind justice. Echoes of the voice of Edgar Lustgarten, and those cheap, second feature scales of justice movies, which used a slowed-down version of the Shadows' Man of Mystery as a theme tune. These were the courtrooms in which the elite of evil had met their fate: Crippen, the Cray twins, John Christie, Neville Heath, George Brides in the Bath Smith, Christopher Craig and Derek Bentley, Lord Haw-Haw, Ruth Ellis, Roger Casement, all the great stranglers, arsonists, poisoners, thieves and embezzlers, the anarchists and IRA men. This was the criminal equivalent of batting at Lord's, or playing the Albert Hall, except that it went on and on. Although fleetingly brief compared with modern American trials, 13 days at the Old Bailey can seem like a way of life. The court itself provided a perfect insight into the bifurcated nature of law and order. In the courtroom all was calm and genteel courtesy, in which, as my own counsel, I was provisionally part of the gentlemen's club. My only disappointment was that we'd drawn one of the courts in the modern extension, streamlined and Euro, and not one of the magnificent older venues that you see in Charles Laughton movies. I could interpose, or object, or, after all my reading, I could even at times offer clarification, as when no one else could remember the details of the Crown v. Acme chewing gum. Atom Horror, which included a series of 50 cards showing black and white photos from Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the bomb. Many were exceedingly grisly and, needless to say, were snatched up by nasty schoolboys right across the country. This was back in the days when the government was very reluctant to let the proles know just how fucking nasty a nuclear attack could be. The DPP, supposedly after the usual complaints from outraged parents, brought the act to bear on Acme. I never did find out if the Acme bubblegum guys were clever pacifists or just sick fucks making a buck. The Old Bailey also had its hidden Morlock side. Beneath the robes, the precedents, the wigs and the watch chains lay the subterranean labyrinth that was the opposite pen on Justice's scale, the grim-tiled dungeon of slops and shouting, of cops and screws, heavy intimidation and substandard TV dinners. We visited it every morning when we surrendered to bail, and each night when bail was continued. I was even banged up in it for 2 unfortunate lunch times while on the stand giving evidence under oath. Doing my best to mind my own business, I found myself the recipient of furtive whispers. John, are you going back to Brixton tonight? An old mod fallen on hard times was talking to me out of the corner of his mouth as we waited for something. Furtively I shook my head. I got bail. Pity, I hoped you'd take something to this mate of mine. Right. I was about to smuggle mysterious somethings into the nick. Up the steps and back into the courtroom charm, but after the labyrinth you know it's only a shell, the mask of institutional brutality. Judge King Hamilton wasn't a bad man, merely a pillar of the establishment at its most established, with a Victorian sense of absolute patrician rectitude. He was perfectly well aware that we were vermin, something of the order of the death watch beetle, gnawing at the very foundations of the venerable constitutional monarchy. Within the confines of his perspective, I had absolutely to agree with him. He knew troublemakers when he saw them. The mutual recognition and dislike were instant. I'm not at all sure that art cannot serve as an instruction to depravity, and to be truthful I don't care. One person's depravity is another's freedom and, beyond the semantics, the judge was fundamentally correct, we were seriously seeking to deprave and corrupt everything he held dear. By the same token, everything King Hamilton held dear was anathema to me. We were joining battle in a war of cultures. A trial is a slow waltz on a single axis. The law specifically required the prosecution to prove that nasty tales intended to deprave and corrupt. Our basic defense was simple. Since all properly conducted scientific studies tended to prove that no graphic representation was in fact capable of depraving or corrupting a mature human, we could not be guilty. We were playing according to their terminology, but our interpretation. The prosecution's position, a considerable fallback since the Lady Chatterley case, and even the Oz trial, was to define a comic as a publication for children, thus we were not dealing with mature minds, but with the unformed and highly impressionable. We countered with the long and noble tradition of adult strip cartoons all the way back to Hogarth and beyond. They responded that they had a 7-year-old in North London who'd purchased a copy of Nasty Tales #1 in the local newsagents and taken it home to his mom. We were not overjoyed by the prospect of mother and child giving evidence, but then, by some bureaucratic fuck-up or police malfeasance, the cops couldn't come up with either. We thought we'd won. One of our barristers attempted to bring the proceedings to a halt. We would submit, my lord, that if the actual complainant, the original accuser, cannot appear, no evidence exists of a crime committed, and there can be no case to answer. We held our breath, but King Hamilton didn't agree and ruled that, since Nasty Tales was on general sale, such a scenario could have occurred and he would continue. Can he do that? In the pub, over scotch and dry sherry, the professionals of the defense team shrugged. It was something to argue at appeal. I didn't want to think about an appeal, but they took the longer view. Once the barristers had taught me not to confuse logic and the law, the combined defense team was formidable. We'd all get a go at each witness, and our hammering of the lead cop on the matter of selective prosecution, and how he would have had to push his way past half the porno stores of darkest Soho, passing everything from pony bondage to Dalmatian fellatio, in order to make the raid on our offices, was a joy to behold. Although porn videos were still a few years in the future, by the early 70s, if you could imagine it, someone in Holland or Denmark had photographed it. The theme of selective prosecution was harped on constantly, in an attempt to ease the jury into wondering why, when the world was so awash with commercial porn, the authorities were picking on a bunch of obviously weird, but well-meaning, hippies. Implications of hidden agendas, social control, and plain, old-fashioned vindictiveness were laid on with a trowel. Although lay ignorant of the law in general, I discovered that I knew a lot more about the actual subject at hand than pretty much anyone else in the courtroom. I'd done more homework. I discovered, however, that I knew almost nothing about juries. I had castigated myself without mercy after feeling I'd completely fucked up my closing speech. I had started with the casual remark that, down in the labyrinth, a prison officer had laughingly remarked how we should have put adults only on the front of the magazine and we wouldn't have been in this mess. King Hamilton took immediate exception. No, 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 we can't have that. The jury will ignore that remark. Please start again, Mr. Farren. Yes, my lord. But he'd blindsided me like a rocket from Krypton, and my mind went blank. As I understood it, for a judge to interrupt a closing speech was almost unheard of, and I stared at the jury in confusion. I'm sorry. Please bear with me for a moment, I have completely lost my train of thought. I believed that I'd completely lost the jury, and essentially torpedoed my own defense. From a faltering start, I strengthened as I went along. One of the defense lawyers had stated that You Might Think Nasty Tales was the least offensive magazine ever to be prosecuted. Another had pointed out that the comic no more encourages drug taking than Andy Capp encourages the consumption of alcohol and wife beating. I could only add a counterpoint to the same refrain. We are all aware that society is burdened with problems. The question is whether these problems can be solved by forbidding the discussion of them. It is my opinion, and the opinion of many of our readers, that the use of marijuana is a matter for the individual, not a matter for the law. Nasty Tales, I think, carries through this ideology. It makes a number of jokes about the failings and weaknesses of soft drug users. They are similar to the kind of joke that has been made about drunkards from time immemorial. We have not presented the glamorous, attractive view of sex, so common in advertising, glamour magazines, or pornography. We have presented sex warts and all. The prosecution has put forward the idea that Nasty Tales supports a plea for disobedience and a lack of respect for law and order. If this is grounds for prosecution, we would find ourselves still in a world where slavery and the hanging of children were common events. It is only the questioning of the current state of authority and the law that can lead to any type of reform. The jokes in Nasty Tales took a robust view of our society. It poked fun at some of the authority, at the hypocrisy, at the failings of many sections of our society. If you, gentlemen, feel this is contrary to the good health of our society, then I suggest you convict myself and my friends. It was only later, when we had a brief chance to speak to a couple of members of the jury, that I found out my initial flounder had actually won sympathy. Up to that point they'd considered me a little too slick, too well prepared, too combative and too clever by half. By stumbling, I'd actually humanized myself. We'd made a similar mistake on an earlier occasion, when, under cross-examination, Edward admitted, if we had discouraged drug taking, it would not have been bought. The admission had come before lunch, and in the pub across the street from the Old Bailey I raged at Edward for making such a dumb and damaging slip. I was so pissed off that my mother, who had come up from Sussex to see her son play the Central Criminal Court, took me to one side and told me that I really shouldn't be so hard on Edward. He wasn't raised by your stepfather. Again, I had completely misjudged the effect on the jury. We discovered that Edward's blurted admission had actually made him seem guilelessly honest, and they'd liked that. The 2 days I was on the witness stand were the closest I came to having real fun. I felt I was finally fighting them, face to face, on their own ground. If the technique was to keep the prosecution, and the judge, who seemed to act as the prosecution's relief hitter, at bay and prevent them scoring points, I figure they were hard-pressed to lay a glove on me. In an obscenity trial where the law is far from being clear-cut, the character who defends himself has something of an advantage. You may not know the law, and are obviously inexperienced in the ways of the courtroom, but you do get to say exactly what you want. Since you cannot ask yourself questions without appearing both absurd and a little demented, you take the stand and give your evidence in the form of a statement/monologue. The only permitted interruptions are by the judge, requests for amplification or clarification on certain points, but in King Hamilton's case these came thick and fast. I got the impression he was quite unable to keep quiet for more than 5 minutes at a stretch. It was his courtroom and he liked to remain center stage at all times. I think I talked for maybe an hour, and then had to brace myself for a lengthy cross-examination by the prosecutor, aided and abetted by the judge, who under the guise of gratuitously assisting me with my defense sought to negate or neutralize as many of my points as he could. The best word to describe the prosecutor was dogged. He had the determination of a bull terrier with its jaw locked. He appeared baffled by the idea that, as a responsible publisher, I should keep abreast of all the scientific studies of the effects of erotica and sexual imagery, and how they confirmed that such material was harmless and maybe even socially beneficial. When one line of questioning failed to get the desired result, he would come at it all over again from another angle, forcing me to repeat my argument until the jury must have known it by heart. I could only assume he hoped I'd break down and reveal a heinous Lex Luthor masterplan of fathomless mass evil. I think Joy had the greatest impact on the jury. The court persona she created made it abundantly clear that she was no mere office manager, or the little woman shut out from the boys' exclusive loop. She presented herself as determinedly idealistic, but at the same time uncharacteristically prim. I don't like the idea of group sex, but it is possible in certain circumstances. She even managed a hint that she didn't absolutely like nasty tales, but vehemently defended our right to publish it. At one point the cross-examination turned to how selling it and nasty tales on the street was a means for runaway kids to survive without turning to crime or prostitution. In a sour and patronizing aside, the judge wondered out loud if Joy might have been better occupied reuniting these people with their parents. Joy retorted irately that it in fact operated a hotline for runaways and their families, and that, since us boys were too busy with our comic books, she actually handled most of the calls. I looked at the jury. King Hamilton had taken the superior sneer a tad too far and Joy had them right in the palm of her hand. Expert witnesses are an almost mandatory interlude in an obscenity trial, but I'm really not sure how much they sway the jury. Lenny Bruce complained about the need for the defense to schlep up dozens of expert witnesses to prove that his work was not obscene. Lenny very rightly contended that it reversed the entire principle of guilty until proven innocent. The onus is placed on the defense to demonstrate clearly that the material in question is innocuous, instead of the prosecution being compelled to show its potential harm. Nevertheless, we followed tradition. We brought in comic book expert George Perry, who gave the court a concise history lesson on satire and sexuality in comic strips. He was supported by George Melly, ever affable in his art critic hat. Professor Bernard Crick, in his capacity as a humanist, vouched for our inner morality. Germain took the stand, to an audible groan from both judge and prosecution, and became embroiled in a lengthy debate with the prosecuting counsel about Alexander Pope, in the course of which she cut him to shreds. It was highly entertaining, but of questionable benefit to our case. The closing defense speeches come last, following the prosecution, and I was the final speaker. All in all, we felt that we had made our case very well up to the point when King Hamilton reached his final summing up. The judge went straight for the jugular, and our hearts descended to our boots. 90% of the time a jury will follow the judge's instructions, should he care to be specific, and, if he was anything, King Hamilton was specific. In this country in peacetime there is no press censorship. The statement was delivered with an expression that seemed to indicate he considered it a very bad idea. The body that decides if anything is obscene is not a censor, but a jury armed with common sense and good taste. The only point at issue, to wit, is whether or not this magazine is obscene. If you find any one item in the magazine obscene, it is sufficient to render the whole magazine obscene. Bear in mind the probability that some of the readers are already corrupted, but it's possible for some to be further corrupted. There are some items liberally sprinkled with 4 letters. What is the effect of them on young children? The motive of the author, artist, or publisher is irrelevant. You cannot get someone to give evidence that they have been corrupted or depraved. In a civilized society there must be a line of conduct below which what is published is regarded as obscene. The position of that line is not fixed by the New Morality Brigade, it is fixed by the public at large. Mr. Farren contends that the magazine has social merit because it makes jokes about serious problems, drugs, pornography, and violence. He says, "I don't have a great deal of faith in the sanctity of marriage. It may have surprised you that anyone could come forward to tell you that anything in this magazine has literary or artistic merit. But the world is full of surprises. In other words, find the scum guilty as quickly as you can, then we can all go home for tea." The jury retired and, having given our word not to leave the precincts of the Old Bailey, we were not confined to the underground cells of the labyrinth, but discovered the little-known Old Bailey bar that, for reasons we never discovered, was not subject to the prevailing licensing laws. As the long afternoon inched on, the drinking grew progressively heavier. We now had nothing to lose, and if the day was going to end in wormwood scrubs, I preferred to know as little as possible about it. When word came that the jury had asked if the judge would be willing to accept a majority verdict, we assumed the worst. One holdout wanted to let us go and 11 had voted for the chop. The majority verdict was a comparatively new innovation in British law, and a few years earlier we would have walked, at least to a new trial, on a hung jury. King Hamilton seemed also to have assumed that the majority verdict was a guilty one. He sent the jurors back for one last token try at unanimity, and then, after an hour, announced that he would go with the decision of the majority. I was less than steady as we climbed the stairs to the dock, and I was swaying when the foreman pronounced us not guilty by a majority of 11-1. The news took a moment to sink in. We'd done it. We'd won. King Hamilton's face was a study in fury. The jury, his jury, had betrayed him. One of our barristers was curtly told that the judge saw no reason why we should be awarded costs, and then King Hamilton stormed from court and all was over. After being in that dock for a subjective eternity, I experienced trouble knowing what to do next. My mind was in a state of exhausted shock. A screw ushered me into the well of the court where Ingrid, who had sat among the lawyers taking notes for the duration, took Edward and me by the arm. Joy was crying. Out in the corridor, well-wishers and the media surrounded us. Felix was shaking me by the hand. People were slapping me on the back and hugging me. Richard Neville congratulated Edward while I talked to reporters. So Small had organized a car and a party. I was floating. Victory is sweet, oh my drugs. Don't let anyone tell you different. Nothing hollow about this one. Solid. Free at last, free at last. We'd won, but in the next few days I had to face the fact that I was exhausted. Mercifully, Roger Hutchinson had come down from Yorkshire to replace Paul Lewis as editor. He was a good lad and could keep it going. I was so creatively and emotionally tapped out that my only viable option was to get as fucked up as possible and see where the tide might wash me. The great nitrous oxide heist. The imagination of Philip K. Dick was hardly needed to see the situation as at least a trailer for dystopian collapse. The protracted struggle between government and unions had commenced. The era of riot shields and flying pickets was upon us. The miners had walked out in their first series of strikes, protesting against pit closures and redundancies. As the strike took hold, coal supplies to the power stations dwindled and the demand for electricity in many cities, including London, began to exceed the available supply. Emergency plans went into action. The first was to cut the industrial working week to 3 days, but as the miners' strike bit deeper and the power stations struggled to remain online, other more drastic measures were seen to be needed. Rather than impose random blackouts when the capital's drain on the national grid became more than it could handle, the city was divided into an enormous checkerboard of electric squares, measuring maybe a quarter of a mile on each side. According to a pre-arranged rota, alternating squares were cut off from all power for periods of around 2 hours. The only exceptions were hospitals, police stations, and other vital services. An alarmist might have expected angry mobs to run amok in the eerily darkened streets. Resonances of the last days of Tsarist Russia were unmistakable, but instead of rioters being cut down by Cossacks, we went visiting. People hit the streets, but not to loot and burn, only to drop in on friends who had power. Rather than sit round in a silent, candlelit flat, slowly freezing, we made our way to the home of one of the gang who continued to be blessed with TV, music, and an electric fire. What did we do there? We got high. And, in an economy that looked about to go Weimar, a considerable degree of criminal ingenuity was needed to ensure this. One of the most ingenious schemes was the great nitrous oxide heist. Although the statute of limitations is up many times over, I'll still refrain from revealing the names of the malefactors, even though they should have full credit for their acute observation and bold opportunism. Power was never shut off to hospitals, but even they eliminated all unnecessary lights. At St. Charles Hospital, at the top of Ladbroke Grove, one of the lights deemed needless was a floodlight over a huge stack of cylinders full of both nitrous oxide and oxygen, piled against an outside wall. The light had been positioned so that the night security guard could keep an eye on the stack, but in the energy crunch it was decided they could forego that floodlight, reasoning that no one in their right mind would attempt to make off with these big, heavy, 4-foot-long, iron cylinders. The hospital administrators hadn't, unfortunately, allowed for the deviousness or cunning of veteran, battle-hardened drug fiends and the extremes to which they were willing to go for some novel intoxication. No one was too interested in the oxygen, but the nitrous oxide was something else. Laughing gas, the same stuff the dentist used, and its potential for abuse had preceded it. Boss Goodman had returned from California to tell of attending a nitrous oxide party hosted by the Hells Angels backstage at a Grateful Dead show. This and similar tales, plus recall of post-dental hallucinations, was quite enough to convince our anonymous drug fiends that a raid on the St. Charles cylinder dump would be a worthwhile caper. A truck was backed up and as many cylinders as could be manhandled into it, while the perpetrators, nerve held, were removed and driven to a basement in Cambridge Gardens. According to Boss, the Angel's tank came with a screw-on chrome valve complete with pressure gauge and multiple hoses. Our delivery system was far less sophisticated. We opened the valve with a spanner, and gaffer taped a length of bicycle tire inner tube to the nozzle. Suck on the rubber and see the elephant. When civilization seemed to be collapsing all around us, what was there to lose? The trick was to sit on a chair or couch, part of the circle, and, when your turn came, the tank would be maneuvered so that it was gripped between the knees. You leaned forward and twisted the spanner. As the gas flowed, ice would rapidly form on the outside of the tank, sometimes freezing your jeans to the metal as you lost consciousness. When you started to fall forward, the next person in line, who by that time had come down and wanted to go up again, would pull you off the hose, wrestle the tank from between your nerveless extremities and start again. The joy of nitrous oxide is not only in the full-blown, Candyland hallucinations, but in the accompanying time distortion. The objective few seconds of high, before the gas is taken away by the next greedy bastard, can stretch to subjective hours. In my most vivid memories of the experience, I seemed to fly indefinitely over the bright plains and through the colorful canyons of a Dan Dare/Flash Gordon, comic book alien planet. A joyous experience of total escape, and it was probably lucky that our supply was limited, because we could have made incredible fools of ourselves, and maybe even sustained damage, behind the allure of the tank and hose. The aftermath of the great nitrous oxide heist had a slightly macabre air. When the original raiding party became uncomfortable with the empty tanks lying around, they decided that a second mission was called for to dump them into the Thames off Putney Bridge, a task that one of the volunteers compared to dumping bodies. "We'll always have Paris. I love Paris, especially in the springtime. It always reminds me of tear gas. It was so essentially French that its rock and rollers should still be acting out the revolutionary pose when glam rock had pretty much taken over the rest of the planet." This cultural time lag was brought forcibly home when an invitation was extended to me to perform at a Maoist rock festival at the vast Palais des Sports. The tear gas in question was liberally used by the gendarmerie to break up the riot that ensued, both within and without the stadium. In this instance the disturbance owed absolutely nothing to any rabble-rousing on the part of the performers. As far as I could tell, it was just one more example of overexcited infighting on the part of various factions in the ever-volatile French left. My hosts at this Gallic bunfight, it transpired, were Maoists, and as far as I could piece it together, they had some major beef with a trot group who'd decided that the festival should be free and had attempted to storm the turnstiles of the big Paris stadium. The riot police had arrived with their sirens playing full third tones, and everyone immediately engaged in a spot of rock throwing, gas billowing, blast from the past nostalgia for 68. The Pink Fairies had also been invited to the Maufest, so we combined forces, giving the promoters 2 acts for the price of 1. By this time Larry Wallace was the band's guitarist and the boy from Walworth made it easier for me to play with them, now that the negative vibes of Paul Rudolph were no longer around. The presence of Larry also helped to ensure that we confronted the French with an attitude more recalcitrant than the sum of its parts. The problem with the French is that everything has to be defined by political philosophy. A perfect example occurred on the night we arrived in town. We had been taken by our Maoist hosts to La Coupole. The restaurant had such a tradition of catering to all of Bohemian Paris, since who knows when, that it was possible to find punks at the bar rubbing shoulders with left-wing politicians. What looked like a bike gang walked in, and I inquired of my comrade host who they might be. He replied that they were Stalinists, and we shouldn't have anything to do with them. I could only shrug. They looked like a bunch of drunken French bikers to me, but what did I know? Very little, it would seem. At the end of the meal the hosts declared the idea of the promoters buying dinner for the musicians a bourgeois concept, and we were expected to pay for our own steak tartare, cream brulee and the gallons of booze we'd consumed. The Pink Fairies and I were a guest. Maoist they might be, but they looked like escargot-fed rich kids, and instantly we registered our displeasure at this sudden attack of inappropriate Red Guard socialism by rising as one from our seats and leaving them stuck with the bill. To add greater injury, H., who was the general English contingent escort and make it nice and easy guy, grinned at us. I nicked their car keys. The Maoists had been driving around in a large, almost new Mercedes, which, led by H., we then proceeded to commandeer. On returning to our hotel in Pigalle sometime around dawn, we were confronted by our decidedly angry hosts. "You steal our car." We shook our heads. "We borrow your car." And H., who spoke perfect French but didn't choose to, explained, "We decided that we were putting the people's car to the best possible use." The next day was even better. We'd been flown into town a couple of days early so that we could do some radio and TV promotion, which involved the consumption of more alcohol, and also left us plenty of time to take the metro to Clichy to pay homage to Henry Miller and buy illegal flick knives to smuggle home with us. Since the Maoists no longer wanted to come out to play with us class traders, we saw them only when they came to collect us for a visit to a radio or TV station, and even these short exposures to our collectively swinish Anglo behavior were enough to bring down the disapprobation of what we termed the Attitude Squad. We avoided them, and they avoided us, and the net result was that Larry, Sandy, Boss, Russell, Little Ian, Larry's mate Al, H, and I were pretty much left to our own devices. To leave a rock and roll band in a romantic foreign city with too much time on their hands is invariably a bad idea, and this occasion proved no exception. The phone call came at about the point when we were going to do something gauche and stupid, like vanishing into the strip joints of Pigalle. The only other alternative was to troop out to Père Lachaise Cemetery and light a candle on Jim Morrison's grave. John Fenton was on the phone. He was at this place in Odeon where we wouldn't believe what was going down. Fenton was a longtime rock and roll hustler who had come into the business as a very young man, working on Beatlemania merchandising. He won his spurs in the era of the wild and crazy rock and roll managers like Andrew Loog Oldham and Tony Secunda, but had, I think, knocked a few synapses out of whack during the psychedelic finale to the 60s. He had then decided, Ken Kesey notwithstanding, that electric shock therapy was the answer and, after a protracted treatment of voltage jolts, he recommended the juice to all and sundry for everything that might mentally ail them. In the wake of the ECT, John had embraced the idea of rock and roll revolution, and had taken on the management of a band called Third World War. This was a quartet of pre-punk, semi-skinheads, whose songs like Ascension Day, Teddy Teeth Go Sailing and Preaching Violence advocated an armed, working-class uprising as Britain's only salvation. In many ways they were a near precursor of the Clash. At this place in Odeon, the excursion decisively shifted gear. I don't know what you call a service flat in Paris. With decor as impersonal as my hotel suite, the moderately large apartment was designed for a more protracted but equally anonymous stay. Although solid background facts were, even then, as blurred as our brains, the place appeared to belong to a character called Marie France, a preoperative transsexual who, at the moment we arrived, was testing the homophobic limits of Third World War by parading around stark naked, apart from red high heels, lipstick, and mascara. Marie France had clearly been taking killer hormones, which had made her almost all woman, from her blonde perm to her feminine hips and Playboy Playmate breasts that I could only imagine had come courtesy of a fine plastic surgeon. A tiny set of genitals were all that remained of her former masculinity, presumably shrunk by the medication. Third World War seemed uncomfortable, but were trying to act sophisticated. Fenton was enjoying the joke, and H was grinning broadly, taking all at face value, having probably witnessed weirder things in his times with Zappa and Hendrix. I think Fenton had half expected us to freak out at the unexpected nude apparition, but we'd really come too far to be shocked by mere sexual oddities. It would surely take plague or mass murder to upset us now. Marie France also had a friend, whose name I think was René, but I wouldn't bet money on it. He was an equally attractive and feminine young man, but more in a Françoise Hardy mode, a definite counterpoint to Marie France's Marilyn impersonation, and, for the moment, he was keeping his frock on. I guess the moment of truth came when Marie France climbed onto Larry's lap, and Larry had to make the decision for all of us. The situation, as I read it, was pretty much thus: Mick Farren and the Pink Fairies, both collectively and singly, might have been essentially heterosexual, but had fostered a reputation, a notoriety even, as supposed connoisseurs of the bizarre, and the bizarre was now squirming on the guitarist's lap. He could figuratively and actually drop Marie France on his bare arse, or enter one more of those portals of excess that we still fondly believed led to the Palace of Wisdom. Larry, God bless him, made the correct choice for any seeker after truth. He started playfully necking with Marie France, although he hedged his bets by changing her name, right there and then, to Marie Franche, using a broad South London pronunciation. Okay, Marie Franche, so where are we going? Marie France seemed a little mystified, so Larry amplified. I mean, we're in Paris. We don't want to sit around here all night, do we? It wasn't only a matter of insatiable bi-curiosity. The vanguard theorem of rock and roll had been deliberate gender confusion is a body blow to the system for the previous 18 months. Indeed, Larry had even written a song, I Wish I Was a Girl. Honor dictated that we must pursue this line of investigation without fear or favor to wherever it might take us. Although he may not always have adhered to its edicts, Larry Wallace has a very well-developed sense of honor. Out on a spree or damned to eternity, we were in for the penny, and the pound was somewhere in front of us. We weren't needed for anything until a 2 o'clock sound check the next afternoon. At something around 9 in the evening, we had some 17 hours to quest into the unknown, and clearly it was time to get questing. Out on the streets we were treated to a new and unknown Paris. In this magical time, before HIV was gene-spliced at Fort Detrick, Maryland, Paris had seemingly become the transvestite capital of the planet, and we were getting the grand tour of this very Parisian velvet underground. We club-hopped and took cabs to scarlet streets of shame. The very chicest of the transgender chic had flocked to Paris in their tens of thousands. In addition to the domestic royales, crops of Spanish boys flourished, having fled Franco and never gone home. Arab and Afro-exotics from former French colonies were already on the run from rock-throwing Muslim fundamentalists, while a large contingent of Brazilians flashed and glittered, but I never did find out what their story might be. Social research was all too quickly drowned in a near overdose of porno and glamour. Marie-France was welcomed by sisters every place we went, and I suspect she may well have scored beaucoup brownie points for bringing along this hard-drinking, rough-trade rock band, all lace, leather, butch poses and unkempt hair. Maybe these were the new gender revolt groupies. We did find ourselves arriving at one place as Brian Eno and other members of Roxy Music were leaving. In an interlude in Les Halles, we stopped for oysters at a market stall, where one was supposed to shuck open the mollusks with a very sharp dagger-like implement. At the oyster stand all I succeeded in achieving was to stab myself in the fleshy part of my left hand and bleed copiously. It hurt, but it certainly got René's attention. He bound up my wound and generally comforted me, and somehow we found our way into 2 cabs, which Marie-France instructed to take us all back to our hotel. The party was being taken off the streets to relocate behind closed doors. The numbers, however, had been whittled down to just Marie-France, René, the Pink Fairies and me. We had mislaid Fenton, Third World War and, unfortunately, H along the way. Needless to say, we walked into the hotel lobby as if we owned the place, which, to our mind we did. It was our hotel and what we did there was nobody's business but our own. The night clerk didn't exactly see it that way. At the sight of Marie-France and René, he bounded out from behind his desk, arms spread, barring our passage. After a great deal of verbal confusion, Sandy informed the rest of us that we were not allowed to take women to our rooms. It was hard to know where to direct our fury. The night clerk either needed bribing or punching, but the French Maoists were also targets of wrath. What was it with these lame bastards? First they expected us to pay for our own welcome to Paris dinner party, and now they'd booked us into a hotel where the night clerk was also the custodian of morality. Cursing the Maoists and railing at the night clerk didn't get us anywhere except to set the clerk rumbling something about the aforementioned gendarmerie. Marie-France and René had a fast discussion in French, and then Larry and I were pulled out into yet another cab. Russell started to follow us, but the cab driver objected to taking 5. Marie-France yelled an address at Russell, but he looked baffled. A half hour later Larry and I found ourselves swilling warm and naked gin while our every need was ministered to by these adoring creations of the Paris night, without a qualm or backward glance, and with an almost total lack of conversation. The wisdom was confirmed. Sexual deviance is actually very simple. You just don't think about it. Turn off your mind and your arse will float downstream. Or, as Obi-Wan Kenobi would put it, put your trust in the Force, Luke. We must have slept/passed out for a few hours, because the next thing I knew it was 1:15, just 45 minutes to the sound check, and I was only starting to face the day and the hangover. The other three looked as bad as I felt, plus Marie-France and Renee, considerably less adoring now, wanted us the fuck out of there. They were already putting on their makeup, preparing to go about their transvestite day business. Larry and I regarded an inch of gin left in a bottle on the kitchen table. Would we sink that low? Of course we would. We both took a swig and headed out to get a cab to the Paletta Sports, and the sound check for which we were already unforgivably late. Arriving at the gig, we discovered the stadium was in a state of siege. The anti-Maoists were picketing violently and the riot squad had resorted to gas. Fortunately, the pig-headedness and cop hate of the Parisian cab driver worked for us this time, and ultimately we made it to the artist's entrance and found our way to the stage, looking bleary and tousled, only to discover that we were the lead subject of the day's backstage gossip. The story had already made the rounds that Farren and Wallace had vanished into the night with a gang of hot and heavy drag queens. A writer from Sounds had been along for the ride. I think the intention was that he should write nice things about Third World War. Instead, he led with the tale of Mick and Larry's cross-gender vanishing act. The show was uneventful, apart from the odd catch of old tear gas in the throat. We weren't great, but we weren't terrible, and we did have a huge stadium stage to ponce around on. When we weren't playing, David Allen and the rest of Gong took us under their wing and introduced us to Monsieur L.E. Dealer, and smoking hash became the order of the rest of the day. Marie-France turned up looking heavily drugged and oddly unkempt. The magic had gone, and Larry and Sandy were now busy trying to pick some real girls. The next morning we found ourselves forced to do a runner from the hotel when it turned out that the Maoists weren't able to pay the bill. We arrived at the airport just as a massive thunderstorm blew up out of nowhere and all planes were grounded. Even when the storm passed and takeoffs were resumed, an Air France official brought us the news that our plane wouldn't leave for a few more hours, but drinks and dinner were on the airline. The free stuff failed to mollify us. After all we'd been through, we turned ugly. We demanded to know the nature of the fucking problem, except for Sandy, who had wisely ingested all the drugs on his person so that he'd be clean going through Heathrow Customs and was now hard-pressed to do anything but stand and sway. Your plane has unfortunately been struck by lightning. Our plane has been struck by lightning. Exactement. Our plane had been struck by lightning. Find that in your phrase book. Chapter 9. Settle down and write a book. Have you ever noticed how few directors can make a convincing movie about a novelist at work? Usually the actor playing the novelist hammers away on a manual typewriter until he has a pile of paper about half an inch thick and then declares it a novel. Oddly enough, that's about the thickness of a short movie script. Even a modest novel is at least 2 inches thick, and the manuscript of a real epic takes both hands to lift. The two movies that, for me, most accurately reflect how it feels to wrestle with the problem of writing fiction are The Shining and Misery, and both, of course, are based on the work of Stephen King. You see where I'm going with this? The act of writing may contain a definite element of horror. In The Shining, Jack Nicholson explains to wife Shelley Duvall how he isn't writing just when she hears his typewriter clacking. He's writing when he isn't typing, he's writing when he's just staring into space, he's even writing when he's stretched out on the couch with his eyes closed. He makes it clear that writing is a continuous and never-ending process. Of course, Jack is wrestling with both alcoholism and paranormal demons, but what's new about that in the writing game? Misery is far more allegorical. The demented angel of death, serial killer nurse, and #1 fan, played by Kathy Bates, forces the injured James Ken to write one more of the romance novels he's so come to loathe, going all the way to smashing his ankles with a sledgehammer to keep him focused. The Kathy Bates character is, of course, another kind of demon, the muse-grown psychotic, the demands of editors and agents, the public who can make or break you. All the combined factors that simply will not allow the writer to halt the process are embodied in one horrendous personality. The joke about the writer's primary function being to avoid writing is, at best, a very marginal one. In the new life I was constructing for myself after the Nasty Tales trial and the gradual collapse of the underground press, I discovered plenty of ways to delay the inevitable. I would get up at around noon, and go down to a pub called the Princess Alexandra, where I could expect to find a quorum of a drinking crew that included Edward, Boss, Roger Hutchinson, John Manley, a friend of John's with the impossible name of Andy Calhoun, Lemmy and Dick Mick from Hawkwind, and maybe Russell or Sandy from the Pink Fairies. The Princess Alexandra was diagonally across Portobello Road from Hennickey's, the prime freak pub of the time. We had moved across the street, almost in protest, when the carriage trade in Hennickey's grew too intrusive and we started feeling like a collective tourist attraction. The Alex had nothing going for it except that no one went there, and it had a pool table in the back. The pub would cover me until after 3, but then I had to get down to the dreaded process of writing. Ingrid and I had moved back into the Grove. After a couple of loud parties, the raid by Special Branch and a low-key feud between Boss and Ingrid over conduct in the kitchen, we had worn out our welcome at Clifton Gardens. But by a unique rental synchronicity, Joy and Jamie moved out of Chesterton Road to share an expensively large flat off the old Brompton Road with publisher William Bloom, whom Jamie had persuaded to publish his first novel. There they would remain until the end of their relationship. Although the top-floor flat at 56 Chesterton Road was not as spacious American Samoa Clifton Gardens, it had the feel of a protective area in which I could hole up and get on with the next phase of my life. The underground press had gone down with a certain slow dignity. Oz had been put to sleep in the wake of the trial, with the mutual consent of Jim, Felix, and Richard. Friends hung on for as long as it could, but the debts rapidly returned, as formidable as ever. Roger, Caroline, and Edward kept it rolling for the longest, but they too were unable to solve the constant financial problems. It wasn't so much that the underground papers had run their course. Corporate publishing now moved in on the more viable areas of the underground press and co-opted them. The first publications that invaded what had previously been our turf were the 4 national weekly music papers, Melody Maker, New Musical Express, Disc, and Sounds. Already engaged in their own war of attrition, they leached away the advertising and, with their large circulation and real national distribution, got preferential treatment from artists and publicists. In many respects the music papers had no choice. With the rock culture growing freakier by the minute, they were compelled to get freaky themselves. Nick Logan, the bright ex-mod who ran NME, seemed best equipped to make the transition and keep up with the speed of change. Where the other editors had neither the courage nor the knowledge to go for it, and constantly hesitated on the brink, fearful that every trend was just a 9-day wonder, Logan appeared to have a similar bellwether instinct to David Bowie. He was also able to delegate and was the first to make the radical, but wholly obvious, move of actually hiring some writers who had cut their teeth, won their spurs, made their bones, whatever rite of passage cliché you might favor, in the underground. The first and, in my opinion, the best were Charles Shar Murray, an early protege of Felix and one of the Skookids Oz collective, and Nick Kent, who had started to build a rep for himself as a rock correspondent in the field at Friends. Logan was also keeping a firm eye on a magazine coming out of Detroit called Cream. Where Rolling Stone had become pious and patronizing, and was close to being in the pockets of the big record companies, Cream was wild and reckless. Best of all, the formula was working. As the anti-Rolling Stone mag, Cream was building itself a readership that outstripped that of any underground paper and put it on the way to being a U.S. national magazine. In a strictly rock and roll context, Cream was actually achieving the over-under crossover, and publisher Barry Kramer was doing it out of a commune in Walled Lake, Michigan, still with enough of a foot in the counterculture for the FBI to have the magazine under surveillance for a while, as a possible safe house for the revolutionary bombers of the Weather Underground. Cream, however, wasn't looking back at the 60s, or attempting to gene-slice rock and roll into some James Taylor orthodoxy. Cream was a magazine of the raw, urban, and teenage. Cream liked the dumb. Its logo was an anthropomorphic cartoon beer can that greeted readers with the cheery slogan "Boy Howdy." It championed the likes of Alice Cooper, Bowie, Roxy Music, The Stooges, Lou Reed, the New York Dolls and the MC5. Kramer also had two powerful writing machines. Dave Marsh may well have been the best informed rock critic on the planet, and Lester Bangs, poor dead before his time Lester, was the passionate and unrivaled gonzo stylist. Logan was buying reprints of Bangs and Marsh, plus other cream luminaries like Ben Edmonds and John Uholsky, and running them in NME. He was one of the few who knew in his gut that punk was coming. My own recruitment to NME was still a while down the pike. In the meantime, I had to concentrate on my writing, and put it out there to be judged, without the protection of my own publication. With ultimately narcissistic nepotism, I had been my own editor and publisher for what was now running to 2 or 3 years. This had to stop. I needed to see if I could survive in the real world, buy groceries, and pay the rent on my craft and talent. The material problems could, at least in part, be solved in the scuzzy editorial offices of various TNA girly magazines, and by the chance to supply mildly raunchy grey text at 10p a word, to go between the color spreads of naked women. Maybe some are still under the illusion that writing for the girly glossies in that libertine era was a died and gone to heaven, Hugh Hefner fantasy of casting couches, hot tubs and hot running bimbos. The truth was quite depressingly the opposite. The words that spring to mind are, at best, tacky, at worst, wretched. The truth is that all but the most prestigious of skin monthlies were produced out of publishing sweatshops, where the only women were serious secretaries, bookkeepers, and picture editors. The girly sets came from agencies who specialized in that kind of thing, and no vast-breasted models were ever to be seen in the organic flesh. The girly mag industry was also chicken shit in the extreme. When we turned in our copy, they worried about lesbianism, and ambiguity frightened them. Don't even mention S&M or bondage, plus, we writers were expected to remain within the strict vocabulary of the near-illiterate. In the USA, Larry Flynt was pushing the envelope by making Hustler increasingly gynaecological. In Europe hard porn was selling on the newsstands, but in London publishers like Paul Raymond agonized over how far they might push an already sagging envelope. Nasty Tales had inadvertently given them a gift. After our court victory, it was tacitly assumed that almost anything in print was legal, if it was clearly marked adults only, but the TNA publishers still cringed and worried. Every now and then I might get an honest-to-God short fiction piece published, or be assigned a medium cool, true crime story, but most of the time the whole transaction was extremely depressing, except for the moment the check fell through the letter box. With a facility for language, and an extremely well-developed imagination, I clearly deserved more than a life hacking for skin mags. The primary target had to be books, specifically a novel, and I figured I was ready for it. Edward and I had already done a slim piece of nonfiction that William Bloom had published during the brief time he had an imprint at Hutchinson, before he went off to the Sahara and became a Sufi or something. Watch Out, Kids was a colorful and graphic-intensive history of youth rebellion, and a fairly wild countercultural political statement. It might well have been called the IT Annual, heavy as it was with the best of underground graphics, but the text was all mine, so I got the glory, such as it was. For some reason, though, I've always felt that fiction is the highest form of writing and, with the same recklessness with which I dived into the deviants, I figured I was ready for the plunge into a novel. I'd been honing my imagination since I was a small child, when I'd spent a lot of time in retreat, passing otherwise unbearable periods in fully formed and highly detailed fantasy worlds. Thus I opted for a form of science fiction. Fantasy, I figured, was a fine way of avoiding the issue of how much of myself I was really prepared to reveal, as though I seriously believed that one could hide anything behind exposed fantasies. I guess if I hadn't had that illusion of detachment, I would never have had the courage to get started. Arrogant as ever, though, science fiction had to be written according to my own terms. Too many psychedelics had flashed through my neurons for me to write any Dan Dare, pilot of the future, no matter how many millions George Lucas might be investing to make Star Wars the most magnificent Saturday morning serial of all time. Science fiction had experienced a revolution in the mid-60s with the so-called New Wave. Kurt Vonnegut, Brian Aldiss, Harlan Ellison, Samuel R. Delany, Thomas Disch, and the mighty, amphetamine-fueled Philip K. Dick had all banished space opera. They concurred with T.S. Eliot, the way might well be hidden in the mind. Argument continued as to whether William Burroughs could be classified as a science fiction writer. My vote was a wholehearted yes, but others tended to disagree. Uncle Bill was, of course, the pinnacle to which I aspired, but knowing considerably more about literature than I'd know about music at the start of the Deviants, I was well aware that aspiring was about the outer limit of my capability. I needed to prove I could write a novel before I started deconstructing the form. When I was a very small boy, I evolved a formula for climbing Mount Everest. Knowing next to nothing about mountaineering, death or the limitations of human endurance, I figured it was just a matter of putting one foot in front of the other, and not stopping until I reached the top. In a later state of innocence, I decided the writing of a novel could be achieved by much the same process, maybe with the addition of the old Daffy Duck admonition never to look down when you're walking off the edge of the cliff into thin air. The novelist started on page 1 and advanced page by page until eventually he came to the conclusion. In the case of this first novel, I was even ahead of the game. I already had the first 15 or 16 pages in the form of a short story. All that remained was for me to create a suitable environment in which to write. An awful lot of nonsense has been said about the writer and his environment. Some writers can be positively fetishistic about their working conditions. When Jack, in The Shining, tells Shelley that he needs absolute peace and quiet, his character is, of course, already insane. I would set far more store by Charlie Bukowski, who figured that no writer worth a damn ever wrote in peace and quiet. The great New York sports writer Red Smith is another source of irrefutable truth for the neophyte. There's nothing to writing. All you do is sit down and open a vein. I quickly discovered that opening the vein is the hard part, that's what hurts, and the bleeding is relatively painless. Thus the old gag about avoiding writing is really an explanation of how starting requires all the effort, but, once you get underway, you're in the fantasy world moving your characters through wondrous places on adventures that are, you hope, much more exciting than the mundane room in which you're doing the work. Rarefied peace and quiet might have been nice, but I suspect, even had it been possible, it would have produced a prose style equally rarefied and, for me, wholly unacceptable. My instincts were to go with the Bukowski maxim, but I really had little or no choice in the matter. Ladbroke Grove was a turbulent environment of incipient crisis, seductive stimulants, constant distraction, and people dropping by. Lemmy, now playing bass for Hawkwind, could be counted on to turn up at all hours of the day or night, as speed challenged him to go for days on end without sleep and he felt the need for company or to borrow money. John Manley, a local entrepreneur, came over pretty regularly, sometimes with guitar player Andy Calhoun, allowing Andy and I to make the first acquaintance that slowly but ultimately led to friendship, and then to a songwriter and performing partnership that would last into the next millennium. Gwen might stop by from time to time, as did Mark Williams, and Felix when he could be dragged out of the West End. Of course Edward, Boss, Gaz, and Roger Hutchinson were always in and out, although Gaz came less frequently after he shacked up with a woman called Tuppy Owens, a rising mogul in the sex toy industry. The traffic was heavy around Chesterton Road, but the fledgling author adapted accordingly. Indeed, the furious energy that some critics claimed was the overwhelming strength of my first efforts may well have been a product of the equally energetic environment. Ingrid and I lived a near Japanese, floor-based existence. We formed our personal nests. Books, pads, pens, drinks, toys, unanswered mail, the flick knife from Paris, an antique Navy Colt revolver, a green telephone and a red tray with a picture of a Vargas pin-up girl, which contained the house drugs and paraphernalia, all lay around within easy reach. All was observed by a moth-eaten stuffed anteater that Lemmy had christened Mrs. Anderson, which he would inherit when I left town. A human skull that Ingrid had given me for Christmas took pride of shelf space, and I still have it to this day. Phone ringing, TV blaring, I wrote, stoned or straight, a green roller ball pen moving compulsively across yellow legal pads. Despite all the interruptions, even with company, even through adventures with Parisian drag queens, I wrote, and Ingrid organized the flow. She edited, advised, and copy-typed. I suppose some might find this sexist and exploitative, but at the time I was on an astonishing roll, and she seemed happy to be a part of it. She might not agree after all these years, but I can't say, you'd have to ask her. Sometimes I wrote the novel, at other times I hacked nonsense for the rant. Nonsense and the novel and nonsense, a continuous cycle, heading into a whole new creative territory. Kill 'em and eat 'em. In the darkness before the dawn, the acid still hadn't run its course, but a certain resignation had set in and, with it, a demented feeling that we were never to leave the place. We were doomed forever to this field, like rock and roll Flying Dutchmen. The question that then presented itself was, how would we survive? The conversational carousel went round and round, and the painted ponies, as was still their wont, went up and down and kept telling us that cannibalism was the only answer. Kill 'em and eat 'em. The sequence of events that had brought us to the very precipital edge of eating our own had started 8 hours earlier, in mid-afternoon, when John the Bog, the old-time acid dealer from Middle-earth, who had earned his nickname because his place of business was the men's lavatory, showed up in our camp. He came equipped with a bottle of liquid lysergic acid, of the sinister color that's now known as X-Files green, but back then didn't even have a name. The collective, comprising the Pink Fairies, the former underground press gang and a slew of other Ladbroke Grove reprobates, formed a line and held out their right hands, palms down, fists loosely clenched. John produced an eyedropper and proceeded down the line as though inspecting the platoon. He dropped a roughly measured dose on the back of each of our hands. The idea was that we should consume the psychedelic by licking the stain on our skin, but even before I could do that, I felt a distinct tingle as some of the drug was already being dermally absorbed. The tingle told me the stuff was maybe the strongest I'd ever encountered, and it carried the promise that anything could happen. With the acid on the back of my hand, and obviously too late now to turn back, I licked, along with all the rest, and away we went. The Wheelie Rock Festival, one of the last of the big 60s-style events to be held in the 70s, had proved a mess from start to finish. Fires had started in the dry grass on the campsite and a couple of cars had exploded in flames. An alliance of outlaw motorcycle clubs had gone toe-to-toe in a grudge match with the festival security, but were soundly rooted. The Pink Fairies had been effectively too hammered to play, but had gone on anyway. As the hallucinatory night dragged on, we hit the wall of acid boredom and started to convince ourselves that we were living in the most final of the final days, condemned to endure the fall of civilization on this wretched festival site. We knew we'd survive, the only question was by what means. No matter how many times we approached the problem, or from what direction, we kept coming back to the inescapable conclusion. By far the least complicated solution would be to live off the flesh of all these worthless, witless, leftover hippies. Kill 'em and eat 'em. Finally Boss had enough. He seized an army surplus machete, which had been brought down as part of our festival equipment. I'm going out to get dinner. After his dramatic exit, the rest of us looked at each other. In one possible future, Boss would return dragging a dead hippie by the foot and, at that juncture, we would be morally obligated to eat the kill, abandoning all pretense of humanity. As it turned out, Boss didn't return for maybe an hour or more, and when he did he seemed to have forgotten the whole thing, although he did remember to bring the machete back. Mercifully, we'd been spared damnation, but I couldn't help but wonder if that was the kind of incident that had launched the Manson family. I felt this was a serious LSD near miss, and decided, in the future, that the horror show always lurking beneath the surface must be strictly confined to fiction. Aid and comfort to NME. The first story I wrote for NME was about the Bruce Lee cult. For a while I'd watched the Rock Weekly move closer and closer to becoming a faux underground paper, but I'd avoided making any moves in that direction. The initial overture had come from Charles Murray at a party on Portobello Road. He suggested that I should meet Ian MacDonald, the deputy editor, I guess as a preliminary to going one-on-one with Nick Logan. I'd heard that I made Logan nervous, and maybe he felt he needed an initial buffer. MacDonald, Mac as he was universally known, was one of the gentlest and most soul-searching cats I've ever encountered. He made me extremely welcome and comfortable. He knew I viewed working for IPC as somewhere between taking the king's shilling and cutting a deal with Lucifer, and was racked with ambiguity. At first I'd tried to have my cake and eat it, too, by writing about anything but music. Like I said, Bruce Lee, Star Trek and Evel Knievel's jet bike. I thought if I didn't actually get into the rock crit business, I could stay honest. But who did I think I was kidding? I knew there's no such thing as a demi-virgin or part-time whore, so in the end I figured I might as well get stuck in with the rest. Jermaine hadn't called me a wheezing Jeremiah for nothing. With the clout and contacts to ensure my choice of assignments, I commenced mercilessly laying about the fools and Philistines of rock biz like Jesus clearing the temple. Rock and roll had sunk to that slough of pampered foolishness where yes, Deep Purple and Elp were regarded as truly great musicians, and tours by the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, or The Who would be a mobile, multimillion-dollar bacchanalia involving private jets, helicopters, convoys of majestic Kenilworth semi-trucks and limousines driven into hotel swimming pools. Drug abuse wasn't considered fun unless it was a dance with death. Groupie culture had reached its orgiastic pinnacle and the nuts were running the fruitcake. Friday afternoons at most major record labels in London, New York and Los Angeles were completely consumed by the business of arranging the weekend's cocaine supply. Nothing was a higher priority. In the middle of all this major lunacy, Nick Kent and Charlie Murray were gleefully using NME to promote themselves as stars in their own right. The critic as celeb. As physical figures, Kent and Murray couldn't have been more dissimilar. Kent was tall and narrow, epicene and wasted, a definite Keith Richards clone in tattered black leather and grubby silk scarves, like Isadora Duncan on methadone. Charlie, on the other hand, was a nervously determined young man with an Hebraic afro, a wardrobe inspired by the E Street Band and a devotee of amphetamine sulfate. The pair's commonality was as kick-arse and opinionated writers, with a devotion to rock and roll like diamonds in their prose. That I should join them as another bullshit star byline seemed manageable. What NME needed to complete the team was a gonzo alcoholic who knew the Bukowski-Thompson opening tactic of starting a story by describing the hangover. If I couldn't lose myself in the role, I could just about lose my self-loathing, provided I dive deep enough. If you're going to behave disgracefully, go the whole hog and be hanged for a goat. As I saw it, a personality cult forming around a writer is actually not a bad thing. It worked for Frank Harris, Damon Runyon, Dorothy Parker, Marge Proops, Jimmy Breslin, Harlan Ellison, Pete Hamill, and Hunter S. Thompson. At Cream, Lester Bangs was single-handedly raising the circulation and, back home, the punters seemed to love it when Kent feuded with Lou Reed, or Brian Ferry took umbrage at some comment of Charlie's. The readership could agree or violently object, but at least they were able to rest assured they were getting the straight dope, because they knew exactly where the writer was coming from. While Jan Wenner at Rolling Stone reduced his writers to step-forward typists by forbidding them to trash the stars, Logan gave us our head and we built up a readership of comprehensive school misfits who dug and depended on our shtick. The free stuff was also a great temptation. With UK radio still a thing of pathos, the weekly music rags had a massive influence on record sales, and the record labels would do just about anything to get our attention, short of sending over a hooker and an envelope of money. The payola and record industry perks started out as seductive and, once we were corrupted, exceedingly handy, not to say needed. Stuff came from the record companies all the time. They sent us t-shirts, work shirts, bowling jackets, Levi jackets, cheap watches and junk jewelry, silk scarves and cowboy belt buckles, mechanical toys and other bits of crap and, of course, the inexhaustible supply of duff records that could be traded for a quid or so at the record exchange on Golborne Road. One Christmas, Company A sent over a case of Remy Martin, while Company B gave each of us a small mirror bearing a picture of the world's most famous wabbit eating a carrot, and later a publicity hack came round to fill the mirrors for us. Best of all, they'd fly us to exotic and romantic places, limousine class all the way, to see their rotten bands in the best and most lavish circumstances. The irony in all this was that the freebies made not the slightest difference to what we wrote. That's the trick of the inveterate renegade. Take the bribe, but never deliver. I don't believe that Kent, Murray, Chris Sailwiz, Max Bell, or I ever wrote a good piece about a lousy band because we'd been pimp-stroked by a publicist. Indeed, sometimes quite the reverse. If a company steamed in too hard with the gifts and junkets, it created suspicion. Why was the hype so desperate? Was someone up there less than confident? The further I penetrated NME, the more freedom Nick Logan seemed willing to offer me, to the point that he asked if I wanted to edit a new front section of pictures, gossip, and fast punch short items. The name of this short attention span section was Thrills, and I went for it. I never could resist playing newspapers, and this gave me a chance to continue the kind of pre-USA Today stuff we'd tried at IT. I also negotiated a fairly attractive rate for these short items, and very quickly a number of the writers, Max Bell, Chris Sailwiz, Angie Arrigo, Julie Webb, even Charlie, all rode in with the kind of stuff I needed. Chrissy Hind cut her journalistic teeth on Thrills, Bob Geldof sent items from Dublin, and Lisa Robinson filed a regular report on the latest from Manhattan in general and Max's Kansas City in particular. Photographers Penny Smith and Joe Stevens, both graduates of IT and Friends, knew I'd always run a picture of a superstar looking inane or witless. The great advantage of the Thrills section was that it gave everyone the chance to write about subjects other than music. In addition to rock world gossip, like Cher's plastic surgery, Keith Richards' Swiss blood changes, and speculation about what the hell might be wrong with Elvis Presley as he grew visibly fatter and madder, I also ran TV-related stories, bits on movies and comic books, and fashion in extremis. Old underground press contacts came up with stories on bizarre media events, weird performance art, animal rights, the environment, recreational drugs, and drug enforcement. I was also able to run cartoons on a regular basis, recruit Edward and other former Nasty Tales contributors, and include a weekly contribution by Ray Lowry, possibly the greatest rock and roll single-frame cartoonist of all time. Beyond that, it came down to anything that took my fancy. Logan might look wearily askance when I added a story about zoo-bound penguins incinerated in a cargo plane disaster, but he'd let it run. Later in the game, after Logan had recruited a frightened and occasionally frightening young writer by the name of Julie Burkhill, the eccentric grew sickly weird. Julie Burkhill claimed that she had tried for the job on NME because, as a bisexual fan, she wanted to meet Patti Smith. She had apparently swung Nick Logan to her side by a brilliant self-serving instinct to drop names heavy with mod cachet, like the Isley Brothers, Arthur Coney, and Eddie Kendricks. She was comprehensively uneducated, but learning at an alarming rate, and she had a facility with words that I, at least, recognized as outstanding. I was certain Burkhill would turn out to be a fearsomely self-promoting talent, but after a couple of juvenile indiscretions on her part, Logan bowed to record company pressure not to let her loose on their artists. She was seconded to Thrills for Lois Lane duty, and every morning she took an expense account cab to the Cosmopolitan newsagents on Old Compton Street to grab all the magazines that took her fancy and then comb them for the peculiar, the bizarre, and the fatuous. A waste in that she really needed to write, but at least she could be moderately happy looking through magazines and sharpening her nails, while pulling me the most twisted stories she could find. Hideous death in the Philippines. Virgin Mary frenzy in Guatemala. Frustration builds motivation. Moving in the Thrills pages away from strict rock coverage was, however, sowing the seeds of a definite identity crisis at the paper. The circulation climbed like a Titan missile. We topped Melody Maker, the previous market leader, and strutted round like high roosters on the dung heap. I might be working for the man, but at least I had hundreds of thousands of young minds to deprave and corrupt. Winning a circulation war may be the ultimate glory, but it doesn't always make for a happy ship. NME editorial was seriously divided. On one side, the underground press vets, and those who'd come after, Chris Sailways, Pete Erskine, Max Bell, all considered ourselves the agents of glory. Across the schism, the original staff, from the days when rock criticism was little more than the rewriting of press releases, felt eclipsed and threatened by this flashy clique. Traditionally NME was, by very definition, a music paper pure and simple, for music, by music, and of music. We radicals argued that the paper must grow to be more than that, establishing a cultural connection with a young and significant audience, now that reader estimates had exceeded 1 million. Why not have an editorial policy that accepted the readership was united by rock and roll but didn't end there? The related, but non-musical, was also needed. The 70s were hopping, and we needed to report how high. Cinema, as one example, was in a golden age. In 1971 Stanley Kubrick showed, if not the shape of youth to come, then at least its attitudes in A Clockwork Orange. In 1973 The Exorcist triggered incidents of infanticide and baby roasting by religious psychotics across the planet. In 1976 Taxi Driver had as much to say about pressure psychosis and moral bankruptcy as Patti Smith's Piss Factory, and even gave Joe Strummer the idea for a new haircut. The Curtis Mayfield score for Superfly, or the Jimmy Cliff soundtrack for The Harder They Come, simply couldn't be divorced from the films. Followings formed around actors like Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, Pierre Clementi, Susan Sarandon, Brad Dourif, Michael Moriarty, Harvey Keitel, and John Hurt. Directors like Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, John Carpenter, Lindsay Anderson, and Werner Herzog were in the same firmament as rock stars. The 1976 Rocky Horror Picture Show, with its midnight matinees and costumed, participating audience, was a rock phenomenon all by itself. The decade even ended with the 1979 release of Apocalypse Now, which, among all its other achievements, provided the Clash with the phrase "Charlie don't serve." The obvious question was, how the hell could we ignore all this? Previously films were ignored unless directly rock-related, like Woodstock, The Song Remains the Same or Gimme Shelter. If we were really pop comprehensive, what rationale could there be for running a lead story on some mediocre rock band the week that The Godfather Part 2 was released? It wasn't just a question of movies, even though our readers might latch onto anything from Mean Streets to Isla She-Wolf of the SS. When Charlie Murray coined the term trash aesthetic, he was talking in terms of a spectrum of entertainment media, from the writing of Iceberg Slim and the comic books of Howard Chaykin to the comedy of Billy Connolly or Richard Pryor, or the latest in Harley Davidson's. With so much of 70s rock rooted in flash, style, and display, how could the hair, makeup, and costumes be ignored? How could one talk to Malcolm McLaren and not Vivienne Westwood? Rock stars were highly public about subjects other than music. When Pete Townshend embraced Meher Baba, Jimmy Page expressed a fascination with Aleister Crowley, or Bob Marley sang about the politics of Trenchtown, might it not be incumbent upon NME to provide nutshell synopses of any of the above? As it turned out, reggae would force the paper to run quite a bit on West Indian politics, and the politics of West Indians in the UK, and shortly after Page declared himself a devotee of Crowley, I interviewed filmmaker Kenneth Anger about Crowley and his beliefs. The counter-argument was that Murray, myself and the rest constituted a fifth column subverting a respectable music paper into a post-underground tabloid rag. And of course they were right. Corporate skirmishing ground the soul. Had I been to the Old Bailey and back just to countenance this volume of blather? The drinking increased. I was over at the pub a lot, and now and then a half bottle could be found in the desk drawer. I'd hit the record companies for marathon martini to cognac, expense account lunches, and the more I drank, the more I pitted myself. Poor fucking me. The 70s may have been the sellout decade, but my mother had raised me at least to try for the ethical high ground, and here I was deep in the salient and all but out of moral ammunition. When the inevitable counter-strike came, it was swift, without warning, and literally hit us where we lived. When I'd first gone to work for Logan, the paper's home had been in an anonymous office on Long Acre in Covent Garden, shared with the New Scientist. It was funky, ugly, and rarely visited by management, and our New Scientist neighbors were as much a thorn in the IPC side as we were. They were always blowing whistles on environmental cover UPS and nasty government weapons projects, and bringing the wrath of the city and Downing Street down on IPC. At NME, on the other hand, we took drugs. In our maze of Kafkaesque corridors, an archaically soundproofed record review room, like something out of Broadcasting House, was ideal for smoking joints and listening to Tupazuki or Big Youth. It was an environment in which you could make believe you were working on a small independent publication. Then we were evicted. They moved us out. In the name of property rationalization, whatever that was, we were winkled out of our comfy nook in the near West End and transported to King's Reach Tower, south of the Thames, hard by Waterloo Bridge, where the IPC board of directors wanted all its magazines stacked like utensils, handy to keep an eye on. King's Reach Tower was, and I presume still is, a hideous example of the 60s piece of crap school of corporate architecture and cowboy construction, externally 30 stories of ugly glass and internally open plan with cubicle partitions. Weird things happened when the wind rose. King's Reach undulated, smelled of chemicals, and an eerie harmonic whistling echoed up the lift shafts whenever the wind gusted off the Thames. A few windows had popped, in the early days, and the helipad was never used. Strike action for relocation was moot, but we couldn't raise a majority vote and the cultural schism turned bitter. Neither IPC nor NME, though, realized that the problems of format changes or the move to King's Reach would prove minor compared with what was to come. The early recognition and the fast and wholehearted embrace of punk by the paper proved a nose-ringed Pandora's box that we'd gleefully upend. Rodney Bingheimer's English Disco. The tall 14-year-old redhead in the blue velvet hotpants was a mess of streaked mascara, as if she'd recently been crying. Her nose was red, one false eyelash was coming off, and she was tottering slightly on her silver platforms. A friend explained, "She's not in a very good mood, she got raped last night by." Another warm, deceptive, smog and jasmine night in Los Angeles, another NME junket, and I'd wandered away from whatever act or artist the record company was trying to promote to check out the tall tales coming back to London about a joint where the very young and very extreme groupies gathered. Shall we really talk Caligula decadent? Rodney Bingheimer's English Disco features in the more sanitized histories of rock and roll as the hub of LA glitter, where Sinister and KROQ DJ Rodney promoted Slade, Sweet, Queen, Bowie and Bolan, and where Joan Jett and Lita Ford got their start with the Runaways. But, as far as I could see, it was also an overt meat market where big-name stars from big-name bands, especially big-name English stars, could pick up, exploit and humiliate exceedingly and illegally young girls and boys. And forget discreet. This was coke in the lab and blowjobs not even under cover of the tablecloth, because they didn't have any, probably because Rodney wasn't smart enough to have a mob connection for linen. The stars took tables, and the little ladies and the scattering of young boys clustered in skittish groups for a strong shot of peer pressure before braving the unknown, or even the known. They looked so like underdeveloped, teeny bopper garb junior versions of the blank-eyed whores on Sunset that it was both sad and alarming. Sequined hotpants and halters, platform shoes, feather boas and far too much baby makeup, over-nervous, loud as drag queens, they were but children, trying to cultivate the boredom of the utterly jaded and unequivocally pliant. At Rodney's I sensed corruption. Sexual free expression? I don't think so. It was nothing but a whorehouse where the coin of the realm was fame, and like everything else in the mid-70s, fame was well out of control. These were days of yore before Michael Jackson, or even Roman Polanski, when everything was legal as long as you didn't get caught, and the maxim of the famous was "it don't apply to me." Take what you want but grab it fast. HIV was loose back then, only the incubation period was so damned long that nobody knew about it. And ultimately, early in the Reagan era, even the baby demi-mondaines on the strip would wise up to the concept of material girlhood, and the ethos of Sable Starr, Serinda Fox, Miss Pamela, and the GTOs would be replaced by that of Vicky Morgan and Heidi Fleisch. Carnival. Although I missed the big outbreak of violence in 1976, Carnival 1 year earlier had clearly demonstrated the direction in which the hard wind was blowing. The weight of matters was clear as early as Friday night. Traditionally, Carnival started there. As soon as it was dark, the sound systems would crank up in the big echoing bays under the Westway. Scratch, dub, and talkover, Red Stripe by the case and chalices fit for the palace were making the rounds. Pass the coochie to the left-hand side. Of all the nights of Carnival, Friday was my favorite. It was a little tentative, mostly local, mostly Natty Dread, and comparatively free of tourists from other parts of the city. Maybe a spot of crime, but nothing to concern the self-confident. From the get-go, though, this night had a different vibe. Even at home, when I declared my desire to take a stroll and see what was what, Ingrid declined, and I figured later she'd already sensed something I had yet to discover, on the tube or maybe coming back from the shops. Undaunted, I wandered out and very soon ran into iMac, also checking it out. Together we followed the path on the north side of the Westway, heading east from Portobello, infiltrating the barn-sized concrete bays, with a sound system doing business in each of them. State-of-the-art speakers were mixed in with boomers from old radiograms, and equally weird selections of amps were wired in impossible series, but all functioned by the grace of Ya Electric, and played a selection as eclectic as the gear, from the Melodeons and the Scatolits to Uroi, King Tubby and Max Romeo. I think the hairs on iMac's neck started twitching first, and I put it down to his being a somewhat more timid soul than I, but, in a short while, the bad feeling was on me, too. We were becoming invisible. Writers from James Baldwin to Malcolm X describe the sensation of the invisible nigger, when no one looks at you or even acknowledges that you exist. Now it was our turn. The musicians, street dreads and quid deal boys we knew from around the pubs greeted us cordially enough, but it didn't overcome a general vibe of too many pork pie hat hen raincoat Rudies, probably up from Brixton, on the razzle in another manner, and in that early lurking phase of sousing out the lay I was seeing the whites of too many eyes. The guys we knew from the 60s were now old gangsters. New youth was abroad and feisty, too many 5-0 incidents tolerated, too much shit eaten and now too much to prove. They didn't give a rat's arse about recent local history, how it was the Pink Fairies and Hawkwind who had first opened up the underside of the Westway to live music, by the simple process of setting up the gear, rocking out and being dragged off to the nick, if push came to shove, which it often did. You couldn't blame the youth. From our point of view, the coppers working out of Ladbroke Grove and Harrow Road nicks had been behaving like confrontation bastards, without diplomacy or common sense. The most farcical piece of law enforcement came when some rookie cop searched Bob Marley for dope outside Island Studios on Basing Street, an affront to Rastafari on a par with busting the Pope. Such petty harassment was routine in All Saints Road and the nearby streets, where the Mangrove restaurant had always been the hub of local militancy. Paranoia began to set in, rumors circulated of officers with cover ties to the National Front, who gave the tacit nod to any skinhead moon stomp. More rumors told of an armed heavy mob with 9 MMS. The police were apparently going to pour on the pressure until a fuse blew. The first white Special Patrol Group Ford Transit vans began appearing on the streets, and the only real question was how high the amperage of the fuse. Pretty much the same was happening to white freaks as to the Dreads and Rudies. Lemmy couldn't walk a block without being stopped and frisked. Shirley Divers and I were tossed in the drunk tank on a Saturday night for walking out of the Hammersmith Odeon with champagne glasses in our hands during a party. What the hell did they think they were doing? Nitpicking us to death? Part of the reason we moved from Henneke's to the Princess Alex was that the Plods had decided the interior of Henneke's saloon bar was part of their assigned beat. As many white doors were being kicked in at unreasonable times in the morning, afternoon, and evening as West Indian ones, the police, intent on enforcing the letter of the law, were stoking the pressure cooker. Media clowning also exacerbated the tension. David Bowie made what was possibly the dumbest and most overweening error of his entire career when he announced that Britain could benefit from a fascist leader, and supposedly indicated he was the boy for the job by posing for pictures at Victoria Station in an open-topped black Mercedes, giving what looked uncomfortably like a Nazi salute. A couple of months later, Eric Clapton, the man who learned everything he knew from Elmore James and B.B. King, added his dash of own madness by endorsing Enoch Powell's racism live on stage. Margaret Thatcher locked down the leadership of the Tory party and, with Labour disintegrating like the Pequod after the final headbutt from Moby Dick, it was only a matter of time before she swept to power and that chalk on a blackboard voice would be berating us daily from the TV. Carnival Saturday started out happily enough, moms and kids and dogs and all manner of good-smelling stuff cooking on the pavements, and the gang was out in force, waving to women we hadn't seen in a while. Everyone was strutting their stuff, intersecting the procession as it zigzagged on its inexplicable route of steel bands, whistles and fat ladies in turbans with whom you would not want to mess. Lot of cops, but that was to be expected, and still the cans of Red Stripe and Carlsberg Special Brew were on sale from a plastic dustbin full of ice on every doorstep. My first inkling that all was not well came when I noticed I was mitigating my swagger and holding my beer closer to my chest. Straighten up, stiffen the spine and walk a bit more, Max Cady. Rudies were up from Brixton in force, the Ska revival had brought back the hats over the eyes and the Thelonious Monk shades. Sad to tell, but the average Rudy didn't give shit about Monk, just dug the shades. Early on they'd been tentative, blind-eyed watchful, but as brew took hold they grew more boisterous. Responding in kind, the Met pushed a number of white SPG vans through the pedestrian-packed, closed-to-traffic streets, forcing their display of inconvenient authority through a crowd who uniformly yelled abuse. A testosterone compact was being made. Gauntlets were going down in the baboon dance of taunt and counter-taunt. Sunday proved even worse. The Rudies escalated to hit-and-run handbag snatching. First they robbed solo or in pairs working together, but then they joined into packs. A lot of helmets and white cop shirts suddenly appeared in the crowd. Each time a Rudy was busted it triggered a mass stampede, very close to full-scale wilding. 50 strong rushes with hands grabbing at anything that could be ripped from the suddenly confused. I encountered Boss and we decided it was time to load up on beer and repair to Edward's flat, a Portobello top floor from which we could see everything. Having accurately agreed with Ingrid that Carnival was going to be a fucking drag this year, Edward had sworn he wasn't stirring all weekend. He had, however, invited everyone to a watch it out of the window party. For a while the epic entree of the trouble was down Portobello to the south of us. We could see nothing, but could hear shouts and screams, and an ebb and flow of mass roaring, against a constant background of sirens. Richard Adams stumbled in bleeding, having been punched in the face and robbed of his camera. Boss started waxing exceeding macho, not to say Rudyard Kipling racist, and informed us he wasn't about to stay cooped up indoors, and that it was as much his carnival as anyone else's. He made his man who would be king exit, but returned fairly quickly and freely admitted he'd underestimated the state of the battle. It's fucking stupid out there. As the shadows lengthened and the TV cameras went away, buses rolled up and fresh coppers were deployed, and deployed like a bloody Roman legion. It was the first time I'd seen English police with helmets and riot shields. They threw a line across Portobello Road at Cambridge Gardens, pavement to pavement on the north side. They'd taken the high ground, the top of a steepish section of street, that commanded all of Portobello Green and the rest of the open space created by the Westway flyover and the old tube train bridge beside it. The police had coolly defined the battlefield. The double ranks of coppers closed up, until they were a plexiglass shield wall. The Rudies massed under the bridge and flyover, building in numbers and hostility, crowded into a brick-walled bottleneck. Bottle and beer-can throwing sorties rushed out and then retreated. The cops caught the missiles on their shields, but held their ground, while more and more aspiring rioters gathered in the bottleneck under the bridge, ensuring that sheer weight of numbers must eventually force the Rudies into a frontal charge. I suppose, in theory, they could have dispersed, but blood was up beyond any backdown. As if to dispel the most lingering doubt, the cops did something that caused those of us hanging out of Edward's window to stare in amazement. Clashing truncheons beat on shields and London bobbies roared nonverbal defiance straight out of Zulu. They must have been rehearsing according to the dictates of Shaka and Sichweo at Hendon Police College. They'd welded themselves into a West London impi of entirely the wrong colour. Rudies began to emerge from under the bridge, tentatively at first, but in growing numbers. They advanced up the slope towards the shield wall, yelling, throwing stuff, working themselves up to break into a run. Just when the charge of the Rudies was about to coalesce, the cops preempted them. They charged. The Rudies fled, but were trapped by the bottleneck that had previously been their shelter. The cops were out to put the hurt on as many of the opposition as they could. Beatings were administered. A lesson was being taught here, sunshine. Some kids tried to escape, but found themselves outflanked, and the roundup wasn't pleasant. Leaving a lot of bleeding Rudies, the blue impi withdrew in good order and reformed the shield wall. The Rudies gave the coppers best and melted away to pub, bus, and tube. The lesson had been both taught and learned. At the next year's rematch, a mob of more than just rude boys hit hard early and without restraint. The police cars burned on TV across a world that marveled at British race riots, and banners were ostentatiously unfurled, red flags and black flags, red, gold and green, the Anarchist Circle A and the Broken Cross, flags whipping and snapping against driven Wagnerian clouds. Except that the music wasn't Wagner, it sounded like Sham 69 without the subtlety. The Nazi mosh pit and Stalinist romance. Rock against racism v. The Doc Martin Union. On to Brixton and Broadwater. Double plus ungood. Mo the roller. Double plus good for the novelist, though. In fact, I was probably one of luckiest sons of bitches on God's green earth, in that I got a deal on my first novel with no rejections and almost no effort. I'd run into a character called Michael Dempsey. An odd cove, but we seemed to recognize each other as a kind of kin. Dempsey was a highly educated, alcoholic Irishman, puffy like Dylan Thomas and constantly suffering epiphanies. I first met him in the very early 70s, when he waxed angry and aggressive at post-hippie political meetings, spouting the basic Socialist Workers' Party line, but doing it with a level of abuse and artery-popping vehemence that set him apart from the rest of the Chelsea Reds. The saving factor in Dempsey's personality was a short, grasshopper attention span. He dropped the SWP and their doer doctrines within a matter of months, which was just as well because if he hadn't, we might never have come to know each other. Later he admitted he had only joined the party to ease his way into bed with some woman he fancied, but after attending a few meetings, his natural anti-establishment fervor had bought the whole ideological package. His red rubby-diddy while with the SWP was typical of Dempsey's bull-headed and often drunkenly myopic dedication to the cause of the moment. Dempsey saw himself as a room-at-the-top character, the angry scholarship boy from the northern town who had made it to university and laboriously learned to eat his fish with the correct fork. Unfortunately, like most room-at-the-top characters, he had bad attacks of class traitor guilt, which, coupled with a Fenian love of lost causes, would precipitate black dog whiskey drunks and trigger unspeakable incidents at totally the wrong cocktail parties. I first met Dempsey at the instigation of my then agent, The marvelous Abner Stein. Dempsey and the legendary Sonny Mehta were the two star editors at Granada Publishing. Dempsey had been responsible for bringing both Ed Sanders and Hunter S. Thompson to the house. Stein was a suave, swift-witted, expatriate New Yorker who had seemed to enjoy the tempo and civility of English publishing, but still maintained a Sixth Avenue savoir-faire and Manhattan determination that enabled him to run rings round the coterie of upper-class twits who seemed, at the time, to have been installed in publishing, because, in the opinion of their families, publishing houses were places where idiot second sons could do the least damage. Dempsey took on the challenge of publishing and marketing books with typical Bull-at-a-gate radicalism. He wanted to put out books that upset people and was a natural magnet for trouble. That was, of course, why Abner paired the two of us in the first place. When I arrived on the scene, Dempsey was under intense fire from the legal big guns of the Church of Scientology over the chapter in Ed Sanders' book The Family that alleged links between Scientology and the Manson family. Dempsey was also an editor who liked to hang out with his authors, if they'd have him, and this helped sculpt his legend. When he raised hell with J.G. Ballard through the painful creation of the novel Crash, it triggered another obsession. He bought a huge old Mercedes and, although I don't know if he ever consummated hammer-down, high-speed vehicular sex, he certainly constituted a menace to the public at large. Inevitably he wrecked the Teutonic beast and was banned from driving, although that did little to deter him. We found an initial kinship in the demon drink, and any vestige of the hippie-hating Marxist-Leninist was swiftly drowned in Jameson's. When I showed him the initial chapters of my first novel The Texts of Festival, a fantasy set in a new dark age with technology on a par with the Wild Bunch and a fractured memory of 20th century pop culture, he went bananas and wanted to publish it. I don't think any author had it so easy. Many may have copped more cash, but in terms of a lack of hassle and grief, the deal was unparalleled. This is not to say that, later in life, I didn't suffer my share of rejection by dyslectic bastards who decided that one or other of my deathless masterpieces wasn't for them. First time round, though, I rode into town in a first-class compartment of outrageous good fortune. The Texts of Festival was rapidly followed by The Tale of Willie's Rats, a sex, drugs and rock and roll minor opus about a fictional rock band. Dempsey didn't think it was the best I could do, but deemed it publishable and put it out in lurid paperback with a TNA cover. Now I was looking at a third novel and I really had to put up or shut up. With athletes it's going for the burn, with writers it's dipping in the slime. A matter of sliding a fist and even a forearm into the unholy ooze that collects in the dark depths of the imagination. Into the Parisian sewers of the mind with you, boy, and see what you can find. And the first thing I stumbled across, among the albino rats and phantom organists, was the very idea I needed. During the merry days at IT I had written and published a story called Mo the Roller. In an environment known as the damaged world, even reality itself had achieved a state of terminal entropy, and the inhabitants of this happy nightmare had to generate their own by means of devices known as stasis generators. To create something the size of a city required huge Nikola Tesla devices buried in the foundations, but an individual could be provided with a plausible physical existence by a device about the size of a Walkman, slung on the belt or carried in a handbag. Without a stasis generator, all became the nothings, ageless and dimensionless, infinite wastes of time and matter, shimmering gray, all colors and none. If you tossed a beer can into the nothings, it smoked, evaporated and was no more. Entropy even took care of the garbage. When Ingrid read the first detailed description of the nothings, lolling in Biba velvet in front of the Magi coal electric fire at Chesterton Road, she informed me they were a classic and accurate, if maybe idiot savant, description of clinical depression. I then explained the system by which all material goods and artifacts were beamed in from Stuff Central and life was exactly what one made it, either collectively or as an individual. Ingrid leaned forward, and wrapped her arms around her knees protectively and considered this. Stuff. Every kind of stuff. From Stuff Central. Anything you desire. I suppose it does have an elegant simplicity. and saves a great deal of time. Mo the Roller I'd only written in enough of the metaphysical quasi-technology to support a bizarre game of pool. In the novel The Quest of the DNA Cowboys, I had to expand the concept and blend in the details to support an entire fantasy universe. For the raw materials, I pillaged everything from Star Trek and Kung Fu to the Marquis de Sade and Sam Peckinpah. I had huge domesticated lizards with twin brains, I had a preteen evil dictator of her own private universe, I had living, growing biocomputers, tended by monks who also had their own futuristic martial arts disciplines. Fanciful weapons, medieval jails, public hangings, Albert Speer architecture, gunfights, some obligatory whips and chains, stiletto heels and femme fatale in tight and fetishistic clothing, orgies and organisms, and monstrous undefined monsters called disruptors which sucked up every semblance of life or logic into their all-consuming maws. In a bout of wish fulfillment, I also created a comprehensive pharmacy of fictional narcotics and psychotropics. The Quest of the DNA Cowboys, and its two sequels, The Synaptic Manhunt and The Neural Atrocity, were crammed with the fine and chaotic ground clutter of contemporary pop culture. No effort at distortion went untried to realize more fully those fantasy worlds to which I'd been given tiny tantalizing glimpses by Robert Johnson, Jim Morrison, or Bob Dylan. I wanted the full picture of what lay beyond the crossroads or inside the gates of Eden, fleshed out in fully formed geography. By the time I'd completed some 700 printed pages that made up the 3 volumes, I was pretty damned happy. The plan was for the DNA Cowboys trilogy to make me world famous and rich for life, but like most plans of its kind, it didn't quite pan out that way. The first snag was defining what I'd done. W.H. Smith and other legitimate booksellers didn't know what to do with these books. A few got racked as science fiction, but many stores reacted with the suspicion that these 3 tomes might be inexplicable to all but psychedelic drug users. At times like this an author learns the value of a good editor, and Dempsey wasn't the most diligent of mentors. Sweating the details wasn't his strong suit, and also he had the memory of a drunk. He could get the Granada sales force good and plastered, but forget that the object of the mission was to hype them on moving the books into the shops. And then, of course, he magnificently self-destruct at the Frankfurt Book Fair, charging rounds of booze and hookers to Granada and wiping out about 14 months' worth of the book division's promo budget. The piece de resistance came when he tossed a recliner chair out of a 5th-floor window. The 3 books sold to exactly those for whom they were intended, but, with Dempsey not only fired from Granada, but banned from the building, they simply lay and waited to be picked up by the few in the know. No advertising, no fanfare, no reviews in the Sunday Times. In fact, enough were picked up to make the exercise worthwhile and, in short order, the first printing was gone. No one, however, was sufficiently involved to order a reprint, and over the years the trilogy became much sought-after rarities. All in all, the project left me feeling a lot like Kilgore Trout, Kurt Vonnegut's archetypal fucked-over novelist. I was exceedingly pissed off at Michael Dempsey until I discovered that his flamboyant exit had not been as mindlessly excessive as it might have appeared. He had not only organized his severance from Granada, but had voided his contract with the company. This left him free to start his own publishing company with capital that he'd miraculously raised, despite his track record and predispositions. We went on to do 2 more books together. Get On Down was a beautifully printed collection of rock and roll posters that proved to be a great source of pride and pleasure. It concentrated mainly on the psychedelic era. Obviously this was to my own taste, and a period of intense graphic as well as musical innovation, but this was not the only motivation. Psychedelic art was disappearing at an alarming rate, and the only comprehensive collections of psychedelia belonged to people as careful as Miles, and of course Felix, who seemed to have collected everything and already had a set of big, brass-bound planchettes for his hoard of posters, artwork, and printed ephemera. The time was right to reproduce the best of the graphic work in book form, before the endangered species vanished entirely. The quest to preserve graphic psychedelia for posterity triggered another of Michael's manic enthusiasms. The finished book was designed by Richard Adams and manufactured by a Dutch fine art printer who used an incredibly expensive color process to give a near-perfect reproduction of the metallic golds and silvers, but Dempsey still wanted to keep the cover price low enough for the book to be street accessible. The numbers never really crunched, and although the book sold well, Get On Down cost Dempsey and his backers a small fortune by the final accounting. No small part of the cost was a monster champagne and acid party at a bookstore in Charing Cross Road. Hundreds showed up, including a huge contingent of punks, who stole everything that wasn't nailed down, and Dempsey got about as drunk as was survivably possible. The presence of a large number of punks at the Get On Down party was no accident. Dempsey was early in his recognition of the importance of punk. In the beginning he reacted like a publisher and made a deal with Mark P., the creator of the fanzine Sniffing Glue, to publish a collection of his writing in book form, but, as always with Dempsey, it didn't stop there. By a series of coincidences and hustles he wound up managing the band The Adverts, who then proceeded to have a minor hit with the single Gary Gilmore's Eyes. Dempsey's home became filled with speed-rapping punks and others nodding out on heroin, and he himself made the acquaintance of both drugs, in addition to his usual whiskey intake. The band's two focal points, TV Smith and Gay Advert, were, to say the least, a volatile handful, especially in the first flush of their brief success, but while his life seemed to be reduced to a chaos of nose rings, tattoos, and bad dope, Dempsey still went ahead and published my sixth novel, The Feelies. This book ran closely parallel with the punk ethic in which Dempsey had enmeshed himself. In a stressed-out and overpopulated near future, a form of virtual reality is being marketed as the next opiate of the people, while massive TV game shows pit near-psychotic greed against the fear of mind-bending humiliation. The packaging of The Feelies was, in its own way, just as elaborate as that of Get On Down. Instead of a modest paperback, Dempsey, flying on a punk rock hit single, Glenlivet and Amphetamine Sulfate, ordered an illustrated deluxe softcover extravaganza. I have no idea how many the book sold. I had to be content with no money, but a truly fabulous insider reaction. Maximalist guitar virtuoso and cyberpunk critic Glenn Branca hailed The Feelies one of the definite forerunners of the hot genre of the 80s and 90s. And that was the way of it with Dempsey. The primary objective might not be achieved, but the collateral conquests could be unexpected pleasures. He had the knack of making me feel like the hot young literary starboy, and I basked shamelessly in the heat. Ingrid and I went to parties in places we hadn't been to before and, in some cases, places we didn't even know existed. I recall a high-ceilinged gentlemen's club on Piccadilly where Michael Moorcock beamed like a huge affable Viking, while Harlan Ellison, overwarm in leather jeans and hyperactivity, complimented me on my style and called me kid, which did great things for my ego considering that I was now in my early 30s. I met Anthony Burgess, who was drunk and talkative, and Jim Ballard, who never really seemed to have escaped from that Japanese internment camp. I encountered Michael Hare, who had covered the war in Vietnam for Rolling Stone and would later write the voice-over parts for Apocalypse Now. I went on a whiskey sampling pub crawl with Ralph Steadman and Dempsey, which ended in yet another weird after-hours criminal shebang in Earl's Court. All in all, it's a miracle any of us came out it alive, and of course poor Dempsey didn't. In the early 80s, after a hard night's drinking, he attempted to change a light bulb at the top of the stairs in his flat and tumbled to his death. God rest him. Dance hall style. When I wasn't writing or posing as the literary hepcat, many midnights would find me in Dingwall's Dance Hall, a nightclub in what came to be called Camden Lock, but until Dingwall's opened was nothing more than a mysterious opening at the end of the formidable British rail wall that ran down Chalk Farm Road, east from the Roundhouse. Dingwall's was where I ruined my liver for most of the 70s, and a lot of my more flamboyant memories are entwined around the long, narrow, live music and drinking joint. I watched Richard Nixon resign in Dingwall's, raising our glasses and screaming, "Gotcha, you fucking bastard," as though his downfall had been part of some huge group effort. I saw Wilco Johnson with Dr. Feelgood for the first time there, and Eric Clapton sitting in with Buddy Guy. I saw Bo Diddley. I saw Country Joe McDonald, and Johnny Thunders and the Heartbreakers, Kilburn and the High Roads, Blondie, and Mick Green and the Pirates, and I played there myself once or twice. My face was once slashed with broken glass, but I escaped with only a small scar on my upper lip. Injury was not without compensation, however. I was immediately tended like a fallen hero, for an entire weekend, by a dark-haired Swede called Asa. If you want to get the girl, kid, lose the fight. The overall impression was not unlike a long, narrow barn or maybe a western saloon with a slick coat of polymer on all the woodwork. In terms of ambience and attitude, H could have designed Dingwalls with me in mind. He'd taken everything he'd learned at the speakeasy and improved it, refined the assets and eliminated the majority of the drawbacks. The sum total was a long bar, away from the music, with a sufficiency of bartenders. The noisy end of the club had enough lines of sight to see the bands if you really desired. The DJ booth was manned by Boss on many of the more epic nights. H, and then Boss, when he took over as manager, maintained a booking policy that never quite allowed a mosh pit to form. Although punk was coming in, it wasn't permitted to take over. Punks gobbed, fought, stole, made a mess and didn't spend money. Dingwalls was our joint, the freaks who'd made it through and had at least the price of a Jack Daniels, a Red Stripe and maybe a half gram of coke. Dingwalls was elitist enough for Frank Zappa to dine in peace, but with no who's Q10 who isn't door policy. Everyone knew and everyone, for the most part, respected how it was. Billy Idol and Mick Jones would drink there, but they never played at Dingwalls. The punks showed up for reggae acts like U-Roy, Burning Spear, and Clint Eastwood, but they were expected to behave. I assume that both the Camden Town gangsters and the local scuffers had been paid off to their satisfaction. Certainly the police took a reasonably laissez-faire attitude towards the milling drunks who fumbled from the premises around 2:10 a.m. groping for cabs, and about the only serious underworld incident was when a crazy Greek bouncer, who'd seemingly been hired as a favor to some minor Kentish town godfather, went berserk with a machete and almost killed a guitar player. As a regular at Dingwalls, I found myself living the pretensions of the drunken scribe with no quarter. I may not yet have been writing as well as Dylan Thomas, Tennessee Williams or Dorothy Parker, but I was starting to match their drinking. And was I having a good time? Truthfully. Yes, I think I was. Drunks are always sorry for themselves, and I was definitely no exception. Poor me, now pour me another. All aspirations to literature have to come with a full load of communicable torture and angst. On the other hand, life had become pretty comfortable. Friendships felt as solid as I'd ever known them. Some of us had now been in the fray for a full decade and I pretty much knew who I could count on in times of stress. Amazingly, although much of the outside world appeared to be in a hopeless downhill slide, a number of the other old-timers were doing pretty well for themselves. The biggest surprise in the neighborhood was the sudden rise to fame of Hawkwind. After laboring long and hard in the raw, solar wind, they had scored a completely unforeseen top 10 hit with the uncharacteristically short and radio-friendly Silver Machine. Mercifully the band appeared little affected, either in lifestyle or attitude, by having their pictures in the papers or being on top of the pops. Certainly chart success didn't allay Lemmy's constant need to borrow money from all and sundry. The Hawklords continued to dine on the grease and flypaper at the Mountain Grill, and their only concession to pop stardom was going to gigs in a Mercedes bus. Manager Douglas Smith looked more stressed out and Bill Graham haggard than ever, but began drinking a much better brand of scotch. The overall outcome of Hawkwind having a hit was that their light show, designed and furiously operated by Jonathan Smeaton, the ramrod of Liquid Len and the Lensman, became truly stunning. Sadly, the Pink Fairies couldn't emulate their old running buddies' sudden jump in record sales, and continued to stumble on, doing some memorable shows to baying Yahoo mobs, but all too frequently snatching defeat from the jaws of victory at crucial moments, and sending themselves back to the salt mines without passing go or collecting their £200. The Yahoos loved them well enough, however, for Sandy and Larry to be found propping up the bar at Dingwall's on any given night. As well as the old lags, Dingwall served as a catalyst for new faces and new encounters, and, of those new faces, by far the most outwardly psychopathic was that of Wilko Johnson. Like the Who, Dr. Feelgood drew a furious energy from the mutual enmity of the two front men, and their best shows always teetered on the edge of violence. Wilko and the late Lee Brillows had exactly the same guitarist-slash-singer animosity that had made Townsend and Daltrey so formidable and dangerous. The only real difference was that Townsend and Daltrey evolved some Marquis of Queensberry system that allowed them to continue all the way to infinity, while Wilko and Brillows hit critical mass after just 3 albums. While they lasted, though, the original feel-goods were something, and I'll never forget them doing Riot in Cell Block No. 9 at the Hammersmith Odeon. Amid whirling, film noir spotlights, Brillows and Wilko advanced on the footlights with all the menace of an authentic breakout at the big house, and I continue to rate the album Stupidity, recorded on that tour, as one of the greatest all-time live recordings. I think one of the reasons Wilko and I got along was that he needed someone with whom he could have an intelligent conversation. The other original feel-goods embraced the thug culture of Canvey Island villains, especially Brillows, who, while an outstanding performer and always courteous to me, could be scary in the extremity of his right-wing politics and flares of Ronnie Cray temper. Wilko was educated and highly literate, as obsessed with the writing and performances of Bill Burroughs as I was, but also a fan of the Romantic poets and their opium intake. For Wilko, life with the other feel-goods, aside from when they were playing, was a wasteland arid of intellect. Wilko was, to say the least, an oddity. In terms of guitarist presentation, he was the total anti-Keith. No mascara and scarves for this boy. With eyes that turned psychotic at will, and the pudding bowl haircut of a homicidal schoolboy in the movie. If Wilko, in his shabby black pinstripe suit, black shirt buttoned to the neck, would clutch his black Telecaster like an AK-47 and execute full stage width slides and shuffles not unlike the ones the young Wayne Kramer stole from James Brown. Jagged, staccato and minimal, Wilko was about as antithetical, both in shape and sound, to the self-indulgent shag haircut breed of guitar heroes as it was possible to be and remain on the same planet. In that, he provided the template for generations of punk guitar stranglers as yet unborn. Although Wilko was smart and funny as hell, he appeared to like his private life complicated in the extreme, and as we came to know and trust each other, these complications often showed up at the door of Chesterton Road. With a wife and child out in Southend, a stripper mistress in the big bad city, and little truck with either discretion or deception, his options for rock star soap opera were unlimited, particularly when the ever-popular Sulfate served as emotional rocket fuel. The doorbell would ring and there would be a wide-eyed Wilko, often with girlfriend Maria, or now and again with Lemmy. Most times he was simply looking for a convivial place to pass the seemingly eternal night of the men who never sleep. On other occasions, though, epic drama would be in progress, triggered by some skirmish in his endless domestic trench warfare, and he'd be issuing speed freak ultimatums that pendulumed between murder and suicide, the weapon of fantasy invariably being a serrated bread knife. Mercifully, the death wish was never realized and everyone remained, if not happy, then at least unsliced. Being a regular at Dingwall's also caused resumptions of contact with characters whom I hadn't seen in a very long time. Guy Stevens, usually drunk, late and abusive, was on his way to produce the Clash's masterpiece London Calling and then dropped dead. To see Guy in his last hurrah was, to put it charitably, educational, but another unexpected reunion with Tony Secunda proved far more momentarily beneficial. Since I'd last seen him with The Move, he'd had a hand in the rising fortunes of Mark Bolan. He'd managed the folk ensemble Steely Span, and had kept Steve Took alive by going into bat for a fairly large accrual of royalties that Took had earned on the back of Bolan's success. At Dingwall's, Secunda was in the phase of never meeting a bag of cocaine he didn't like. Frequently Tony would give me a ride back to Chesterton Road, and then come in and start doing up the 8-ball he seemed invariably to have with him as a chemical security blanket. Cokeheads aren't usually Mother Teresa when it comes to altruism, and I could only assume that Tony needed someone with whom he could argue, on and around the paranoid nuances of the great global conspiracy to control everything. I learned early in the game that being up for such discussion could garner a bonanza of free nose candy. We often went at it until 10 or 11 in the morning, when Tony would decide that he should look in at his office, and I'd take a couple of Ingrid's Valium and collapse. One fateful night, however, we didn't make it to Chesterton Road at all, and went through that unique bonding experience of guys who get thrown in the drunk tank together. The combination of cocaine and alcohol is a circus unto itself. The booze makes you act stupid, while the coke energizes you to continue the stupidity almost indefinitely. On the night in question, our condition by closing time was such that Tony shouldn't have been driving, and I'm not sure if I was even truly capable of being a passenger. Ingrid was with us, but I don't know where she positioned herself in this unsteady equation. Even before we'd reached Edgware Road, Tony and I were engaged in a pointless argument about God knows what, and, by the time we made the turn onto the iron railway bridge at the end of Golborne Road, in the shadow of Trellick Tower, the debate had reached such a crescendo that he braked in the middle of the bridge. Leaving the car, doors open, lights on and engine running, Tony grabbed an aerosol paint can and sprang out to consolidate whatever point he was making by writing it in letters 3 feet high on the grey Victorian iron. That Tony had a spray can so readily to hand was a product of an obsession with graffiti that he was espousing at the time. If he'd ever fallen in with the painter Jean-Michel Basquiat, who came to fame under the tagger pseudonym Samo, they might have formed an unholy alliance. By this time Tony was managing Lemmy's first version of Motorhead and had decided a graffiti campaign was a perfect adjunct to their uncompromising, down with the street image. Every time he spotted a suitable wall, he'd spray the word Motorhead on it, and I believe one or two of his efforts survive to this day. On the bridge Tony was swaying a little, and instead of inscribing a stunning riposte, he'd only managed a couple of abstract curves when a blue light flashed behind us. A half-dozen coppers poured from the back of a Black Maria, laid their meaty hands on Tony and me and hustled us to the van. We went quietly, taken completely by surprise. One problem had been overlooked, however. In their eagerness to apprehend us, the law had entirely failed to notice Ingrid sitting in Tony's car, engine still idling, lights blazing, and doors gaping. They quite literally drove past it without comment as they hauled us off to Ladbroke Grove Nick. Ingrid had never driven in her life and was at something of a loss as she saw us carried off. I don't think Tony or I would have blamed her had she stormed angrily out of the car, left it exactly where it was and walked home, at that point little more than 300 yards away. Ingrid, though, with her Scandinavian sense of civic responsibility, at least felt obligated to move the car over to the curb. As she told it, she was just wondering how to accomplish this when an amiable hippie wandered down the road. She asked him if he knew how to park a car. He not only did, but turned it off, locked it and then walked her to the end of the street. It was fortunate that Tony and I had gone quietly. We were simply assumed to be drunk. At about 8 in the morning we were charged with defacing public property and being drunk and disorderly, and were released to get cleaned up before appearing at Marylebone Magistrates Court an hour and a half later. Back at Chesterton Road, Ingrid said nothing to me, just gave Tony his keys, informed him of the whereabouts of his car and went back to bed. In court, feeling like shit, we took the easy way out. We pleaded guilty, apologized to the magistrate for wasting his time and accepted a £5 fine on each count. I suppose I really should have felt content in this period. I was still living from project to project, and from paycheck to paycheck, but the checks were sufficiently large to have a little fun. I had a home with the rent pegged to 1969 prices. I had an attractive blonde girlfriend who seemed infinitely tolerant of my antics. I had a growing reputation as a writer, and I was allowed to retreat into my fictional fantasy worlds any time I wanted. I had both a bar and a nightclub where everyone knew my name and the bartenders would cash my checks. I had even got thrown into jail for the night just to keep my credibility up to snuff. What more did I need? If I dug deep enough I could find something. In this case, it was how the fun didn't come without high levels of self-deception. As we've already seen, the Grove, nay, the whole post-industrial, post-imperial, fucked-up country in denial, seemed to be losing its sanity as it slid closer to the abyss of ugliness. Outside the cozy groove I'd ground for myself, much was unwell in old England. Few were getting much satisfaction, but I'd had my fill of tag-team street politics. I tried to tell myself fuck it. We had a new generation on the rise to do the street fighting, didn't we? It was their turn to incite the riots and play the Ramalama. I pretended I wanted nothing but the part of a venerable observer. I was chronically burned out on the prophet of doom shtick. Hey, guys, I'm too young to be Howard Bale. I've done my tour of duty. I have my purple heart for brain trauma, yo. What I didn't have was the knowledge that the Ramalama, like the Corleone family, doesn't let you go that easily. Chapter 10. The Titanic sails at dawn. It's June 19, 1976, and in 3 months I'll be 32. I'm already old by contemporary standards, but I'm not in the least happy. In another year I'll be 33, the age at which John Reed died and Jesus Christ was nailed on the cross, sucking vinegar. Worse than that, my first love, rock and roll, seems to be going to hell in a handbasket. My determination to get out of the prophet of doom, rabble-rouser business had lasted about as long as any of my tenuous attempts to quit cigarettes. On this day in June NME published a lengthy diatribe of my dissatisfaction under the headline "The Titanic Sails at Dawn," a decade-old quote from Bob Dylan's Desolation Row. The peg on which the 3,000-word piece was conveniently hung was a stuffed bag of mail from disgruntled readers about how the current crop of First Division rock shows sucked the big one. Stadium rock had come to the UK, and no one seemed in the least bit pleased about it. Their immediate targets were recent shows by the Rolling Stones at Earl's Court and The Who at Charlton Football Ground. That Princess Margaret had been spotted hanging around with the Stones seemed to be the last straw for our naturally disgruntled readers. Responding with an angry diatribe to a fat mailbag is an easy ploy to expand the fan base, but my motives when I sat down to write the piece were not completely self-serving. I've always found it hard to stay mad at The Who for very long. The Stones, on the other hand, along with Rod Stewart, Elton John, and visiting Americans like the Eagles, were starting to get right up my nose. I was coming to the conclusion that the current overblown stadium rock was not the music Eddie Cochran had died for. I used the SS Titanic as the obvious metaphor for the hubris of superstar rock as it wallowed in a lavish mire of luxury. The iceberg was the growing discontent among an audience that felt itself increasingly exploited. I ended the piece with these words. If rock and roll is not being currently presented in an acceptable manner, and, from the letters we've been getting at the NME, this would seem to be the case, it is time for the 70s generation to start producing their own ideas and ease out the old farts who are still pushing tired ideas left over from the 60s. The time seems to be right for original thinking and new inventive concepts, not only in the music but in the way that it is staged and promoted. It may be difficult in the current economic climate, and it may be a question of taking rock back to street level and starting all over again. Putting the Beatles back together isn't going to be the salvation of rock and roll. 4 kids playing to their own contemporaries might. And that, gentle reader, is where you come in. Some commentators would later claim that the article represented a contributory factor to the inception of punk, but that's nonsense. By the time the rant was published, the Sex Pistols had played as far afield as Manchester Lesser Free Trade Hall and a club called The Crypt in Middlesbrough. Patti Smith's album Horses had been a cult hit for 6 months or more. Indeed, the famous incident at the 100 Club in Oxford Street, when Sid Vicious put the brute boot in on a fallen Nick Kent, the attack chronicled in just about every history of punk all the way to the Alex Cox movie Sid and Nancy, occurred the very day before the issue of NME featuring the Titanic piece hit the stands in central London. Punk was already well established among the pogo conoscenti long before I put pen to paper. Stepping back from the historical long view that the phenomenon really started with Eddie Cochran, punk as London knew it was spawned in much the same twin epic entrees as the hippies. One bunch doing a street thing in the Grove and another, slightly more biased to trash, cash and fashion, doing much the same in Chelsea. The action in the Grove seemed to be among a fluctuating stew of musicians who orbited the bands the London SS and the 101 ERS, and who had something going in the Elgin, a pub with a bad reputation for low-rent speed freaks and drooling cases of Mandy damage, and would emerge as the Clash and the Damned. The Chelsea boys and girls were a bit more of a mystery, but that was how it had always been. A certain coterie attended parties at the chic Butler's Wharf studio of glass sculptor Andrew Logan. Logan had been around since the early 70s, but I never really bothered to figure him out. Chrissy Hynde seemed to be in this same crowd, and I can only imagine Nick Kent too, since they were conducting an angular romance at around that time. I remember being introduced to a set of names. One was a character called Malcolm McLaren, who'd had something to do with the final red leather phase of the New York Dolls and spouted second-hand situationism. He claimed to be a one-time 60s activist, although I fail to recall him ever being where I was. Apparently he'd become disillusioned with the failure of his generation to achieve genuine or wacky changes, and had opened a shop instead. His partner Vivian Westwood took care of the commercial end by printing Tom of Sweden drawings on t-shirts. Bernie Rhodes, who would later manage the Clash, hung around, seemingly attempting to ape Malcolm. In addition, a strange woman called Jordan and a crew of thug-like youth seemed to make up the numbers, but what did I know? My fish were fried elsewhere, and the rise of the Sex Pistols, Susie, or the Pretenders is hardly mine to recount. If the NME rant contributed anything, it was to spread the ripples a little wider in the pond. And I was dealing the propaganda from a stacked deck. When I exhorted the youth of England to seek the Ramalama among their own contemporaries, I was sneakily aware that something worth the seeking definitely lurked, waiting to be found. I felt I was bringing punk to the lumpen. But that was as far as it went. I'd always considered it my task to break ground, not follow the plow. Also, I wasn't quite ready to venture too close to out-of-tune fuzz guitars and tuneless vocals. The non-judicial use of handcuffs. Julie Burkhill has already gone fully, if not scandalously, public with anecdotes about our affair in the 70s. I guess we all build our histories as we become aware of encroaching time. I'm shamelessly doing so here, and writers get especially good at it when the bloom of youth is fled and the tales and the commentary are all that remain. The most implacable truth can be improved in the telling, and I'm rather honored to be included in her narrative. I was stalking Mickey, drunken old fool that he was, he didn't get the hint for ages. So I poured myself into my Levis. Shrugged on my leather jacket. Stole a red apple from a greengrocer's in Westbourne Grove and turned up on his doorstep one morning when I knew his girlfriend was away. It was high noon, but when he opened the door I knew he had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes with beautiful fists. Julie. Hello, Mickey. I bit into the apple. He gulped and swallowed. I smoldered up his 3 doorsteps at him. Aren't you going to ask me in? Yeah. Sure. He stepped back, as he always did for me, and I passed him into the hallway. He pointed up. The flat's up there. Right. I put my hand on the banister and felt him tremble. Mickey. Yeah. You know this thing sadomasochism. Yeah. Can you show me, please? Annie Lennox had it down. To abuse and be abused are the infinitely interchangeable sides of the same coin, but how many of the boys and girls wanted to flip that coin and roll it over on their knuckles? Appealing to fetishistic triggers from the wrong side of midnight is hardly cricket, but I was well and truly stalked, and now, with all available nonchalance, I attempted to live up to a few of her teen expectations. I was highly flattered to have this young woman with all this raw talent hanging round me and making me feel like Lee Marvin. She was well aware that my life was going through a phase during which, if I wasn't sleeping, I was either sober and working or out on the town and drunk. What she seemed to like about me was that I'd been through the wars and was still snarling, "Fuck 'em if they can't take a joke." Julie seemed able to tolerate me well, after most had given up and left me to my whiskey strangeness. In fact, she seemed to be everywhere I went, and even when I was well into the zone of the werewolves she seemed to show up. I would find her in cabs with me and wonder how she got there, but be dimly aware that we were drifting towards an inevitable impropriety probably worth some comment on a slow gossip day. When floating through the nets and entanglements of the very young and determined, one can run an all too serious risk of overreaching yourself and appearing a total fool for your presumption. There's no more damned fool than a fool revealing a mistaken passion, and I simply waited to see what might happen next. I also had to consider the matter of Tony Parsons. Parsons had been recruited to NME at exactly the same time as Julie, part of the same package of new punk blood, and he seemed to have taken a proprietorial interest in her, exuding tribal warnings that if any of us old hippies laid a hand on her, we'd have him to reckon with. The mating habits of punks seemed alien and a little atavistic, all the way back to mods under the pier at Brighton. If Parsons had some yob bee in his bonnet that there was anything between Julie and me, then a minor outbreak of primate unpleasantness was definitely on the cards and should probably be avoided. On the other hand, I wasn't about to allow his Y-chromosome jitterbugging to disturb me, now that she was so explicitly on my doorstep. Hell, no, even though a colleague had warned me that I should watch out for him. Oh yeah. You're the only thing in the way of him being you. I wasn't sure that I totally agreed with the theory, but I knew what he meant. As far as I was concerned, Parsons was a half-light year from paying the kind of dues I'd slapped on the counter over the years, but his ambition was palpable. In the wake of Julie's overt doorstep proposition, the ensuing romance was doomed to have a discretionary short shelf life. And then, of course, she couldn't resist the teen temptation to flaunt, and the inevitable fistfight broke out, as it happened, in the empty file room of the NME offices at King's Reach Tower. I swear it was a blighted building. I figure if the two of us hadn't been consciously set up for the confrontation, its inevitability had been subliminally promoted, but once a charged distillation of testosterone is bent on throwing punches, the reasons why become a trifle redundant. With Parsons Roy of the Rover's physique, and 11 years on me, I knew I wasn't liable to do much damage, short of hitting him with a typewriter or something equally industrial. My best, and probably only, strategy was to keep ducking and weaving, covering up until he realized, fit as he was, that he wasn't really going to be able to hurt me. Meanwhile, Julie was seemingly delighted. In her own words, I sat on my desk, dangling my legs like an innocent 10-year-old, and I couldn't help but smirk. My dream had come true. I really and truly was, at the age of 17, a fully fledged femme fatale. Femme fatale, definite devilment, DNA round the twist, and no easy thing being a principal player in the fantasy of another, but punks demanded violent complexity in all areas. Nothing but the haircuts. I was being flash in leather jeans and black wool jacket with a tie belt and a symbolic Thunderbird on the back, an amalgam of Geronimo, Robin Hood, and a Klingon space pirate. As you might guess, I rather fancied myself. The costume hardly fitted in at the Roxy Club, where the boys seemed uniform in black jeans and motorcycle jackets, or ripped and torn Ted drapes and bondage strides, while Suxy and her cohorts had straight guys to startle in a dog-eared, laddered stocking version of Ilsa She-Wolf of the confidential leather catalogs. In theory, in a place like the Roxy, do what you will should once more have been the law, straight back to Aleister Crowley and no messing, but, as I was quickly to learn from John Rotten himself, punk enforced a dress code as draconian as the flamingo at the height of mod. The punks were far less tolerant of deviance and aberration than the hippies had ever been, unless said deviance and aberration conformed to their own norms of perversity. The Roxy Club was a made-over transvestite refuge in Covent Garden and qualified as the big city ground zero for the first punk detonations, the showcase for the first wave bands and the consolidated fashion parade of the new style. Deja bloody vu. The art school dance goes on forever, as old George Melly observed. The hippie counterculture had made its first stand in a borrowed ballroom. In our case, an old Irish dance club, and the punks had a definite advantage in finding themselves a former drag queen hangout. The immediate neighborhood was better conditioned to wandering travesties. The styles and attitudes may have been diametrically different, but the fundamental ambience was unmistakable. Crowley's Rites of Eleusis rode again and Nietzschean finality was back in new threads and haircut. Every youth movement likes to flatter itself that it was born fully formed on the half-shell, and exempt from any cultural genealogy. No punk walking would have admitted that he or she was of a noble dissident tradition going directly back through the freaks of the 60s, the Beat Generation, Crowley, and the Dadaists too, at the very least, Lord George Byron and the Opium Den Romantics, if not Ned Ludd and Wat Tyler. I was happy to see a new generation of bohemian urban guerrillas on the move, going up against the status quo, attacking the target from yet another angle, but I'd seen a hell of a lot of it before. The primary difference was that the hippies operated in a period of economic abundance, while punks were scavenging on the leftovers of a post-affluent society. Such was the difference a decade made. I'd hardly started on my first Roxy beer when Rotten spotted me from across the crowded room and started in my direction with a couple of spiky-haired Goombas in tow. I'd never met Rotten before, although we certainly knew each other from our pictures in the paper. I knew confrontation was on the cards, but I was fairly confident. What kudos would there be in duffing up Mick Farren, for fuck's sake? I was hardly Nick Kent. Punks seemed to respect this, with the possible exception of Tony Parsons. Now Rotten was in front of me, but he didn't say a word. Instead, he leaned forward and extended a hand to the cuff of my jeans. The leathers had a slight flare to them. No loon pants nonsense, oh dear me, no, just enough to make them slide over the tops of my pale blue cowboy boots. Rotten measured the flare with his thumb and forefinger like a disapproving East End tailor. His expression said it all. So, Grandad, not so hip as we thought we were, are we? Rotten had adopted the old mod's ruthless sense of fashion, but I wasn't prepared to give ground. My cowboy boots might be just too boring and American, but I liked them, and I cringed for no punk. A shrug of, who gives a fuck, what do I know? I'm not even in the game, boy John. As I'd long ago told the mods in Brighton, I'm a beatnik like Bob D. Wylan. That seemed to do the trick. I believed that my status had just been defined for all to see. I was an old fart with far too much track record to fuck with. I was the real deal, when rising punk mini-stars didn't know shit from their elbows. And, my lord, did I milk that for all it was worth. If you can't have your youth back, be the veteran with the 1,000-yard stare. Beneath my jaded bluff, though, I was generally impressed with young Rotten. He was a presence to be very strongly reckoned with. The achievement I most admired, beyond the artfully contrived persona, was the way he'd pulled off the very difficult trick of singing rock and roll in his native London accent, when all but a few of us had striven to sound American, sometimes at the risk of sounding as dumb as Mick Jagger on The Girl with the Faraway Eyes. John Lennon might have concocted himself a mid-Atlantic, post-Beatle drawl, somewhere between the Mersey and the Hudson, but the last geezer really to sing with a Cockney accent had been Joe Brown of Joe Brown and the Brothers. To rock in Cockney always seemed to conjure a perky Gorblima factor, the musical equivalent of Barbara Windsor, and hardly the sneering and snarling of our early American role models. To drop one's H's on a Howlin' Wolf tune is just too bizarre. Rotten, however, had taken the cute and turned it as feral as a Limehouse wharf rat, though I suspect he had watched a lot of Ian Dury before anyone noticed. He'd also managed to introduce an element of the Victorian music hall drunk into the standard Gene Vincent/Jim Morrison microphone clutch, and folded in our most treasured English influences, Tony Hancock, Arthur English, even Wilfred Bramble. Rotten, unlike so many of his more gothic cohorts, was also colorful. He shied away from funereal S&M black, and was bright, primary, even garish. Brooding like Byron was boring. On stage he was a put-on merchant, a ruffian joker, with a scathing humor and disdainful body language. He incited, but then turned round and scorned what he'd achieved. He'd whip a crowd into the expected adoration, and then castigate them for their masochism. I recall at the 100 Club, but not on the night Kent was stomped, Rotten standing and regarding the bouncing crowd and slowly shaking his head, as if dismayed at how easily the sheep were led. APT that Rotten's most well-recalled words, over and above the lyrics of the Pistols' 3 legendary singles, should be the terminal comment at the end of their final show at Winterland in San Francisco. Ever feel you've been had? A con artist to the last, Lydon could play the postmodern artful dodger because, in the Sex Pistols, he had his very own cartoon dark half. I can only assume that was why Glenn Matlock was eased out of the band and Sid Vicious eased in. Sid could be John's suicidal second banana, eliminating the need for Johnny to carve his own flesh, a Frankenstein creation who, considering the general quality control of the era, inevitably had to fall apart. All seems ripping. He was seemingly without function, except first to mutilate himself and then die as an encore, providing an early and much-needed martyr. Dumb as a bull in a bull ring, he lurched down Satan's shortcut. Couldn't sing, couldn't play, but an idiot savant who, stoned and in the dark, could find the trail left by Jones, Jimmy, and Jim. Like Iggy before him, he was Punk's stunt man, who refused to fake the falls. When Sid fell, he was obliged to hurt himself. The only permitted airbag was a degenerate consumption of powdered drugs. Although I tended to look at Sid as little more than a degenerate surly thug, I couldn't fail to recognize his comatose charisma, the lacerated, lights on but no one home beauty. Rotten might have been the dodger, but Sid was the face of 78. When they were together, Rotten seemed to be able to exert a mad scientist control over Sid. Back, Igor. Boring, Sydney. The ringmaster lash kept Sid in check during the early days, but later, when Nancy wielded her whip, control was out and black vinyl death seemed inevitable. I saw no redeeming qualities in Nancy Spungen, a chipped nails on a blackboard horror show with an accent to chill the blood, an overripe USDA peach, doing its best to fall as far as possible from the middle American tree. With Rotten on the one hand pulling Sid to notoriety and confrontation, Nancy followed a needle dream of junky domesticity in which she would have all of his attention. Boring, Sydney. The word boring became one of the most overworked in the punk vocabulary, and it rubbed me up the wrong way. It may have had its place as the warning to the babbling speed freak when the noise grew too irritating. You're boring, man. Fuck off. Aside from that, I always considered it the cry of attention deficit, the symptom of the challenged attention span, and punk boredom was universal. They were bored by everything. Sex was boring. Emotions were boring. Compassion and concern were doubly boring. Jaded and pretending to drown in ennui, they adopted the terminally nihilist pose of being so desensitized that no stimuli could work, except maybe hard drugs and high-velocity, electric razor music. Just to complicate matters, any movement that latches onto self-mutilation attracts the dysfunctionally self-mutilating. The hippies quickly learned how the psychotic, the dregs and the predators were attracted like a magnet to any subculture, but unfortunately the punks had to discover it all over again for themselves, and pay the freight of discovery. Unfocused, short-span, television babies faced a primary dilemma. I can only paraphrase Nietzsche one more tedious time. How long can one be bored with monsters without becoming a monster oneself? Does one tell jokes about Dachau to shock, or because they're funny? Does a nihilist revolution have, by definition, to be treated like an all too tedious chore? In the same way, if no future exists, what point in exploration or adventure? And without a future, What use history? Obviously the total denial of historical research was pure bullshit. John Rotten knew enough to do the old Monkees tune Stepping Stone, and even Sid would resort to the Eddie Cochran catalog when backed into the corner at Max's. Although to state it openly at the time might have been inadvisable, I saw much of punk as a critique of the 60s counterculture, in the same way that Marxism is frequently accused of being nothing more than a critique of capitalism. The sad part was that, with their stance of "we don't need no stinking education," punks remained clueless as to what my generation had actually been about. I recall a totally pointless conversation when I tried to set some sociopathic punk luminary straight on recent history. I think it may have been the acne-cursed poetess and critic Jane Suck. She started the dialogue with a sweeping statement it was hard to let pass. "There's nothing left but mindless fucking violence." Now where had I heard that before? You think so? Peace and love failed, man, and that's why you hippies are such fucking useless wonkers. Ms. Suck hadn't seen me in 1969. It wasn't all peace and love, kid. Yes, it was. Fucking beads and granny glasses. What a fucking joke. I wasn't aware at the time that part of her vehemence may have been because she saw me as a challenge to her unrequited crush on Julie Burkhill. Vietnam. Not the same thing, man. The Weather Underground. What? How about the Manson family? Not the same thing, man. The Clash, on the other hand, being from the Grove, manifested considerably less boredom. In spite of the song "I'm So Bored with the USA," they looked more like an entity I recognized, a pragmatic political rock band with all that entailed, both good and bad, especially in contrast to the Pistols' uncertainty as to whether they were a band or a Malcolm McLaren conceptual art event. The Clash had an appreciation of both rock history and the immediate surrounding culture, and were ready and willing to embrace both. They had the professed interest in ganja and reggae of a band who cut Junior Mauvin's Police and Thieves, and they also knew their rockabilly well enough to dig up Vince Taylor's long black Cadillac. They shamelessly relished all the overgrown schoolboy stuff like war movies, westerns, mafia folklore, and the SAS. They were hip to Vietnam, Fidel, the Spanish Civil War and Chairman Mao's Long March, the same stuff that turned me on when I was starting out. They also kept things simple. I figured this was because they were preaching revolution to some really dumb bastards. The Clash worked with a highly threatening fifth column pogoing and gobbing right in front of them. While Suixi found anti-Semitism shockingly chic, a sector of the crowd went further, allowing themselves to be incited by grim background figures with lines to the National Front, and a message that fascism was the cure for boredom. I know Nazi regalia, all the way back to the Hells Angels, has been displayed to scare the squares, but if the foul ideology comes out of the box right along with daggers and armbands, we have big potential trouble. When their song White Riot began to be co-opted by the Baby Blackshirts as a battle hymn for burning Brixton, something drastic had to be done, and Joe Strummer went to some lengths, including a massive espousal of the newly formed Rock Against Racism, to make it clear that a riot of our own meant a white uprising against the ruling class, not a fucking race war. He was confronted with the unenviable burden of quickly educating a crowd to whom education, and, in some cases, rational thought, was a major anathema, and I greatly admired the way he went about it. Country, bluegrass and blues. Never was a night spot less aptly named, but it wasn't Hilly Crystal's fault. All he'd really wanted was a quiet little club, under a wino flop house called the Palace, with Bill Monroe and Willie Dixon on the jukebox, and a clientele drawn from the more discerning of the Bowery Drunks and the New York chapter of the Hells Angels, who had their clubhouse over on 3rd Street. The full but rarely used name was CBGB and UMFUG, the acronym for country, bluegrass, blues, and other music for uplifting gormandizers. The destruction of Hilly's original vision began when the band Television, Tom Verlaine, Richard Hell, Richard Lloyd, and Billy Ficca, walked in one day looking for a place to play, and conned Hilly into giving them the joint one night a week. Television was short-lived but seminal, and would put out the single Little Johnny Jewel, a watershed for New York punk. Television was followed into CBGB by Patti Smith and Deborah Harry, in the Stilettos and then in Blondie. Talking Heads talked their way in, and finally the Ramones became long-haired, torn levis, resident Neanderthals, and hey-ho, away it went. Television's one night expanded to 7, plus Sunday afternoons, and Hilly found himself presiding over an all-time cultural legend. In essence, CBGB was the logical extension of Max's Kansas City. I had not visited New York early enough to have witnessed Max's in its prime, with David and Angela Bowie sticking Alice Cooper with the bill at the end of the night. I didn't see Deborah Harry as a waitress or Jackie Cooper giving head in the phone booth. By the time I first went there, it was already down to Johnny Thunders trying to borrow $20. It was Willie DeVille and Janya Raven on stage, but even they were rapidly heading downtown. The spare change route from Union Square to the Bowery is a tradition older than rock and roll, older than Hunts Hall and the original Bowery Boys, almost as old as New York itself, and all downhill. It probably also didn't help that Hilly had Club 82 just around the corner. Like London's Roxy, it was a time-honored drag club, but with a longer and far more raunchy track record going back to the 50s, or even earlier. It had been annexed like the Roxy, not by punks but by the androgynous glitter kids of Bowie's Aladdin Sane period, when the Dolls had played a landmark show there in full drag. Whoever took me there had filled me in on the legend. In days of yore, Club 82 had seemingly been the screaming end. Errol Flynn would attempt to play the piano with his penis, and human faces had been served as an entree. When I visited, though, hardly a scream was being raised. Some disgruntled old queens sat at the bar, bitter and reflecting archly how the wannabe young with their Revlon ignorance had killed the golden age of Tallulah Bankhead. As Club 82 sank into its Weimar twilight, the Dolls' followers had only to step across the street. CBGB can be hard on the recall. I drank there through most of the 80s and even played the joint when Henry Beck, John Collins, Victoria Rose, and I had swamp surfed in the acoustic, post-art, anti-folk combo called Tijuana Bible. However, I clearly remember that, back in the mid-70s, when I was still a visitor from London, I saw the Ramones enough times to be left in no doubt that, within the minimalist tracks of their avowed pinhead simplicity, they were the tightest and most streamlined punk band, bar none. I also recall watching the Dead Boys but, needless to say, not the night Stiff Bader's got his dick sucked on stage by one of the waitresses. I always seemed to miss the significant stuff. Instead of copping the oral and then hanging himself with his belt, his self-destructive shtick of the night was to hurl himself from the stage and smash into a full table of drinks, spilling booze, breaking glass, and cutting himself. The damage was fairly impressive, but I figured Stiff had been paying rather too close attention to the combined moves of Rotten and Vicious. I was also grateful he didn't choose my table to fall into, otherwise I suppose I would have felt morally obliged to smack him. Spilled cognac is spilled cognac. I know I saw Richard Hell, because when the English touring party that consisted of me, Boss Goodman and NME photographer Chalky Davies checked into the George Washington Hotel on one particular visit, a package was waiting for us. Hell was on Sire at the time, just as the Deviants had been some 8 or 9 years earlier, and Seymour Stein had seen to it that one of his publicity people had sent over a bunch of albums, pictures, press releases. I was grateful for the present, but still had a few reservations about Hell. No argument that he was, and still is, a poet of stature among his contemporaries, but I couldn't resist an uncharitable thought that part of his rock and roll mystique was down to the rumor that he was hung like a horse. I mean, Hell didn't sing no better than I did, and I was out of the business. Where Richard Hell went, also went Legs McNeil, who along with John Holstrom had founded Punk magazine, which had caused a great deal of interest around NME. I think Legs was well aware of that fact because, from the moment we were introduced, he seemed intent on demonstrating how much of a skinny, smart-mouthed, beer-swilling, gadfly irritant he could be, as in actually licking the net stockings of the Betty Page print on my t-shirt. I decided, with legs, I only had two options. To swat him or to make friends with this joker provocateur, and we been firm friends on and off ever since. I also first met Lester Bangs in the sagging and pasty flesh at CBGB. After the formalities of mutual admiration were over, and we knew each other well enough for me to take him to task, I began to berate him for clinging to rock crit like an accursed security blanket. So much talent being feloniously wasted on silly records and even sillier musicians. Get the fuck outta here, Bangs, and write a detective novel, or at the very least some Destructured Bukowski short stories. The man would snarl and suck on his bottle of Rolling Rock, and I'd wax furious at the waste. Lester was also very taken with the idea of performing. My only advice there was to lose some weight and shave the mustache, but it also caused me to reflect that my own swearing off playing rock and roll was maybe a little drastic. Tragically, none of the Lester Bangs might have beens ever were. The man, failing to heed all advice, was struck down by a fatuous overdose of Valium and over-the-counter flu remedies. Even before Lester's demise, or Johnny Thunders determinately marking himself for death, I wasn't so innocent as to believe that New York didn't exact its share of victims. On the other hand, it had a contradictory sense of permanence. In contrast to London, people there seemed in for the long haul. The town was also remarkably free of ageism. In London I had constantly to remind snotty arseholes that I wasn't any boring old fart from the 60s. In New York I felt like a gunfighter in my prime with the chops to survive. I found the density of bohemianism in New York guaranteed a lot more people like myself who had bridged the 60s/70s gap. Lou Reed, Sam Shepard, Patti Smith, Deborah Harry, Viva, and others of the gang from the Warhol Factory, Jim Forat of the Pink Panthers, and street characters like David Peel, the psychotic hippie Dana Bale, Ugly George. Moondog was always on 6th Avenue outside Black Rock keeping people honest. In New York I discovered fewer dictates of fashion and a far greater diversity. New York had no unilateral punk style. Willie DeVille in Pimp Bebop sharkskin and a pencil mustache, through the Cramps proto-gothic, to D.D. Ramone, the self-confessed, leather jacket rent hustler from 53rd and 3rd. Photographer Joe Stevens flourished there with a history all the way back to the days of acoustic Bob Dylan, but was in CBGB every night, Lord of the Lens. Thus it really shouldn't have come as any surprise when a short, somewhat strange figure came up to me and asked if I was Mick Farren and, if I was, did I want to make a record? Terry Ork resembled nothing more than a short, gay, amiable werewolf, and, as I understood the gist of the conversation, he wanted me to cut some tracks. I figured it was just some New York, ripped in the small hours flattery by a guy who'd been scared by a Deviants record when he was a kid. Cutting cynically to the chase, I demanded to know when this mythic session, which would be my first time in a studio in 7 years, might go down. I expected some vague maybe baby, I'll get back to you, but to my surprise Terry replied, Wednesday. Wednesday. Wednesday was just 48 hours away. Maybe less, the night was already late. Boss was with me on this particular trip, so I looked at him for some kind of reinforcement. Think I should do this? What have you got to lose? On that count I wasn't sure, but offering me time in a studio is like offering a narcissist a room full of mirrors. Going to come along with me? Wouldn't miss it? Maybe I should have had a bit more initial trust in Terry Ork. He had, after all, been the manager of television, shot dope with Jim Carroll and had a history going all the way back to the 60s Warhol Factory. The project in hand was the creation of 2 albums, one consisting of weird and unlikely people singing songs by or associated with the Rolling Stones, and another of equally weird people singing the Phil Spector catalog. Both were forerunners of the tribute CDs that have grown so tedious in recent years, although we didn't know it at the time. What better vehicle could there be with which to sneak out of retirement? Besides, I was in New York. If I fucked up too badly, who in London was going to hear about it? As it turned out, I couldn't have been more in error. I did fuck up, and not only did everyone hear about it, but they actually heard it. The studio where Terry had recording time was a couple of hours out of the city in White Plains, and the plan was that we would take a train from Grand Central. This was sounding better and better, not only a recording studio, but a train ride. So who's the band going to be? It seemed that the whole deal was being produced by a guy called John Tiven, now a well-placed face in the modern music business. He would play guitar and keyboards, if we needed them. To this day I do not recall the name of the bass player, but I won't forget the drums were played by Mark Bell. Mark had been the drummer with Wayne/Jane County and Richard Hell's Voidoids, and would very shortly join the Ramones, changing his name to Marky Ramone. I still claim that Mark was the instigator of all the trouble. The arrangement was that Boss and I would meet Mark at Grand Central, I think at around 10 in the morning, and travel up to White Plains together. All went according to plan. The only change was that I'd invited along a backup singer called Janice Cafasso, an ex-girlfriend of Johnny Thunders, to help me out with the vocals. I think a subtext motivation was that working together in the studio might be the prelude to an out-of-town romance, but I never found out if this was to be, as whiskey became my only preoccupation, aside from the music. As we settled into our seats, Mark produced a pint of Jack Daniels from inside his coat, like a gambler pulling out a marked deck. Boss glanced in my direction as Mark took a swig and passed me the bottle. Boss knew how I could be after a breakfast of straight bourbon, but I was heedless of the look. I was nervous, and embarking on an adventure, god damn it. At the studio, more Jack was waiting. I've never found it an effective production technique to get the performers blind drunk, but, on the other hand, I wasn't the one producing the sessions, and in those days I was rarely able to resist a bottle in front of me. Better than a frontal lobotomy, as the old joke goes, but in this instance, not by very much. As requested, I had selected 2 songs, one by the Rolling Stones and one by Phil Spector. The Stones song was Play with Fire, the Spector tune was the Teddy Bears hit To Know Him Is to Love Him. Terry also wanted me to cut a version of Lost Johnny, a song I'd written with Lemmy. If all went well, in addition to the cuts on the 2 projected albums, he might also put out a single. Okay, cool, and the band went to work putting down the tracks. I managed the guide vocals with only a couple of shots from the second bottle of Jack, then began on the finished vocal of Lost Johnny. So far, so good. We moved on to Play with Fire, but the vocals did not go well, and as I sweated them I drank, hitting the bottle so hard that I was in a state of intermittent blackout when we finally got To Know Him Is to Love Him. Our arrangement accelerated the Spector rock-a ballad to a breakneck Ramones thrash, and I launched into it without harness or safety net. All I can recall is going into some stream of horror consciousness, I'm here / all alone / just me / and the microphone. And, with that, the task was complete. The rest of the night was, at best, a confusion of fragmented images. Seemingly I wasn't the only one fucking up. I can remember sitting in a shady pizza joint with large pictures of Frank Sinatra and the Pope on the walls, feeling like shit, but unable to leave because one of the company apparently needed to cop some smack, and we were waiting for the fucking man. Amid the next day's hangover, I mercilessly beat up on myself. I'd had one more shot in the studio, and all I'd done was hit the booze and fuck up. Then Terry Ork came by with a couple of cassette copies and seemed overjoyed with the result. I listened to the intro to Lost Johnny, sick with trepidation. Did I really have to go through the whole thing twice? The vocal came in and I discovered, to my amazement, that by the intervention of some benign demon hand, it had worked. By the time we got To Know Him Is to Love Him, I was laughing fit to fall off my chair. This wasn't a fuck up, I hadn't blown it. The end result was psychotically funny. The tapes contained a magnificent dementia, wholly unobtainable except by methods as twisted as those employed. When I arrived back in England, I discovered that this Manhattan/White Plains adventure had been but a first step. Vampires stole my lunch money. I was back, proud, and I was loving every tactile moment of it. Live at Dingwall's with the deluxe treatment. 1 2 3 4, and away we go. Let Alan Powell pound, let the guitars of Larry and Andy schlang and grind. Hail, hail, rock and roll. I was gracing a London stage in my own right for the very first time. Not with the deviants. It was me, with a backing band that, for want of a better idea, I'd called the good guys. Larry Wallace and Andy Calhoun on guitar, Alan Powell on drums, Gary Tibbs playing bass, but I was the star of my own fucking show, ultimately responsible, but also the ultimate recipient of the accolades. Not bad, huh? Everyone was being so amazingly nice. I felt welcomed home like the prodigal. Elvis Costello had complimented me on the quality of my lyrics. Everyone from Lemmy and Wilco to Chrissy Hind and Judy Nylon, from the Hells Angels to the Pink Fuzzy Bunnies Against Racism, had shown up to wish me well. Abner Stein and Dempsey were there to lend their support, and a bunch of punks came, curious to see what the old boys might be up to. The Dingwalls management had not only supplied us with a bucket of Red Stripe on ice, but also a large bottle of Jack Daniels and 5 shot glasses. On first observing this charitable gift, I realized it could well be my, and Larry's, downfall, and I resolved to pace myself, even though pacing has never been my strong suit. Perhaps the best gift of all came from Jonathan Smeaton, still with Hawkwind, but readying himself to go into the big time and light everyone from Billy Idol to the Stones. During the afternoon sound check, Smeaton had shown up, unasked and entirely of his own volition, with a couple of his crew and a whole mess of lights, to augment the regular Dingwalls rig. We figured you might like a bit of extra drama. I could have hugged him. The band had played a number of shows before Dingwalls, some good, some indifferent, and one at Sussex University in Brighton at which everything, from our memories to the technology, broke down. Now we were finally on home turf, and not fucking up was a matter of regimental honor. Boss capped the general generosity by acting as DJ that night, even though he now managed the club, and played a straight 20 minutes of Eddie Cochran, Little Richard, and the like before we hit the stage, ensuring that the crowd was warm, rowdy, and receptive. A recently unearthed tape demonstrates that I was drunk, aggressive, and affecting a somewhat more gorblimey accent than usual. I fluffed the opening to I Want a Drink, but, on the other hand, I went into an extended Beefheart-like coda to half-price drinks, during which the band stood back and listened in disbelief. Can't sing, huh? I'll fucking show you. I don't think I went down on my knees to testify, but it was close. I'd had 6 years to ponder the moves and tricks, and I was putting them all through their paces. Smeaton's lights, even with my eyes closed in concentration, bored through my eyelids, the color of blood with contrasting yellow floaters, and electric inspiration streamed from on high. I was bathed in the radiant breath of whatever God looks out for rock and rollers. Being lavishly illuminated can do wonders for the performing ego. I was having my night and, for this audience, I could do no wrong. Of course, the tape proves that technically I did dozens of things wrong, and the scrappy moments were as frequent as the inspired ones, but we were the dogs of war, not Madame Fifi's precision dancing poodles, and we could afford scrappy. The suspension of disbelief was in place and the Reichian Argonne circuit was never more complete. I poured all the whiskey, sweat and energy I could summon into the crowd, and they returned it multifold. The upward spiral built into an increasingly vibrant and vindicating arc. As we encored with Gene Vincent's Say Mama, they may not have been lending their ears to bel canto, but the punters had been well and truly entertained. The trip from White Plains to headlining at Dingwalls was a long one, not in time, but in its creative stages. Terry Ork was as good as his word and put out a single. The album of Phil Spector material, eventually entitled Bionic Gold, came out a little later, and that might have been that, except that one day Jake Riviera accosted me and, with a definite air of challenge, demanded to know if I wanted to record for Stiff. By this point, Stiff was the hot and preeminent independent label. Larry was already in there on a retainer, having made a single called Between the Lines with the Pink Fairies, and then having been hired as full-time #2 house producer after Nick Lowe. At that moment he was producing Reckless Eric, a weird and wild talent, who fell too much under the shadow of Elvis Costello and never really obtained the recognition he deserved. Stiff was by no means either an exclusive punk or pub rock label. It had The Damned and Elvis Costello, Ian Dury and Nick Lowe, and for a while Richard Hell and Television for the UK. The offer almost certainly came in the pub on Alexander Street next door to the Stiff offices. I had probably gone down there to meet up with Larry. When Jake put the question to me, I know I answered carefully. Jake could be a terrible wind-up merchant and master deflator of egos. I didn't want to come over all eager and then find myself the butt of some cruel and unusual joke. I suppose I could do that. Say an EP, 4 tracks. Sounds manageable. And Larry would produce. Of course. So let's do it. I nodded. Let's do it. I waited for the laugh, but no laugh came, and a couple of weeks later we went into Pathway Studios, which everyone claimed had the best sound this side of Sun Studios in Memphis, and where most of the Stiff masterpieces were recorded. Learning from my mistakes in New York, whiskey was banned from the studio and, about 4 hours into the first session, cocaine was also banned. We'd had a toot at the very start to get us rolling, and then spent 3 hours attempting to eliminate weird noises from the drums that may not actually have existed, and all those involved become very edgy and irritated with each other. With the twin downfalls banished, however, everything progressed as smooth as a rhapsody. Larry was producing, as agreed, and he also played one of the guitars. A reunion was engineered with Paul Rudolph, who provided an extra guitar. Andy Calhoun on bass, and Alan Powell, over from Hawkwind on drums, completed the conspiracy. I don't think it took more than 3 days, and Jake drove over a couple of times in his Buick Riviera and took us down the pub. All in all, such a good time was had by all that I bought everyone a pair of red plastic goggles in a discount toy store, and they became the session's order of merit. Of the 4 tracks cut, I particularly liked the EP's title song, Screwed Up, and the archly punk Let's Loot the Supermarket Again like we did last summer. The greatest pleasure of the whole episode was being produced by Larry Wallace. He did the diametric reverse of everyone else I'd ever worked with, and treated my weird singing as absolutely acceptable. He didn't try to force me into some familiar, but, for me, highly contorted, rock and roll mold. It was something that should have happened years before, but I guess that an idea before its time has to learn to wait. Waiting, however, turned out not to be on the cards in this halcyon time. Shortly after completing the Stiff EP, I received a phone call from an outfit called Logo Records. We've just acquired the Transatlantic catalog, and we're re-releasing 2 of your old records. You're kidding me? We wondered if you'd be willing to help promote them. I'd rather make a new one. Pause. Really? Really? Listen, Mick, can we get back to you? I assumed I'd heard the last of that, but 48 hours later the phone rang again. We'd very much like to make an album with you, if we can work out a budget. The budget wasn't great, but in a matter of weeks we were back in Pathway. The interval between completing the work for Stiff and commencing the Logo album, eventually endowed with the cryptic title Vampires Stole My Lunch Money, was so short that it almost seemed to be 2 phases of the same project, with only a protracted coffee break in between. The lineup was essentially the same, except that Paul Rudolph was out of the picture. I think he had gone back to Canada, and Larry and Andy were now sharing the bass and guitar chores, while Al Powell again played drums. With the initial tracks down, some guests came in to add a little icing to the cake. Most significantly, Wilco on guitar and Sonia Christina and Chrissy Hinn to do backup vocals. Since we'd last seen her, Sonia had enjoyed a moderate degree of success with a progressive pop band called Curved Air. Later she would marry Stuart Copeland, the drummer with the Police, only to lose him to an African safari fling with model Lauren Hutton. Chrissy, on the other hand, was still a star who'd yet to crest the horizon. After hanging out with the Chelsea punks for a while, she'd graduated to the Grove, where she wound up crashing at the basement home of my estranged wife Joy in Ledbury Road. As previously mentioned, Chrissy had done some writing for NME, but her heart was far from being in journalism. She wanted to create her own music, and with the energy and determination of an American in a strange land, she beat her head against the boys' club bastions that still largely surrounded even punk rock. Along the way, she engaged in just about any project that would place her on a stage or in a recording studio, from an hilariously offensive single under the nom de guerre The Moors Murders, to strange and girlish brill-building parodies with Judy Nylon and Patti Paladin, before she formed the Pretenders and carved her own influential niche in rock history. My contact with Chrissy and her ambitions mainly involved listening to her play guitar and sing each time I visited Joyce, relations between the two of us being at least reasonably cordial now that she had dropped Jamie Mendekow and become the tea-making, drug-dispensing den mother to a whole coterie of local rockers. Sometimes Chrissy and I would goof around singing Johnny Cash songs in dubious harmony, but at others she'd play her own compositions. At the time, they struck me as strange and compelling, and her devil-may-care disregard for the accepted conventions of rhyme patterns and standard verse structures was stunning. Although they sounded nothing like her, the only people I could think of who worked in this way were Syd Barrett, Took and, now and then, Neil Young. Nick Lowe, on the other hand, had dismissed the same songs as formless and unworkable, but since, within a year, they would constitute the string of hits like Brass in Pocket that would follow her first chart success with Ray Davies' Stop Your Sobbing, I guess the master's instincts for pure pop failed him in her case. Except for those fortunate bands with massive corporate bucks behind them, every record becomes a race against time and the money running out, and this was doubly if not trebly so with Vampires. Working on a low budget can produce crippling frustrations, but, at the same time, introduce all kinds of entertaining factors. Primarily it forces all concerned to focus on the mission, rather than wasting time shooting pool, playing pinball, or attempting to write entirely new songs from the ground up, right there in the studio. We went back into Pathway prepped and ready to burn like Joan of Arc. I admit we went down the pub on a fairly regular basis, to do otherwise would have caused mutiny in the ranks, but cocaine and whiskey were still verboten. Having negotiated a dusk-to-dawn fiscal sweetheart of a deal with engineer Chas Hetherington, we'd gone back to long all-night sessions. As producer, Larry had decided that we would abandon the cut UPS, blackouts and all the mothers of invention tricks of yesteryear, and would create an album of properly crafted, well-produced songs, and I bowed to his decision even though I missed the Zappa tricks. That's why you recruit a producer in the first place. You trust his judgment. Again we rented electronic outboard boxes from an obliging Pink Floyd sound guy to obtain the maximum magic for our money. We even had some cheap and sneaky laughs when we discovered that, when not in use, the echo plates clearly picked up all conversation in the TV room and related to the control booth. Hilarity knew no bounds the night we eavesdropped on drugged girlfriends talking about the boys, although keyholing doesn't come without a few unwanted insights. The negative side of a low budget is that you can only do so much, and the moment comes when you have to stop and turn in your efforts as product. I was very aware that we'd spent most of our money on 5 or 6 of our favorite tracks, while the remainder had been banged down as little more than jamming, art school R&B, with only a thin coat of metal flake. Despite this perceived defect, critic Ira Robbins wrote, "Released at the height of the punk wave but springing from a much deeper creative well, Vampires Stole My Lunch Money is Farren's solo masterpiece. He dishes out a harrowingly honest collection of songs about drinking, dissolution, depression, and desperation. About as powerful as rock gets, this nakedly painful LP is not recommended to sissies, born-again Christians and prohibitionists." After the completion of the record, I didn't exactly feel this way. I fretted about the cheaply finished filler. Larry also had a bad bout of pre-release jitters, and Lemmy further undermined my confidence in the work by pointing out, well after the fact, that not only could I have used Motorhead as a backing band, but I was a fool not to have done so. I know a wind-up when I meet one, and this was a wind-up, but I didn't have time to get depressed. I had to transform the recording ensemble into a live band, the one-time only good guys, and hit the trail of gigs that would lead to the already described night of fabulousness at Dingwall's. In the middle of these endeavors, to add an historic and quite surreal element from the far external, Elvis Presley breathed his last on the toilet at Graceland. The night Elvis died, Larry Wallace had temporarily moved out on his girlfriend Shirley and was living in a place called the church, which was exactly that. An old church, or, at the very least, a chapel, Methodist, I think, abandoned and deconsecrated, and then taken over, either officially or unofficially, by a bunch of long-haired marginals and turned into a kind of bickering squatter commune. To this day, I've never been sure exactly where the church was located. Innate snobbery has always prevented me from truly understanding the geography of South London. Larry occupied what had previously been the church's church hall, a structure of institutional wooden walls and a tin roof, which had once housed whist drives, jumble sales, Sunday school classes, and had doubtless reverberated regularly to the sound of all things bright and beautiful to the accompaniment of a wheezing pedal harmonium. A small stage that had borne its share of nativity plays and harvest festival pageants added, in the new Wallace incarnation, a touch of split-level theatrical exotica, while the crossbeams supporting the roof offered a certain suspension potential. Had ropes and pulleys ever been introduced? The place must have been a monster to heat in the winter, and if memory serves, heating was one of the major causes of the constant bickering. At this moment in the narration, however, it was benign August, so no thermal worries, although inclemency would play a crucial part in what was to come. After visiting the off-license, we went to work with a couple of six-packs and a half-bottle of scotch, in addition to the ever-present bong to see us through. The task at hand was the preparation of demos for Vampires Stole My Lunch Money. When Larry decamped to the church, he took his Sony quarter-inch 4-track, his mixing board, his drum machine and the Oratone mini speakers that were then all the rage, and of which he was inordinately proud. After spending a couple of weeks wiring together the setup, he was living in his own home studio. Although common enough today, back then home studios were unknown, except among big-arse wealthy rock stars, but Larry had a way with technology. As always, at any home of Larry's, the TV was on, but as the avowed aim was to write a handful of great pop songs, the sound was down. I think the tune we were working on was Half-Price Drinks, yet another lament of the barroom floozy. Thematically a happy hour close relative of the country standard honky-tonk angels, but a relentless mid-tempo 4/4 schlang instead of a country twang made it pure rock and roll. We'd hoped to sell it to Marianne Faithfull, but since she didn't want it, we cut it ourselves. Partway through tracking the demo, the skies opened in a spectacular summer thunderstorm, complete with blue-black anvil clouds and forked lightning against a night sky. Although absorbed by the task at hand, our eyes went instinctively to the screen when a break-in news flash came up on the TV. This was back in the days when breaking in on the show in progress was reserved for really serious stuff, like the outbreak of war, the fall of governments and the death of kings. The image on the 18-inch Trinitron was suddenly of a grinning, lip-curled, short-haired Elvis Presley from one of the later and most execrable beach movies, but I knew in an instant. No hesitation. Someone in the newsroom had grabbed the very first color still that came to hand. That the flashing lightning and rolling thunder might be a little too operatic and implausible never entered my mind. Fucking hell, he's dead. Larry lunged for the volume and we just caught the final recap. Singer Elvis Presley dies at 43 in his home in Memphis, Tennessee. My first instinct was to phone Ingrid. Perhaps I should head home. Ingrid was the ultimate true fan and Elvis believer, and maybe I should be with her. Or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe she'd want to cope with her Elvis grief in Nordic privacy. The speculation turned out to be irrelevant. All I heard was an engaged signal. I wondered idly who'd beat me to the dial. Lemmy was too self-absorbed, even though he was having an affair with her at around this time. Perhaps she and I were in that weird limbo of attempting to call each other simultaneously. I hung up and dialed again, but the line remained busy. It then occurred to me that Ingrid might not have the TV on at all, and that the ongoing call was totally un-Elvis related. She still laughed, because she had yet to hear. The next few news flashes were vague. Paramedics had been called to Graceland, but attempts at resuscitation had failed. A heart attack was suspected, but no information was being released, pending an autopsy. We might have bought the heart attack story. Elvis had, after all, become a fat, self-indulgent bastard over the preceding couple of years, but Elvis, what happened? Had already come out, revealing, among other obsessive-compulsive transgressions and side effects of global adoration, Elvis' truly imperial pill habit. Think he Odette? Has to be on the cards. So what do you think he Odette on? Being Elvis? Seriously? Probably a whole combination of stuff. Quiluides, Demerol, Percodan, you name it. My suspicions surrounding Elvis and his drug intake actually went as far back as 1970 and the release of the movie Elvis, That's the Way It Is. Ingrid, Edward, Boss, John Manley, I and maybe one or two others had made a mass outing to the Westbourne Grove Odeon to see the feature-length documentary on Elvis' return to the live stage. During a rehearsal sequence when Elvis was goofing with the band and all but fell off his stool, I turned to Boss and whispered, "The guy's as high as a kite." Boss looked at me as though I was nuts, but afterwards, in the pub, the subject came up again. "You really believe Elvis was fucked up?" I was now on the defensive. High as a kite. What the fuck do you think? Why should he be any different to everyone else? Boss and Edward continued to look at me as though I was projecting. Ingrid, as ever, kept her own counsel, although I think she'd suspected Elvis' drug intake all along. It took 7 years for my perception to be vindicated, and Boss was big enough to be the first to admit it. The thunderstorm had started to abate a little when I finally got Ingrid on the phone. "Did you hear?" "Yes." Her tone gave no clue as to how she was feeling, but Ingrid could have remained enigmatically neutral through an outbreak of thermonuclear global war. Showing emotion had been a Class A felony among the Von Essens for many generations. "I'll be home as soon as I can. I thought you had stuff to do. Elvis' death has rather put a damper on things." After the rain, no minicab was to be swiftly had, but as I was finally leaving, Larry made a remark. "You know, Mickey, it was really something to be with you when you heard that Elvis died. It's one of those things that you don't ever forget. The deaths of kings are not static occurrences. They are a time of movement and change, speed and activity. When they shot John Kennedy, we had a conspiracy to build. With Elvis, it proved more paranormal than paranoid. The world was gearing up for 20 years of trailer park grief, which verged perilously close to a religion. By morning memories would be all over the TV and radio. After a respectable interval I called Felix. I didn't even have to explain why I was calling. "Are we going to?" "I don't see how we can't. Lots of pink and black. Plenty of black and some funeral purple. We were not only going to put out the top class and most reverent Elvis Presley Memorial Poster magazine on the stands, but accomplish it in record time." The crew assembled in the pub first thing and went to work until the job was finished. I think I was the nominal editor, but Felix was the hands-on publisher, bolstering the troops when they flagged by any means necessary, arguing about the exact tone of the pictures and the hastily written copy. He, too, was paying his respects to Elvis by showing the publishing industry that he could turn out a quality product at near the speed of light. The one shot went on sale 4 days later, beating everyone except the actual daily papers with their 4-page insert supplements. 32 pages of full color, primarily the young Elvis, gorgeous and beautiful, as everyone really wanted him. In the same time space I also managed the lengthy NME cover story/obituary. Despite being semi-retired from the weekly, I brooked no argument that the assignment wasn't mine by right. Yes, we made a buck on the poster mag, but, along with the NME obituary, it was also my tribute, my personal wreath on the freshly turned grave. An indication that my honorable intentions had glimmered through, and of the universal impact of Elvis Presley, was provided by the young, Cliff Richard hip Indian couple who ran the newsagents on the corner of Chesterton Road and Ladbroke Grove. Most days, before either hailing a cab or getting on the number 15 or 52 bus to wherever the day demanded, I would pick up my 20 Rothmans, maybe a Daily Mirror or the 2000 AD comic I had reserved for me. We generally exchange pleasantries, but that was the limit of our relationship. It came completely out of the blue when they thanked me for my piece in NME, and said how they'd found it respectful and very reflective of the way they felt. Up to that moment I hadn't been aware they had any idea who I was, or that, although they sold NME and were carrying Felix's poster mag, they even so much as looked at them. Apparently Elvis, in extremis, cut through all barriers of race, class, and religion. I remembered, of course, how huge Elvis had been in India, where his worst beach movies fitted almost perfectly with the garish and inexplicable technicolor excesses of the subcontinent's all-singing, all-dancing pop cinema, and where he found his last mass audience for those aesthetic atrocities. I was perfectly serious when I said that Elvis had Odette on being Elvis. One individual could never be the primary player in so many insecure teen dreams, and the object of such planetary hysterias, and survive. The Rastafarians had made some dire predictions for 1977, when the two sevens clashed. Was the dead Elvis our white boy rocker slice of the karma? 16 coaches long. In 1977 the two sevens may have clashed, but at least 1978 commenced with one positive event. Wayne Kramer was released from federal prison, after serving 21 months of a 5-year sentence for cocaine possession with intent to distribute. Better than that, he was able to come to England to cut a single and have his own triumphal night at Dingwalls. In the time since the MC5 had played Fun City, Wayne and I had evolved a friendship just about as tight as it could be, with him in Detroit and me in London. Whenever possible, as I traversed the USA, I'd made it a habit to stop over. Not that Detroit has too much to offer the casual tourist, unless he's curiously obsessed with the study of heinous smokestack industry and inner-city decay. If the object of my mission hadn't been to visit Wayne and his girlfriend Sam, short for Samantha, Miller, I'd never have gone there at all. The early 70s, OPEC, and the energy crisis had not been economically kind to the Motor City. The big three U.S. car makers, Ford, Chrysler, and General Motors, had taken the ostrich point of view towards the short-term energy crisis, long-term fossil fuel depletion, atmospheric pollution, and the need, as demonstrated by the Germans and the Japanese, generally to downsize the car and introduce it to higher levels of fuel efficiency. Sales of gas guzzlers had plummeted, plants posted layoffs, and the United Auto Workers who did keep their jobs were mainly on short time. Detroit became one version of a not too pleasant shape of things to come. After dark, the sidewalks emptied. Corner shops kept their doors locked and buzzed in customers, liquor stores had armed guards behind one-way glass. Along with the rest of the city, Wayne had hardly been prospering since the demise of the MC5. Even though he was a hometown celeb, he was down to playing bars on a Friday night for unemployment check drunks, and explaining to the bent noses from the local musicians union how come he was 8 months behind with his dues. What the fuck? It's the life of the vast majority of musicians, if they're lucky enough to work at all. Boss and I had been in Los Angeles, using my NME credentials to do the town. The plan had been to fly to LA and continue having fun for as long as it seemed feasible. When we'd exhausted the Hollywood potential, but, we hoped, not our money, we would take the train from there to Detroit, to stay a few days and get drunk with Wayne Kramer and brighten his miserable Motown-bound life. The idea of riding Amtrak could be filed under schoolboy adventure, and when we talked to Wayne on the phone, we discovered that his life was actually far from miserable. In fact, he sounded in fine fettle. He told me he had a brand new car and obliquely indicated, as one would on a public telephone, that the white powder was blowing in the wind as thick as in Alaska in February. Easily calculating that such a lifestyle could not be maintained on bar band wages, we deduced he had entered the cocaine trade on some modest semi-pro retail level, and that gave us all the more incentive to ride the rails. The journey to Detroit commenced in the early evening with a bottle of tequila. Back in those days, Boss and I had yet to learn the finer points of tequila, and we'd opted for the cheaper, clear variety, instead of the more expensive but more merciful Gold. As the train moved out through the eastern sprawl of the Los Angeles basin, we worked on the bottle like drunken charros. Amtrak trains move exceedingly slowly by European standards. The tracks are so poorly maintained that they scarcely ever exceed 50 miles an hour. At this snail's pace, the train hadn't reached anywhere significant before the two of us fell into a stupor, and it didn't matter anyway. We woke a little after dawn somewhere in the desert with sunlight streaming in the train window, searing a bad cheap tequila hangover. A hangover on a transcontinental train is not something I recommend. Aside from the light, the sway of the carriage and the clack of the wheels are connected to both the brain and the stomach, and constitute a cruel form of mechanized torture. Fortunately, the restaurant car started serving breakfast early, so we were able to stuff our queasy stomachs with pancakes and sausage, and then, after a decent interval, move on to the bar car for Bloody Marys. The bar car became our second home for the duration, where we indulged those transitory buddyships between strangers on a train. The LA Limited took us only as far as Chicago, where we switched to a less lavish provincial commuter train, with no restaurant or bar car. Now all we had to do was look forward to the good times coming when we hooked up with Wayne, an anticipation that made what actually came to pass even more of a shock. By the time we reached Detroit, it must have been around 11 in the evening. Not too many folks seemed to use trains in the Motor City. We were the only passengers alighting, and, if that wasn't sufficiently Twilight Zone, no one was waiting for us. Where was Wayne, the cocaine, the fancy car, all that we'd been promised and led to expect? Finally a car pulled into the forecourt of the station. Nothing fancy, though, a decrepit Mercury with a smashed-in door held together with gaffer tape and coat hangers. Sam got out. "Hi, guys." "Hi, Sam." Pretty, but hardly intellectual, Sam was direct and down to earth, and not afraid to ask for what she wanted when she wanted it. Right now, she was absolutely direct. "Wayne's been busted." "You're kidding? How bad is it?" "It's bad, Mick. Wayne only just made bail. He's sleeping." The drive to where Wayne and Sam were living took about as long as Sam needed to deliver the condensed version of what had transpired while we'd been riding the rails. Some months earlier, Wayne had been approached at a gig by a couple of wise guy-looking individuals who wanted him to hook them up with some coke. Figuring he could make a bid for himself, Wayne had gone along. Over the course of the next few months the guys had come back, not once, but on a regular basis, looking each time for larger and larger quantities. Truth was only revealed when the amounts had grown to such a size that, in the event of a bust, they represented serious jail time. At that point, the buyers, with a full Kojak/Barretta sense of drama, produced guns and badges and identified themselves as federal drug enforcement agents. For Wayne and his partners in crime, the rock and the hard place had come together like the crack of doom. This nasty denouement had transpired while Boss and I had been carousing on Amtrak. We learned of further complications. The cocaine seized by the feds had been fronted to Wayne's gullible cartel by a bunch of genuine wise guys. Not only were Boss and I visiting a shell-shocked crew in full bust aftermath, but ones who feared the possibility of death execution style by local mafiosi seeking to make examples. Already Timmy, Wayne's bass player, had been handcuffed to a wooden piling on one of the less attractive margins of Lake Michigan, while the owners of the Coke ascertained that a bust had actually happened and wasn't just a cover story for an inept rip-off. Timmy was now carrying a gun at all times. Another co-conspirator, known only as the Bug, was contemplating jumping bail and going on the run, while Wayne realized that if he was going to have any future in rock and roll, he would have to stand still for trial and sentencing. Chuck Berry went to jail, right? Right, Wayne. But who needs it? Right, Wayne. I suppose some individuals might simply have turned tail and caught the next train out, but a gentleman has to stand by his friends in their time of tribulation, even if a bullet in the back of the head for being in the wrong place at the wrong time is an eventuality, maybe an outside eventuality, but an eventuality all the same. In Wayne's shoes, I would have been scared shitless, and I expect he was, but outwardly he was handling the situation with an amazing and fatalistic, if you can't do the time don't do the crime aplomb. Handling it, in fact, better that I did one particular evening, when we went to see the band play at some cheesy Detroit roadhouse that featured a special on cheap tequila between sets. Somewhere down the row of shots, one of those guys who isn't quite a roadie but hangs out with the band anyway put out a line of white powder. Whether I cared what it was or not by that time is debatable, but I snorted like a hog, and then discovered it was some kind of foul animal tranquilizer that precipitated me into a pink bubblegum, undulating plastic nightmare. Not Pepperland at all, man. People definitely turned uglier and I had no sense of time whatsoever. According to Boss, I remained fairly together while still at the nightclub, albeit by the standards of the excessively bombed, but began to panic badly on the ride home on the high-speed, white neon, concrete labyrinth that is the Detroit urban highway system by night. I had somehow managed to convince myself that Wayne, who was driving, was as fucked up as I was, and that vehicular destruction was but a twist of the will away. Back at Wayne's house, I went from bad to worse, managing to lock myself in the spare room, break the doorknob and then punch out a mirror, I suppose in emulation of Tommy. Needless to say, in the morning I wasn't the most popular guest at the party, and it wasn't until some months later that Boss and I finally admitted to each other that we had both been hearing imagined gangsters in the night. The climate did nothing to alleviate the general misery. It was humid high summer in the city, and temperatures in the 90s turned the air toxic green with car plant emissions. Too hot to cook in the house, we attempted a backyard barbecue one night, only to have a police helicopter hover overhead, like it was Da Nang, lighting up the backyard with its blinding searchlight. We feared a second, follow-up drug raid, but it turned out to be nothing more than a routine airborne patrol. Subsequently, despite all kind of personal letters and intercessions, like the entire staff of NME writing to the judge regarding Wayne's value to the community as a musician, the judge gave him 5 years. After Wayne was sent down, Jake Riviera revealed a whole other side of himself, by suggesting that Stiff should release a charity single of 2 of Wayne's songs, both to keep his name alive and to ensure that he had a bit of money when he was released. Fortunately I had some tapes, songs we'd written, plus other stuff recorded by the current band, and I was able to turn these over to Jake. Wayne got out just in time to see punk in full cry and to be hailed as one of its founding fathers. This took him completely by surprise. Seemingly the new cultural revolution hadn't penetrated as far as the Federal Correction Institution at Lexington, Kentucky, and, as Wayne put it, I still thought a punk was a guy who took it up the arse from other prisoners. Bemusedly at first, but rapidly adjusting, he found himself bracketed with Lou Reed and Iggy, and even with your humble servant, now being referred to in the music press as the godfathers of punk. Unfortunately the emergent movement appeared to be falling apart so rapidly that we wondered how long there'd be any punk for us to godfather over. Lost in the Supermarket. Interviewed by Legs McNeil for his 1996 book Please Kill Me, The Uncensored Oral History of Punk, I find myself quoted in a mood of high judgmental dudgeon, but, of course, we'd been sitting on the patio of a pub called the Cat and Fiddle on Sunset Boulevard, and he'd been feeding me Bud and Jack Daniels while I talked into the microphone. Well, it broke up, didn't it? It was the 80s. And there was cocaine. Shovels full of cocaine. And ingesting drugs doesn't require a lot of talent, and that's why I think we brought ourselves down to Sid, who, it could be said, was the ultimate product of the entire punk movement. I mean, Sid was completely worthless, ha, ha, ha. So drugs brought money back and Ronald Reagan was elected president, and, you know, shit went on. In fact, that's the sad part, hippies survived Nixon, but punk caved into Ronald Reagan. Know what I'm saying? Punk couldn't actually take a good challenge. Legs and I have grown old playing snotty punk v grizzled old hippie routine since he first licked my Betty Page t-shirt in CBGB's, and, 2 decades later, the exchange was being continued for publication. This was not to say that punk wasn't, or isn't, a fascinating phenomenon. If punk died almost as soon as it was born, it was only on one specific level. On another, it so totally perpetuated itself that it continues to this day, and shows no sign of departing. It took 20 years for rock and roll to advance from Little Richard to the Damned, but another 20 years to move from the Ramones to Green Day. For a movement that rejected the future as a concept, it has proved itself uncommonly resilient. In the year 2001 we even find it cross-fertilizing with rap in the form of Kid Rock. The major resentment I had towards punks was that it was bloody easy when everyone was doing it. 10 years earlier I'd been on my own, with only Iggy and the MC5 3,000 miles away. The punks even had the supporting players and extras in place, but still they didn't seem to be capable of making the potency last. We'd kept the hippie counterculture viable for 5, if not 6, years, and punk wilted after scarcely 3. The front on which they attacked society was narrowly limited, and I believe that was one cause of their relatively fast neutralization. They used rock and roll as a spearhead, just as we had 10 years earlier, but they skimped on the peripherals. Like Knee at Waterloo, throwing in his cavalry without infantry support, punk went for the single, impossible coup de grace, and when that achieved only a brief and chimerical shock, they had no fallback. Punk created its magazines, its comic books, its clothing designers, a graphic style, filmmakers, mass events, and an absurd theater of drugged outrage, but with nothing like the creator-to-punter ratio of the 60s counterculture. Punk also had its wheeler-dealers, although McLaren and Bernie Rhodes did turn out to be little more than short-order scam artists, ultimately outmagulled by the likes of Seymour Stein and his discovery of Madonna. Punk's main oversight was an anti-romantic acceptance of all reality at its most negative. I'll go to my grave believing that all revolutionary aspirations inevitably come with a high degree of unreality and seductive self-deception. A golden dream of perfection, no matter how immediately unworkable, must be the moonlight in the murk. To paraphrase Oscar Wilde, if you're lying in the gutter, you might as well be looking at the stars, rather than a lighted second-floor window. Trite but true, the hippies had too many dreams and the punks too few. Ugliness as a shock tactic, and that widespread promotion of mindless anger as a weapon of agitprop had their uses, but they hardly led to either the palaces of wisdom or even the gates of Eden. The other question that remained determinately unanswered was, if mindlessness becomes all-consumingly chic, who the hell is going to do the thinking? Through no fault of their own, the punks also found themselves punching shadows. For protest to run amok, it requires an ancien regime with the heft of true danger. The overt madness of Nixon, Kissinger, LBJ, and Wilson bore little resemblance to the contemptibly limited lunacy of Reagan and Thatcher, or even the mendacious Jeane Kirkpatrick. Thank God Wilson was hammer-locked by the labor left to keep us out of Vietnam, but the grunts, the gunships and the B-52s were there on TV. In the new era the B-52s were a band. To hit the streets in opposition to something as tangible as a brutal and immoral war was far easier than to pit your energy against the nebulous smoke and mirrors behind which the new right would attempt to obliterate the last vestiges of socialism, and the voodoo economics that would enable the super-rich to inherit what was left of the earth. With the experience of the wild upheavals of the 60s behind them, those in authority were also far more skilled at dissipating the energy of the mob by pitting street crews one against the other, punks against skinheads, blacks against the SPG. The centers of power have traditionally protected themselves by sparking pointless buffer conflicts, and having the young and disaffected square off against each, rather than identifying the true tyrant. Hindsight has made me a little kinder to the original punks. Like the hippies, they were just another uprising. The second I'd experienced, and I still hope for more to come. In our naivete we'd thought we were fighting the class war to end class wars and the age of Aquarius was only a day away. Typical zealot error. All we had going was a major skirmish. Youth revolts may have little sense of history, but that doesn't mean they are devoid of it. They have a noble, if disgruntled, pedigree of churls and malcontents, a continuous guerrilla bohemia, an endless children's crusade, peasants' revolt, and beggars' opera winding down the centuries on a trail of chaos and disorder, through nihilists and anarchists, pre-Raphaelites and romantics, all the way back to 12th and 13th century troublemakers like the Cathars and Adamites, Robin Hood and Merlin, the interdicted Dionysians and the persecuted Bacchae. The historical linkage goes by no single name, just a charged mission to resist forever any and all means by which an authoritarian elite seeks the eradication of free will, free thought, and individualism. If I believe in anything, besides a shared sense of absurdity, it has to be this thread of creative resistance, and both the trick and the moral responsibility are to make sure it extends ever into the future, and generations yet to come are made well aware that you have to keep a close eye on the bastards. We tend to think of mass mind control and mass manipulation as something new, but it's quite as old as the first leaders' will to power. The enemy is any regime that keeps its peasantry in the grip of perpetual superstitious fear, strives for the lockstep proletariat of metropolis or an underclass reduced to belligerent stupidity. The tools of control and manipulation are simple to spot: the Roman spectacle of bread and circuses, the desensitization in a culture collapsing under the maintenance of an imperial war machine, Christian cathedrals that awed the peons and instilled in them the fear of God and his appointed clergy, the soulless diversion of bad television, military hysteria, inquisitions, witch hunts and cold wars, some future culture of mindless happy face obedience, and a daily dose of some fifth generation Prozac, or a population dumbed down by a constant hosing with brain frequency microwaves. The fight between freedom and control, between conformity and dissent, swings backwards and forwards, in all manner of guises and forms and under cover of 100 deceptions. Sometimes the hero is Jimi Hendrix, sometimes George Jacques Danton, Vincent van Gogh or Lenny Bruce, a self-immolating Buddhist monk or the Mahatma. In communist Albania, one needed a license to own a typewriter. In the post-industrial data age, would-be censors attempt to deny large sections of the internet to children who understand the technology better than they do. Yes, my friends, they really do need to be watched constantly. Redemption? I don't think so. We were circling Parliament Square, past Big Ben, the statues of Winston Churchill and Richard I, the famous homicidal gay psychopath king, and drummer Al Powell announced that he was going to vote for Thatcher. Someone's gotta be in charge here. Are you kidding me? Was he winding me up? Apparently not. I think that was actually the moment I decided I wanted out, that it was time metaphorically to take ship and seek adventures elsewhere. If Al from Hawkwind could make such a statement, Britain as a nation had surely become so demoralized and collectively depressed that it would run, lemming-like, to any self-proclaimed authoritarian who promised an illusion of strength, order, and a return to some greetings card past that had never really existed. England wanted its nanny. It wanted to delegate adult thought and will to an implausible matriarch, whom they believed would soundly spank and send to bed with no supper all those perceived as troublemakers, and this list plainly included the unions, the young, minorities and probably dissidents like myself. I'd already been spending so much time in the USA that it was the obvious alternative. Except that America also wanted its daddy and a return to the days of Eisenhower, before Elvis Presley, drugs, protest, and sexual revolution, when all was right with the world. They knew the enemy and it was definitely not them. In the run-up to Reagan's bid for the presidency, I watched in awe as a woman in her 50s, a clerk, or maybe a secretary, was asked why she was intending to vote for Reagan. "He'll make it like I was young." She swiftly corrected the Freudian giveaway. "He'll make it like when I was young." A mess? Certainly. As bad as it was in the UK? Probably not, but I was by no means sure. Nixon had dubbed them the silent majority, but, by the end of the 70s, they were far from silent and rapidly forming ranks behind the aging actor with Alzheimer's, who had already made his bones as the ultra-conservative governor of California during the protest years. The Reagan faithful, an unholy coalition of arch-conservatism, the Christian right, big money, and the military-industrial complex, had been mobilizing since 1976, when they'd failed to unseat Gerald Ford at that year's Republican convention. That Reagan intended to play high-stakes, shit-or-bust poker with the USSR, while Thatcher dismantled the British Revolution of 1945 and showed him the way to privatize the New Deal, was no secret. Indeed, it was central to both their election platforms. I guess I knew in my heart I'd opt for America in the end. How in the name of all that was holy could I remain in a country where the Prime Minister could command such heights of bourgeois ignorance that she felt able to refer to Francis Bacon as that awful artist who paints those horrible pictures? That hideous voice was like chalk on a blackboard, enough on its own to make me flee. Some wag had coined the nickname Adela the Hen, but I wanted no part of the woman, even as an adversary. I figured that after a few months of TV exposure to the blue suits, the impossible platinum coif and the stench under the nose expression, I might be forced to strap dynamite all over my body and walk into Parliament with the zen-violent intention of taking some of the bastards with me. I'd be misstating the case if I left you with the idea that my sole motivation was to flee what I considered would be, for me, a highly inclement political climate. The course of the 70s, although not without its share of alarms and adventures, demonstrated a visible narrowing of creative options. Money was tight. Music seemed to be increasingly defined by costume and haircut, and publishers were hinting that I should give up the Burroughsian aspirations I had reconnoitred in the DNA Cowboys trilogy and consolidate my position. Star Wars had managed to set the science fiction genre back a good 20 years and, until the coming of cyberpunk, the demand was, if not for actual Dan Dare spaceships and ray guns, then something very close. Conservatism wasn't concentrated in Westminster. My growing inclination was to turn my face to the west wind and embark for the Americas without further ado. Not to recreate myself like Bowie, and not to knock the merry UK, either. I felt enough like a rat leaving the ship of fools. I was going to the big American playground to test my strength. Of course, when I say the Americas, I actually mean New York City, and, as any New Yorker will tell you, New York ain't America. New York is a city from Victorian science fiction where Zeppelins should have moored at the needle of the Chrysler Building. Fortunately it all went horribly and humanly wrong, so the Bowery became strewn with bums scrabbling for a pint of night train as the Thorazine wore off, drag queen whores defended their turf with stiletto heels, and a documented species of mole people lived in the abandoned tunnels under Grand Central Station. I could find bars with Hank Williams and Louis Jordan on the jukebox that served booze till 4 in the morning. I also estimated that New York would be the ideal place to weather out the 80s. Ron didn't share Maggie's narrow, shopkeeper's daughter concept of how things should be in a well-regulated nation-state. He might borrow the awful woman's rhetoric, but he was only there to let the greed rip. Tom Wolfe's Masters of the Universe were just waiting for Reagan to let slip their leashes, to light the bonfire of the vanities. The military-industrial complex, with an evil empire to huff and puff about, was poised for a convulsion of gluttony equal to a Stephen King pie-eating contest. It would be an era of robber barons in the USA, and New York was a city built by robber barons, but instantly subverted by the poor, into a wild and exotic melting pot of ethnicity that refused to melt. What better place to observe the new face of fascism, that which would soon be known as yuppie? In my estimation, New York was also well defended on a cultural level. Reagan might let the moral majority have its way in Middle America, gutting school libraries, teaching creationism as science and attacking everything from abortion rights to topless donut shops. But they'd keep it in Ohio. What the hell were the Christian right going to do when confronted with Hollywood Lawn or Karen Findlay? Throw them into camps? Even to go near that idea would be to court a bloody city-wide Stonewall too. This was the city that had been home to Lucky Luciano and Mad Magazine. The Gotham of Batman. Its sin looked impregnable. Besides, I was in love again, as much as two drunks can be in love until one sobers up and starts smelling that metaphorical coffee. I had met Betsy when she was a director of publicity at Arista Records, working for the unpredictable Clive Davis, with responsibility for the notarization of Lou Reed, Iggy, and Patti Smith. I had admired her Veronica Lake hair, sunglasses, and fast verbals on an earlier visit, and, when I and Lester Bangs had lunch together, it extended into an epic drinking bout that concluded with the two of us losing Lester somewhere along the way and repairing to the George Washington Hotel, where we had amazing sex that was primarily amazing in that it happened at all, considering the quantities of Dewar's on the rocks and Jack with a beer that we'd put away respectively. After a few days, infatuation set in, to the point that it seemed out of the question simply to return to London and think no more about it. Do other women sense, even if you don't tell them, when all is not well back at hearth and home? In London I had found myself walking round in a complete state of self-denial, telling myself, okay, so things with Ingrid were a bit rocky, we'll get over it. Meanwhile, the other side of my brain was kicking down the barn door, writing graphic fictional suicides in the feelies and lyric lines like living in a phone booth with a vampire bat and maybe you really wanted to be used, and pretending that it was just my imagination. It probably also didn't help that I managed to burn down the apartment at Chesterton Road. The last thing I wanted to do was to cause Ingrid pain, but I had decided that my future lay in New York rather than London. To stack the deck a little more, Betsy and I were in the magical getting to know you wonder of us phase, and how could a 9-year-old rocky relationship compete with that? As always, as soon as I'd privately made the decision to leave London, everything began happening. A new fiction deal came down the pike. It would turn out to be the Song of Fade the Gambler, but the parameters of the deal made clear that it was definitely a setback in the direction of ray guns. At the same time I found myself becoming involved in a sudden influx of music projects. Although we had completed Vampires Stole My Lunch Money, that was far from the end of it. I was no longer writing songs with Lemmy, but had started working regularly with Andy Calhoun on material for his new band Warsaw Pact. In the process I commenced a solid friendship and creative partnership with Andy, and Helga, his feisty Bavarian girlfriend, soon to be his wife, that has functioned until this day and produced a canon of songs that must now number close to 50. In addition to the Warsaw Pact work, Andy and I finished up mixing the single Broken Statue that followed Vampires Stole My Lunch Money when Larry, the designated producer, lost his mind, broke his phone and barricaded himself in his apartment with multiple bottles of Johnny Walker Red, some grams of cocaine and a young woman called Vashta. The ties that bind are hard to sever, and to wrench yourself away from the place where you were, at least figuratively, born and raised is never easy, but equally difficult is to halt a process once it's in motion. I'd filled out all the forms, I'd disposed of my extraneous stuff. I'd turned in my British relay TV set and started the process of giving up my flat. The final hurdle was surmounted when John Dean at the U.S. Embassy, the individual we met all the way back in the prologue, could find no legal grounds to exclude me from becoming a resident alien. All that remained was to endure being x-rayed, checked for literacy and blood tested, just to see if I was sufficiently fit and smart to take my life in my hands on Avenue D. I had become the traditional folk figure, the immigrant headed for the New World, only I wasn't traveling steerage in some disgusting Victorian steamship, I was flying in one of Freddie Laker's DC-10s. I was not fleeing poverty, religious persecution, or seeking redemption. I was no huddled mass. I was merely on the brink of a new and limitless terrain of adventure, and I was pledged to embrace it as fully as I'd embraced the last one. Epilogue. The payoff summation. Don't you regret any of the things you did back then? I mean, all the drugs and stuff. Every so often some idiot feels the need to ask. I usually snarl. I don't like the question, since it seems to imply that I should assume some unwarranted responsibility. At a minimum it's like we had a bloody great party and never bothered to clean up afterwards. My answer is unequivocal. Not a fucking thing. If I really feel irritated, I elaborate and inform the questioner how it would not surprise me, if I were a kid today, with access to the DOT.com and automatic weapons, if I slipped into my black Rommel overcoat and went off to machine gun the high school. In my youth such was the level of my rage, but, fortunately for the rest of you, I didn't have the technology or firepower. The world is still in need of considerable improvement. Indeed, if the human race doesn't evolve a whole new set of protocols for taking care of business, it will be lucky to survive extinction. Question is, do we deserve to survive extinction? I am an angry youth who never managed to grow up, so get the fuck out of my way. Don't you think rather a lot of yourself? The hero of your own epic. Sometimes you have to think like a hero just to behave like a decent human being. But how do you justify the drugs? Justify? Do me a favor? Here in 2001 the entire developed world is out of its tree on everything from endorphins to ginkgo. Cell phones are frying its brains, as it chokes on the rapidly warming atmosphere. But you don't regret the drugs you took yourself. I was an idiot clown with an emotionally dangerous job. It went with the territory of the apprentice holy fool. Days have come and gone when the only way to stay sane was to see the humorous side of nuclear annihilation. In a word, no, I don't. You said you had a dangerous job. I was questing into the unknown. Danger lies within the territory. Danger for whom? That's a moot point. You didn't ever weigh the consequences. Saint Brendan hardly weighed the consequences when he set out to discover America in a leather boat, and you can hardly blame him for Shiloh, Wounded Knee, or Charlie's Angels. The adventurer doesn't tabulate all the possible negative options. He or she just goes. Imagine how it felt to be the very first guy to eat an oyster. What trust that slime in a rock was food. No hints of doubt. During the writing of this book, strange dreams struggled up from the subconscious that proved both disturbing and, now and again, problem-solving. The human soul does not come with a built-in firewall. Huh.